ain't stopping now. So say what? Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in them. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy now. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out, finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line 'em up, hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them feel it. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I got to reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me, it's higher than ever. You cannot fly, so run me, get down, make it minute of pressure. I've been on the way. I got no time to look back, and my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should not put never been better. You gon' let it couch it, fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, oh, can't get out of my way, there should no walk up a giant. Yeah, oh, don't want me showing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than never. Yeah, mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slide on you tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than never. Yeah, mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slide on you tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, I don't switch on sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and I didn't get as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't get as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, so we don't get as far as do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. So no, I ain't looking back, I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind, yo.
So good, I can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Get it right, it just keeps on coming. Tell me if you've had enough. So good, it's got you stepping this way. Yeah. My problems, I'm leaving at the door. Give it a good
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Spit too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never disarm me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for what I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Yeah. Cause it's game time.
I hope we're gonna have a good battle, and I hope it's gonna be an enjoyable one as well.
I don't care whoever is my opponent, I'm just gonna play my own game.
If you want the throne that badly, you have to go through us first. So to our teams in our group, be ready. We are here.
Good luck on every match and hope for good matches.
All right, this is it. Hold on 1 second. Let's do this. Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2025. This is the final tournament of the season where teams from every corner of the globe are here under one roof with one mission: to prove that they are, of course, the best team on the planet. 16 of them made it here through several different ways, and it could lead to being our most unpredictable and explosive tournament yet. Favorites and absolute outsiders will step onto this stage to compete, and across our other 3 streams today as we move towards Championship Sunday. So, wherever you are in the world, welcome to day 1. This is where the story of our next world champions begins.
Had such a specialized set of skills, but as he said, hello and welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2025. We have 16 of the best teams in the world ready to compete on our global stage all weekend long, and it's going to be a very exciting weekend of COD Mobile action. I can't wait to dive into all of it. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I will be your host, and we're kicking things off today with the boys on the desk. We've got Ton and Infinity ready to go. We finally made it. We're at the end of the year. It's World Champs Ton. How you feeling?
I'm happy to be in sunny Katowice. It's really nice to be back here, actually. Obviously, SPS it feels like a couple of years ago now as well. Had all those different stages we went through. We are back where that started, for me at least, and for us. And we're really excited to see how things are going to go down this weekend.
Absolutely. And Brody, you have been talking nonstop for 3 days since we've gotten here about how excited you are for these matchups. So talk to me a little bit about it.
It's been so exciting, honestly. I think this year's Champs has the kind of potential to be one of the most unique ever. I've spoken to so many different teams, how confident they are about their chances this event. And I think there are so many teams in this event that, coming in as underdogs could really upset things here. Everybody is confident. I think anybody can take the crown.
Absolutely. And lots of storylines to be keeping track of here all weekend long. So, of course, for everybody at home, if you haven't done so already, make sure you're following us on social media at PlayCodM Esports, whether that is on X or Insta. That way you can stay up to date on everything we've got going on, not only here all weekend long, but all year long for competitive COD Mobile. So make sure you check that out. That way you won't miss a single second of any of it. But let's start talking about this weekend. How does it all work? We are in the final stage of competition. This is Champs. What is the format here, Brody?
Yeah, this is the fan favorite format coming back from 2022 World Championships. We start things off with the group stage. 4 groups of 4 go head-to-head in GSL style groups. So all that means, effectively, you got to win 2 before you lose 2 in a little mini bracket. After that, then we go through the final 8 teams into a double elimination championship bracket. You do have a second chance for the first time. Best of 5 matches leading up to a best of 7 grand final. We will determine the winner of this year's Champs.
Lots of series that you guys are going to be able to be keeping your eyes on here all weekend long. But what are they playing for? This is what we talk about all the time. There's a lot of money on the line, Chris.
There's a serious amount of money on the line. $350,000 for first place, though. That's the one that is sticking out to me. But everybody involved gets their chance to have a piece of the pie. $7,250 for that final spot. You don't want to be down there, though, Lauren. You want that final price. $350,000. Big, big number. I've never seen a number like that in my life. I think Ian Chambers might have, but not me.
literally life-changing money, right? I mean, not only that, but obviously our teams are going to be vying for that trophy, for the title of the best in the world, to etch their names in the history books of Call of Duty Mobile. And these are those teams that are going to be trying to do exactly that. Now, of course, we've got those updates here because we've got OUG stepping up to fill their spot for their respective region. That team New Gen Ninjas, which of course is the combination of those eligible players from Godlike and Soul, and then Animus filling that leftover spot from the combined teams. But they are also organized in these 4 columns because these are their 4 respective groups. So the Elevate group will be Group A, Wolves Group B, Galler's Group C, TL Esports Group D, so on and so forth, which also means those groups are going to be on their respective streams. So Group A will be on Stream A, Group B will be on Stream B, so on and so forth. So for anybody at home, if there are favorite players or favorite squads that you want to be keeping up to date with all day today, that's how you do exactly that. Now, if you're wondering, when do you get to see them? How does this all work when it comes to the brackets? Let's take a look at this, because this is Group A, which means that's what we're seeing here on Stream A, Chris, and we have a really good pairing.
Oh, I mean, looking at this is obviously what we're kicking off with. Elevate against OUG to kick things off. My word. But, I mean, it's a tasty little group, this one, though, Brody, realistically speaking. I mean, this really could go in a couple of different directions. We'll have our favorites, yes, but let's not count out the 2 on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think it's kind of easy to draw your attention right to Elevate versus OG, and for good reason, right? They are the titans in this group. But there's a lot to be said for Exclusive and Armored Dream, of course, trying to put EU and NA respectively back on the map. I think that's especially true for Exclusive, that I think, honestly, this is the best year that Europe has ever looked. I think it's the best shot they've ever got to get out of playoffs.
There's very much a chance for them to go through. Tough group, but another tough one, particularly here, is Group B. Wolves going in up against Animus. Obviously, Animus coming in. And while your present is a game against Wolves, not necessarily the easiest to start. But looking down for New Gen Ninjas, I think that's the big conversation in this group, Brody. Yep. Going up against Amigos to kick things off. But this New Gen Ninjas team, they have a ridiculously talented lineup. But are they going to be able to put the pieces together to kick things off here in Group B?
Yeah, I mean, I've got so much love for the Godlike and SHUL guys. I mean, they're just so good at the game. And, you know, seeing these guys come together for New Gen Ninjas is everything. You know, I think you look at the roster and you look at players like Viper and Warden coming in a way, it kind of feels like an upgrade for some of the players on the team. So that roster is deadly.
Looking over towards Group C, I mean, this one is more probably the clear cut that we would like to think realistically. Gallerus and Q9 played against each other at Mobile Masters around a year ago, and that was an absolute banger, of course. Let's see how if they're going to go through and actually go up and play against each other again. We would expect that, Brody, but any particular dark horse in this one?
I feel like Diablo's probably the closest we're going to get here, right? This is a team that's been making strides the last couple of years. Hasn't been great for them here at Champs. They want to have a better time this year, and they've looked better with practice via CDM. So if anybody's going to give Gallerus and Q9 a tough time, it's going to be them.
Well, let's see how things are going to go down for those 4 teams. But looking over towards our final group, TLE taking on Street Gaming and Stalwart Esports against Backland. A couple of real standouts here, though, Brody, for a group that is a little more open than some of the others.
It does feel like the most interesting group, doesn't it? Of course, Stalwart, obviously the big boys in this group for sure, but you've got Bear Clan, Africa's first time competing here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. I can't wait to see how they perform. I know those boys have been preparing pretty hard, but on the top side, you've got TLE versus Street. That is a slog of a matchup. TLE, of course, NA's #1 team going up against Street, who are no slouch. That's going to be a tough matchup.
Absolutely, and just that one final reminder for everybody at home, you saw it there on all of those brackets. There is the lower bracket, so if your favorite teams are losing their first match of the day, they're not out of the competition. They still have an opportunity to continue moving forward. But here's how the schedule is going to work. This is for Stream A. We're going to have our first 2 matchups to kick things off. We'll be starting with Elevate versus OUG. Then we'll take the winners out of both of our 2 matchups, and we'll do that matchup at 12:20. That will be the 3rd matchup of the day. We'll stay in the upper half of the bracket. Then once that's finished, we'll move down into the lower bracket and do the final 2 series of the day. And we'll determine who is the best out of each of those groups. All right. So keep track of everything because there's going to be a lot going on. But we also have a visual representation of how all of that will be tracked. You know, we had to bring it back yet again this year because everybody loved it so much. Every other time that we've done it, we have Beef Mommy standing by at the graffiti wall.
Dzień dobry over here from the lovely Graffiti Wall 3.0 because it's way bigger to what we're used to. But of course, we have the classic wall of all of the teams. You've got all 16 teams participating, but the heartbreaking thing is that half of these teams are going to go home. And speaking of the teams that will make it, though, we have this second wall over here. It's huge. And it's the bracket for day number 2 and 3. And the 8 teams that are going to make it in day number 2, you're going to see their names tagged up over here. And speaking of the beautiful wall that you're seeing here, the artist that's responsible for it, this is Frantic Misha, dude. How are you doing? Great artwork so far. How are you feeling?
I'm great. That's an honor to be here, and I think that will be great graffiti wall in designer.
It's been looking good so far, and the team that he's actually working on is OUG, the underdog of the entire competition, one of the underdogs actually, and they basically respawned to go back into this tournament. So I'm wondering what will they do with this extra life. But the competition that they're going up against, that's going to be Elevate. Last year's championship. Will it be a back-to-back for them? Well, it's going to be a tough journey ahead. And honestly, for me, that matchup against OUG, that's going to be very tricky, even though that they were the previous championship. But enough yapping on my end. I want to see the battle.
Me too. Thank you very much, Mammy. And I love seeing the graffiti wall as well. Can't wait to see more of you speaking to more of the players across all of the streams as the day unfolds. But right now, it is time to kick off competition here on Stream A with our first 2 competing teams. Let's welcome them onto the stage, starting with OUG. One of the wildcard stories of this tournament for sure. They missed out, and then they got the call, and now they are here in full force, ready for it. You can go and take your seats now, guys. Thank you very much. They've only had a couple of weeks to prepare for this, and they are absolutely here to shock the world. Their opponents, let's bring them out. It's Elevate. The defending world champions are here. Last year, they dominated everyone. They're not even stopping to pose. They're just getting right to business. Fast, fearless, full send every single time. The question is, can they reclaim that form and reclaim the trophies? No messing around. I love that. Straight to business. And that's exactly where we are right now, on the cusp of getting into our very first matchup. And I'm sure that you can't wait to get started. So let's cross over now to our desk.
Our players are getting themselves settled as we prepare for the first matchup of the weekend. I mean, we're literally right next to the stage, guys. This is going to be so cool.
I can smell them.
Right?
Smell them. They're right next to me. And it smells intense, Lauren, let me tell you.
Let's talk about this matchup here, Chris. All right, Elevate. OUG, this is going to be a good one.
It should be an absolute banger. It's a fantastic one to kick things off with, but to quickly just start on Elevate. Of course, last year, our world champions in dominating fashion, but a real talking point for Elevate this week is the fact that we really haven't seen them in an international level at all this year. They've been doing their thing in Greener. We obviously know that they're coming out on top. They're looking really, really good, but we haven't seen them up against everybody else, which was different from last year, Brody, where we did get a chance to see that. And coming into world champs, they were our favorites because we'd seen that. We haven't had chances yet.
Yeah, I think it's crazy, right? Because Elevate last year, right, it was kind of an oncoming storm. You knew what was coming. You know, they went through their own region in dominant fashion. They went through the East in dominant fashion, and then they came to champs and they ran through everybody. Look at this grand final, man. 4-0 off a dominant squad like Q9. Now, mind you, there are some close maps. I think especially looking over towards the hard points and the search and destroy. But still, it tells a tale that they were doing this to everybody. They slammed walls in their first matchup of bracket play back then as well. Elevate were a force to be reckoned with. But you talked about it, mate. Are they now this year? That's the question, because the region has gotten hotter. Stalwart has been given more competition in Garena, and now, of course, with CDM, teams are getting more practice. Speaking of CDM, talk about OUG, right? I mean, OUG are one of my favorite stories from Call of Duty Mobile this year, of course. You know, looking over towards that roster, I mean, if you look at Elevate there, OUG, I think just looking at that roster, what OUG have kind of brought to the table, right? You know, they're a North American team, and, you know, the story for North America over the last couple of years has been, North America's not done that well. I think they've kind of faded to the back just a little bit, and OUG felt that, like, we're not settling for this. We're going to go to the best competition in the world to make the best chance for for us here at Champs. That's exactly what they did. They went to China and they got better over the course of the year, to the point where they were at one point, and I know a lot of people don't like me saying this, in CDM, probably the best team, right? They were beating Wolves, they were beating Q9 consistently, but they just couldn't do it when it mattered. But they have had that respawn. They are back here. OUG, they look good.
And I think, you know, they just had a very, very good latter stages, though, didn't they? Let's be honest, they had a bit of a slower start, which was probably expected, but a rising tide raises all ships, and that's been their theory going over towards CDM. They have been the ones who have brought themselves up a significant amount of level. They are, I would say, the most improved team, you would say, coming into this event. And we're unfortunate not to be here on their first hand, but now, of course, they get that opportunity, but their opportunity is a game against Elevate.
I mean, it's one of those situations where both of these teams have something to prove for two polar opposite reasons. So there's a lot of pressure on both of them to kind of meet those expectations in some way or another, Brody.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just crazy, isn't it, right? I think OUG maybe a little bit less weight on their shoulders, but I think for Elevate, for sure, we were talking about this, right? Imagine the scenes if Elevate come in here to this first matchup and they lose. Like, just imagine that, right? Elevate, reigning world champions, we talk about how dominant they have been. The pressure is immense, because if they were to win here at this event, it would be the first time any team has ever doubled up on a world championship. Nobody has ever done it before. Maybe we were expecting Wolves to do it last year. Nope, Elevate came through and said absolutely not. So that's what's on the cards here for Elevate. To come in here, it is an immense amount of pressure, I think, especially considering OUG, to a certain extent at the very least, are an unknown quantity. You got to think that Elevate would have put weeks, months of practice into this event. OUG came in 2-3 weeks ago. You know, I think definitely this could be the thing that throws them off.
A little bit of a spanner in the works, but the final bit of information that you guys need to kind of really complete this breakdown is, of course, our vetoes. Those are ready. We're going to pull them up, see what our teams decided to go with here, taking in all the information we know. Brody, start us off.
Yeah, I think just breaking down this series on the whole, the hard point is going to be everything. You know anything about Elevate, it is that they are hard point kings. That is what made them so dominant last year. And of course, OUG also happen to be pretty damn good at hard point. They were considered one of the best teams at hard point in CDM for a reason. So that's going to be a bagger start of the series. And we're kicking off on one of the best maps for both of these teams as well, in Hacienda, of course. You know, we go back to CDM. OUG only lost this once, and that was that infamous matchup. I think it was back in like stage 1 or stage 2 to Godlike. Elevate, on the other hand, in their own region, flawless on this map mode combination. It is one of their strongest hardpoint maps. So to kick off this best of 5 with Hacienda hardpoint, mate, this is a dream start of the World Championship.
I mean, we were having a conversation about it, thinking that Apocalypse was going to come through, but then to see the Hacienda was a little bit of a switch up than what we maybe expected. We were curious whether or not they were going to really just ego each other and really go for the Chal, and that seems to be the case. But I think the whole theory and everything around this matchup is based on these hard points, realistically, right? Because we know OUG's struggles have been in the search and destroy. For Elevate, obviously, that's not necessarily too much of a problem. So for OUG, it feels like the hard points are must-wins if they want to walk away with a win in this series.
Yeah, you talk about that, though. I do want to mention the control real quick here as well, because this is a real crucial talking point, I think, as we get further in the series. I think particularly in the Search and Destroy, we will have that chat about, hey, what is OUG's Search and Destroy going to be like without their primary sniper rifle players? Of course, back in CDN, they had Jabin and Seven. They don't have those players here at Champs. So the Search and Destroy, curious to see what that looks like, but particularly looking at that crossfire control. That is a map that, as the meta has changed, you're starting to see more sniper play in that map. You kind of need a sniper rifle player down the middle of the map. How are OUG going to perform when you don't have Jabin and Seven? Obviously, there are good sniper rifle players on the roster, but I imagine the strat's going to look a little bit different.
I think this is going to be a really great way to kick things off here for the weekend. For everybody hanging out with us in chat too, let us know your thoughts before we get into match number 1 here on Stream A. Who do you think is going to be taking this one home? Who do you want to take this one home, or even the entire weekend? Which teams are you all rooting for? And you can also let us know on social media as well. Don't forget at PlayCodM Esports on X and Insta. Let us hear your thoughts. We would love to know how you're feeling, because this is the biggest event of the year for Call of Duty Mobile. Our teams have been fighting all year long to be up here competing on the international level. This means the world for these teams, and we have Elevate versus OUG to kick things off here on Stream A. And of course, don't forget, we also have those B, C, and D streams all running at the same time. Pull all 4 up if you want to watch how all of these series are going to be going, because there's going to be a lot to be following along with here today. Arguably the busiest day that we've got here to kick things off for our World Championship. You can see our players are getting themselves ready. People look very calm, composed, ready to dive into the action. And I think, you know, We talk about it a lot. That experience on the international stage under this much pressure is always something that is like that last kind of, I don't know, ethereal piece to the puzzle here, Ton. You can't really nail it down specifically, but it makes a difference.
It's not something that can be replicated. You have to be here and actually competing in it to have that experience, and it makes a massive difference. You're under the lights. It's the extra bit of pressure. Everyone can perform well in their bedroom, sitting there chilling, right? It's different when you are in this scenario. Your warm-up is different. You've got to think of time zones. Have you got the right rest? Were you woken up by Polish construction workers at 5 a.m.? For some of us, yes, you were. These are all things you have to think about. I don't have to compete on the stage, all right? I need to concentrate to a certain degree, but these guys are fully locked in on what they have to be able to do in these situations, and it is crucial that you have the experience to do that.
Well, you guys talked about it a little bit when you were breaking down these teams. Obviously, Elevate specifically, a lot of pressure on their shoulders with that reigning title. Let's take a look at their road to champs this year because it was a really interesting one.
There are no more questions. There are no more doubts. Elevate are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world.
I really don't feel any pressure just because I'm a defending world champion. Like we said, we just enjoy the game, enjoy the moment. Of course, the win matters, the world championship matters, but our coach always tells us to just enjoy the game, enjoy the moment, don't think about anything else. Back to the grand finals, we said that nothing really matters now. I know we're secured, but we want the throne back. We wanted it more than them, then we defeated them with a score of 4-1.
Back, it's going to be a B execution here. FPX gets the first blood. PJ gets a second. Make it a double for the side of Elevate Puck. Susano gets Reap as well. And that's the players of SDE here. Trap here to go for the strike here on the B side. And it's going to be scored away from the scene as the Elevate Puck are your Arena regional champion.
I'm looking to get my second world championship trophy. If you want the throne that badly, you have to go through us first.
You know, I think this is a perfect opportunity to kind of start highlighting some individuals as well. We got a chance to watch that road to champs and kind of hear from the players as well. But talk to me, Brody, about some of these players.
I mean, look, we've got to start with Elevate, right? What makes Elevate tick? And I think last year we had a conversation, right? Who is the MVP of 2024 champs? And you kind of had a little group chat, right? And it was just like a string of PJ, 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 PJ. And that's for good reason, because PJ is that good. I am pretty confident in saying that PJ is the best SMG player in the world. He's phenomenal. And I think, you know, he also has a great supporting cast behind him. Yoppie and Chloe, that SMG backline, or I should say frontline really, for this Elevate team are pivotal to hardpoint success. It's the reason that they're such a fast-paced and really aggressive roster to deal with. It's very, very difficult to stop them when they are at full speed. It's just, you know, when you have players coming at you, I think especially in the meta that was recently where we had the USS9, you know, I think it's going to be VMPs for this event. Like, you have players like that coming at you, they are so incredibly difficult to deal with. So yeah, for me, Elevate, you've got to find a way to put down PJ and I guess Yoppie and Chloe as well, because if you don't do that, you're going to be in trouble.
Easier said than done, though, right? I mean, I mean, it was unanimous. I think it just sparked a memory there for me of like just completely everyone was like, why are we even asking them this question? PJ was insane last year in Atlanta, but I think again though it's a different outlook for these players on Elevate this year though, because last year, as mentioned, we had the opportunity to see them on international stage. They knew where they sat. And I'm curious if that pressure is there in a different way this time. Okay, yes, yeah, the reigning world champions, but they knew that they had a very good opportunity to do that last year. This, I mean, they will be expecting OUG to be a significantly better team than they were when they faced up against them, obviously, in previous iterations of these North American lineups. OUG are a different beast now.
Yeah, I think this is the thing about OUG as well, is, you know, we talk about Elevate having godlike players on their roster. OUG, they've got them in spades, man, and they've got them for different regions as well. I want to give a lot of love to Tectonic before we even start talking about kind of the Slay power that's on this roster, because Tectonic in the past has always been a player that's been very Slay heavy, right? We look at kind of past KDs for like 2023 champs, even 2022 champs, and Tech has always been up there, right? He's always been one of the highest performing players. But this year, I think he's kind of taken a step back a little bit, more of a selfless role in the roster. We go back to CDM, and Tech is kind of widely regarded as one of the players that is going to be most OBJ focused. He's an extremely selfless player. He will just constantly get in towards the point, be it on control or hard point. He doesn't care. He just wants to make sure the objective is being secured by OUG, and that has, I think, really boosted this roster up. But if we want to talk about slaying power ton, Raph is the guy. This guy, he's high energy. He's the only player to have ever dropped a nuke in CDM, which is an insane achievement. He is just that good. Raph is the guy for me. If you're looking for a slaying power, just incredible.
I mean, for me, I'm interested to see how Raf's going to do, because we actually got to cast over Raf back in January at a little event, and he was struggling against Bobby Plays. So I need him to lock in.
You will not let him live this down.
Never, never, never. I need him to lock in. It's a little bit of a more of a tougher competition on the other side of this.
All right, well, we're talking about OUG, so let's do a quick video with OUG, because we got to take a chance to chat with them, talk about their preferred loadouts, and I'm interested to see what they said.
What's up, guys? Ayo Raf. So we're currently going to be going through a pro player's loadout. I am personally a sub and heavy player, so I'm a machine gun and shotgun player. But my personal favorite in this meta is probably going to be the VMP. The USS is a great gun, but the VMP takes that throne for #1 spot, honestly. So I'll be showing you guys my personal and everybody's loadouts in the pro player. All right, bandit adjustable, heavy barrel, great attachment to use. Gotta go with the rapid fire, it's crucial. And this one's honestly where a lot of pro players differentiate. I personally like the integrated grip set, but other players do like the Phoenix grip set. It just comes down to how you like to play as a player person. I'd probably go for the integrated grip set though. And then for secondaries, honestly, melees are the best. I feel like pistols are overrated. You know, you gotta go with the gloves, boxing gloves, prize fighters, Mike Tyson, you know what I mean? It's really, really good stuff to use. Down to the operator, I personally am a fan favorite of the equalizers. It's really, really fun, just running gun, Rambo style, really, really great. The 3 perks, gotta go lightweight, you gotta go gun-ho. Toughness is honestly really, really good too, but I believe personally gun-ho would be the best one to go for. The third option for the blue perks, you gotta go with Dead Silence. It's a crucial must-have. Now, obviously in pro players, you know, you gotta use these 3 score streaks. You gotta go EMP, Predator Missile, and Hunter Killer Drone, because obviously everything else is banned. But yeah, honestly, that looks like a great loadout. You know, got the frag grenade. Actually, I'm one of the individual. I'll put you on a secret. I personally like sticky grenades. I think they're low-key, very underrated. Besides that, this is my loadout.
All right, Brody. You agree with those?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if he gave me that VMP class, I wouldn't do anything with it. I might get like 2 kills, but I definitely wouldn't be dropping a nuke in any lobby, let me tell you on combat. Maybe if you put me on like Black Ops 6, something, maybe Black Ops 7, you know, I'll be dropping some numbers.
Nah, come on now, you're not dropping. Have you ever dropped a nuke in your life?
We don't need to talk about it.
I think I've done it once.
That's why we're on the desk.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's yeah.
That's why they are the best in the world.
Once upon a time.
Competing.
All I know is that last year, Tan and I played COD Mobile against each other, and I whooped him. He was
honestly,
gone.
I was really hoping we might run that back this year.
Listen,
we will.
I was playing with the referees. These guys didn't know how to shoot. Bro.
I'm sure.
Like,
Excuses.
I was top of the leaderboard. That's all I'm saying. I was being weighed down, as I often am.
Wow. Well, we're gonna have to see if we can maybe get a little bit of a rematch between these two so we can settle an old grudge while we wait for our players to get themselves ready to go here for match #1 on Stream A. And everyone in chat, thank you so much for hanging with us while we get this sorted. We are very close to being ready to do exactly that. Don't forget, we do have streams B, C, and D running as well, so perfect opportunity to check in with those, see how the series are going right out of the gate, and keep track of those other squads. That way you can kind of keep up to date on the other series as we prepare for our series here on Stream A. It is really nice to be here in person with all of the players. I can't get over just how close we are to
We're really close. And that's kind of what I like. You know, we're really going to get a sense of the atmosphere when this game gets going. And they're really close to each other. You know, realistically, they'll be able to look over, give each other a little bit of stick, which is what I like to be.
Yes.
You know what? I'm all for that. I'm all for it. They're just like, give me the monumental trash talk as much as possible. We live and breathe it. So I think, you know, it's nice to have that. It is an intense atmosphere in that sense. For these teams, though, I mean, look, they've been in this situation multiple different times as well. So they're used to it, but this is the kind of thing we do like.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing is, right, if OUG wins this match, right, we're getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit, right, but if OUG wins this match, let me tell you, there's going to be a lot of smack talk, right? I mean,
absolutely.
The amount of weight that this match holds, again, just to be clear, when we got this on the schedule, my eyes lit up. I was just like, I could not believe that this was the match that we were opening up champs with. It is just so important. And obviously, the way the format works, right, you know, these guys, whoever loses this matchup, they'll get a second chance. There is a lower bracket here in the GSL group, but still, you know, it holds much weight.
I'd be shocked if it isn't these two teams to come out of this group. I think Exclusive are definitely going to have a little bit of shout in that. I actually feel bad for Exclusive in a certain sense of being in this group. I think if you put them in probably any of the other groups, they'd have had a better chance. But I think realistically we are expecting both of these teams to make it out, but I think this is a real litmus test for us on a couple of different things. Again, we've mentioned it multiple times, we haven't seen Elevate on an international stage this year, and for OUG, they came in and did so well in CDM, but for them, have they had enough time to get themselves back up to speed? They've been saying that they have been practicing, they were ready to take the spot if needs be, and they say they're ready. Let's see if they are.
Yeah, I think the thing is for me, right, you talk about that exclusive conversation here, right? It's just like, I don't want to count them out in this group.
No, I don't
feel
want to
like
count them out, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, 100% it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough no matter what, the way the kind of the seeding works, right? The European #1 seed is always kind of get the wrong end of the stick, as it were, right? But I do feel like Exclusive do have a real chance this year. I feel like what we've heard out of Europe is that Exclusive are way better than anybody expected them to be. I know Scrim Bucks and what have you can only take so much, take it with a grain of salt, what have you. But still, I mean, it does feel like Exclusive have been making waves here. They're making a lot of noise, and I'm not going to say they could beat the reigning world champions, but still, it does feel like they've got a chance.
Yeah, we've got a lot to still discuss here, but we need just a few more minutes to get our players ready to go to dive into the first matchup of the day. So we're going to send it to a short break, give you all at home a little bit more time to prepare yourselves for the action that's coming your way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I hope we're gonna have a good battle, and I hope it's gonna be an enjoyable one as well.
I don't care whoever is my opponent. I'm just gonna play my own game.
If you want the throne that badly, you have to go through us first.
So to our teams in our group, be ready. We are here.
Good luck on every match and hope for good matches.
It's not about the money, not the time. Heavy is the price you pay. You know you had it coming all your life. Everybody knows your name. Taking it one step at a time. I might be wrong, but don't think twice. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. It's not about the money, not the time. Heavy is the price you pay. You know you had it coming all your life. Everybody knows your name. Taking it one step at a time. I might be wrong, but don't think twice. It's an illusion. It's an illusion.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. That was all the time we needed because the game is about ready to get underway. Our players are ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2025. Boys, let's get into it.
And it's a hardpoint Hacienda to kick things off. Would we have it any other way, Brody? On a classic between two of the Titans who are here at this tournament, the defending champions going up against an upstart North American team out of the CDM. The storylines are writing themselves, but we very much need to get into this game to see how things are really going to go. We've set it up as best as we possibly can, but we do not know how this tournament, how this map is even going to go until we get into the nitty-gritty here, Brody, and it is a banger to kick things off.
Yeah, this is an important map, not just to kick off this series, but really the tournament for both these teams. It is really going to set the tone for both Elevate and OUG. Hardpoint has been everything for OUG over the course of CDM. We once considered them one of the best teams in CDM in this mode for a good reason. And Elevate also, of course, we talked about that Hardpoint last year. They are Flood the Hill Kings. So when we get into the map, guys, it's going to be a really important one.
Well, I think the players are actually playing, I'm not going to lie. I can kind of hear them going at, so it must be on our side of things. Unfortunately, we can't get in. But yeah, we'll get things rolling in just a second. The players are underway. We'll keep you up to date with how things are going. But we set it up, we got excited. We're going to get a chance to set it up and get excited once again, to be honest with you, and see how things are going to go. Yeah, we can see already. We are going to be restarting this one, hopefully. But I think, you know, we've laid the line down for both these two squads now, and it's up to them to perform. Players getting the information that we're restarting this one, I think. Sorry, guys. All right. Everyone seems positive. We go again.
It's fun, mate. You know, honestly, I would want to watch this map over and over again, to be honest with you. We just restart it as we get to like 250, 248 or something like that. It's like, yeah, we'll just go again, guys. It's a really good map. Yeah, Hacienda Hardpoint, I think, is going to be a really interesting one, I think, between these two teams. Obviously, I already mentioned the fact that this is a really important map for OUG. I think going back to CDM, we often talked about Apocalypse being one of their stronger maps, Combine as well. But Hacienda, again, apart from the one loss that they had versus Godlike, was a huge map for them in CDM. So I think they'll be really happy with getting it through as the first map of their 2025 champs. But we also cannot talk about this map without talking about Elevate in their own region. And you kind of have to take it with a pinch of salt, because really the only teams that gave them any kind of stress in their own region were Stalwart and Team Star Magic. You know, they are so damn good at this map. So really for me, I think the question is going to be how much of OUG put into the VOD for Elevate, right? Because we know what Elevate are like in Hardpoint. We know that their whole idea is just flood the hill, stick as many players in the hill as you can possibly get. For OUG, how do you counter that? You know, I feel like your rotations have to be on point. You have to be making sure that Elevate don't even get anywhere near the Hardpoint.
Easier said than done, though, right? Easier said than done. It's going to be an interesting one. It's a nice map for both these two teams to kick off on, right? I think a lot of them kind of went comfort here. We thought that Apocalypse would be the case for both these two teams, but I mean, you've got a 5-1 record here for the side of OUG. As you mentioned, they only lost to Godlike in what was a ridiculous game. That's a nice comfort one for them to start on, right? You've got to be feeling to that level of, okay, we've only had, I mean, we say they've only had a couple of weeks, but realistically speaking, like, you know, they've been playing. They know what they're doing still. They don't just lose that. Yeah,
and I think the interesting thing for me, at the very least, as well, you know, it's kind of a conversation point about what do OUG focus on if they only have 2 weeks, right? Because you go back to CDM and OUG, their Hardpoint and takeoff control, was very good. Like, there's no real reason to go too heavy on those things. I feel like S&D needed to be kind of their focus point. Yeah. If that's the thing that things are going to be fundamentally different, well, that's the thing you need to get down, because you can't really go into any series here in Champs thinking, well, we're just going to win 1, 3, and 4. You can't really do that. You have to make sure you're good at search and destroy. So it feels like if you're going to have 2 weeks, that's where their prep is going to be. But versus Elevate, you also kind of need to put as much effort as possible in towards Hardpoint. It's a weird conundrum, I think, to have if you're OUG, to have, I want to say that little practice time, because 2 weeks is a lot of time, but still to be kind of immediately kind of restarting again after months of practice with CDM and just really having to make decisions on what you want to focus on.
I think as well with that control that you mentioned as well. I mean, obviously we've seen their record on takeoff actually sitting at 10-2. That's why that's obviously taken out of the equation pretty much straight away. Crossfire coming in though, both these two teams have not played a great deal of it. It wasn't necessarily one of the bads, but I know obviously it's a little bit different in both these regions as to how vetoes, pings, etc. work. So that's something to take into consideration, but neither one of these teams necessarily a massive fan of the map. We don't see a great deal of it realistically. So let's see how things are going to go when we do get there. Of course, we will be seeing a control on Crossfire when we do get there. But I think as well, it's something I do kind of want to touch on as well, is that the S&D is something that we talk about with OUG, of it not being great for them. But I think the problem is that comparatively, their respawn is brilliant. And I think that's why everyone's like kind of like, oh, well, their S&D is not good. But on their 13 and 19 record, it's not horrendous. But their problem is the two players who are their S&D specialists.
Yeah. And I think it's particularly, that issue is exacerbated in a way when you're going up against a roster that like for like has the same strength. So I don't want to say weaknesses, because Elevate are also very strong in Search and Destroy. That's what made them, if anything, kind of a difference maker back last year at Champs, because everyone kind of expected them to win the hard points in a way. It was them also making the improvements in Search and Destroy that really tipped them over the line to, these are the world champions, right? I think, you know, when you go up against a roster that feels like an exact carbon copy of you, where OUG, you know, you expect to win your hard points in your series, well, you can't expect that versus Elevate. That's where things get just a little bit tricky. But for me, I think for sure, you know, you mentioned that control. I think that's going to be everything in this series. I think the Crossfire in particular, we'll have a deeper conversation when we actually get to it for sure. But, you know, we have that conversation about the sniper rifle player, right? That being a key part of Crossfire control in the current meta. Well, I mean, you now got Kings back on the sniper rifle. He's now going to be performing in that role. Is he going to be as effective as having somebody like Seven or Javen in the middle of the map? That's a question they're going to have to answer.
A question that we'll get the answer to hopefully soon when we do, of course, load into map number 3. But I mean, realistically speaking, we should be loading at this game pretty quickly. But we do actually have other streams going on, and I believe we can jump over to stream D. Other games going on, of course, if you want to keep an eye on the other games that we have, B, C, and D all ongoing. But over towards D, TLE taking on Street, and Street 1-0 up in this series.
Yeah, talk about Street Gaming, of course. This is the roster that made one big change, a straight swap over with Gallerus, Pabzella coming in for Street. A massive upgrade for Street, and to my understanding, Chris, Street have improved massively off the back of that as well. They are a much more competitive team now that they've got him on the roster, and Pabzella has always been just a godlike sniper rifle player, which in the current meta is very important to have. So Street off the back of that, now 1-0 up in towards the Search and Destroy, currently up as well. Chaotic's going to find the kill against Cyrax, and now just looking for the last 15 seconds.
Always going to be tough for that situation for TLE. TLE coming to this tournament, though, I really don't know what to expect, to be honest with you. They kind of come from the North American region, who didn't really have that big team in OUG, who were there and pretty much dominating for a couple of years that we have seen over previous years. God, words are hard this morning. TLE, what I'm trying to say is they've kind of come into a region they were expected to qualify, they did, but after that, what is the expectation?
Yeah, I do. I mean, like, you don't want to be a bias caster, right? But you do want to see all these regions that have been struggling in the past, or maybe like Africa, for example, that are making their debut this year. You want to see them perform, because nothing benefits us here on the desk more and everyone at home as viewers more than a competitive game for sure. So, yeah, we want to see TLE perform. Right now, though, that is not the case here, Chris, as we get into this Search and Destroy. 4-2 up our Street, and things just do not look good for them whatsoever.
I think this is one of the games that TLE look at and say, right, we really do need to win this one. Going in over towards it. I mean, look, you need to win all of your games, but if you're going up against Street are probably going to be their main competition, really, to get out of this group. And right now, 1-0 down in the series, 5-2 down in this Search and Destroy. It's not looking good to kick things off here for our North American #1 seed.
Frag out!
A lot of utility up at the top of the start of this round for both TLE and Street. Oh, an instant first blood coming through from Zyrax. That's good top round control, but perhaps a touch too aggressive there for us, like a player that I would give a lot of love to, of course. He has extensive experience here in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship circuit, of course, was here last year. To lose a player like that early on the round, not great, Chris.
I'm going to try and find a pick through if they can, but currently now for side of TLE, they're struggling to find any sort of break. Pab0, even the odds back in Street's favor.
Smoke out.
Level falling after finding a pick. Well, this is 3 now, 3 versus 3, I should say. Is Street trying to just make sure this defense continues. They're just taking their time. The bomb wasn't picked up here by TLE to kick things off. Now they'll get it underway, and A seems to be in their sights.
You got a shotgun player over by there, though. Maggie, everything for this play. Also, Guteo, see if they can hold it.
Thanks for the push. Very, very close quarters here with the sniper. GTO will find one. Maggie's there to pick up the pieces, and that probably should be that. Saucy still with 50 seconds to go, though. Left in a 1 versus 2, and they are not expecting this angle, or are they? Maggie here with the HS. This is all she wrote. You would like to think, yeah, Saucy, this is a tough one.
Yeah, he's just giving them time to get together now in this 1 versus 2. Saucy opening sniper. He's not hitting the shots. He's going to go for the L-car. It's just not going to happen. That is the beauty of the HSO, Chris. That weapon has dominated the meta the last couple of months, really, for a long time now. In Call of Duty Mobile, and for good reason. It is so damn annoying to deal with, and you're not going to win a 1v1 at that range with the L-car.
The objective.
One round away now.
Frag.
Streak game to go 2-0 up in this series. Still working on our game on Alpha. Should be getting things up and running very, very quickly. But Saucy will find the kill on the Pipe 0. So that's a nice scalp for TLE to take. And was potentially a route back into this series. They need to find themselves, well, a minimum of 4 just to keep it going, of course. But right now, Street just taking their time, be very defensive. This is a good amount on the map to have, but to go trying to find some picks, he's going to find Saucy. This game will continue over on Delta. I've been told reliably that we are going to be heading into our game here on Alpha with Elevate and OUG taking each other on in just a second. Looking good for Street over on that side, but let's go again. Let's have another swing at it. Hacienda will be here to kick things off. Elevate it against OUG. We built it up for what seems like an hour, and we're finally getting into the game.
Let's do it, everybody. The first hard point of the 2025 World Championships for these two teams. It is a Hacienda. We talked at length about how important this map is. And you know what I'm going to say, Ton? It's always important to get early P2 control. That thing is about to be popping. And this is where Elevate, they love just flooding the hard point.
And I think realistically, if you're OUG here, you do not want to let this one get out of hand early. A rotation over towards P2 came in for Elevate. That's about to pop and does so. Right now they have those numbers inside. Sanu trying his best, PJ alongside him. They really have flooded that hill immediately, and those kills flying for the side of Elevate so far.
OUG trying to get through the front here. They are getting those close spawns through. One player might have actually just flipped in the side door. That would be Tectonic. Yeah, actually able to double up here. That might well open the door, and now those spawns are flipped, Tom.
Yeah, spawns flipped, so an opportunity, but one will find plenty. PJ on the outside as well, finding King. Tempest out already. Brilliant start for our defending champions. 50 points and rising. 30 seconds remaining here over towards P2. They're trying to find a way through. OUG struggling for now. Tectonic and King, though, they can combine, but Kilo will find 2. Elevate forced them away, and once again, every single time OUG have asked a question, Elevate have got the answers. And that is nearly a clean sweep over towards P2. If we're asking questions about Elevate, have we got our answers already?
And now we're starting to see those operators coming into play as well. Good Tempest utilization coming out from Elevate. That, of course, will hold players at the side door. You can't really walk through without getting stunned by it. So Elevate, not just perfect hardpoint control there, but also perfect utilization of the operators. That's something we're going to be constantly coming back to pretty much every team in this competition, Ton. And I just love the way that Elevate, they look, momentum-based team. Let's just immediately throw everything at the hill as soon as we get it. Let's break those spawns, and here comes the Sparrow.
Sparrow comes through, King gets wiped out, and all of a sudden Cartels, you need to find something, and does. Keeps himself alive only momentarily as King will try to find something to find their way back in, but OUG are being put to the sword right here. They need something to just help them along, but PJ with the flank, he will find 2. It is brute force. Shock and all from Elevate so far.
OUG just need to find somebody pushing out the fence's side right now. They're not able to do so. Every single time they look to do it, well, they immediately get shut down. Perhaps Solo with the Death Machine is the best chance that they've got. Kendi, I believe, should still be in the play. No, he actually doesn't have the War Machine anymore, but regardless, yeah, this is what you wanted to see. A play like that from Solo, perhaps just a little bit earlier. You are going to put the spawns out in doing so, but it gives you some breathing space, and that's what OUG needed. This feels like, I know it's only 15 seconds of time, but the first bit of time they've actually gotten.
Yeah, it's influential, isn't it? You realistically, you're heading over towards P3. You're down that much. Just to find anything, even just them seeing them in the kill feed a little bit more, and well, at the right time as we rotate over towards P4, that's going to give them a little bit more confidence heading into this. They are 40 points behind, but as we head over towards the Rock Hill, Strick's starting to come in. Raph will find Kilo, and all of a sudden it does open up, but a bit of a 50-50 now as the pressure coming in from Susano over towards the opposite side. Important kills though coming in from OUG. They've got control.
Yeah, good little bit of distraction play coming out there from player number 4. But that was Solo, who does end up going down, opens the door momentarily. Now it's going to be Cartels here with the Tempest. This thing, not as effective here on this hard point, but it could still do some damage here for OUG. Elevate, though, they're knocking at the door.
Find a way through. Still momentarily contested, though, from the other side of the wall, but PJ will be there to continuously just find these awkward little kills that he's so good at finding. But Cartels and Co, they've done well with their operators, and not just that, the VMP is out and singing for OUG now. 20 seconds to go over towards P4. Elevate trying to find a way through. but what was after a really good P2 hold from Elevate. Not a great deal to write home about over the other 3 hills.
Yeah, I want to say OG have stabilized somewhat, right? We talk about kind of what was going on over by P3. Elevate looked like they were giving them some serious hassle. They utilized a lot of their operators and their streaks in towards that hard point. OUG holding on with the back 15 seconds. They look like they've had a better look. Oh my god, Solo doing things like that. OUG back in the conversation now. Something I want to talk about though, P2 set up for OUG. If they can get that thing going here on this second set here, Ton, that's going to be huge for them because it's very difficult to break OUG on P2 when they've got that setup down.
Slowly gone into their stride, but as we head into the second rotation, it's about a 20-point game between these two Titans. I mean, both of these names have been uttered in conversation to go on to win this weekend. If Tectonic's shooting like that, OUG have got a chance. The Odin is out, and the objective player from OUG is helping them along the way. 10-second game now. P1 time going over towards the side of OUG momentarily. Elevator found a break back through, but in 25 seconds, we'll be moving over towards P2. The spawns are always influential.
Yeah, really starting to look about it. You can see player number 5 in the middle. That's Raph trying to influence those spawns. Player number 1, Tectonic, will spawn right in with him. So OUG on the better side of the map for a moment. Klo and Yoppie trying to make their way through. They will obtain that scrap time. And here is that setup that I was talking about, Ton. OUG like to have a player inside the lobby to make sure that those fence spawns do not come through for Elevate. So Elevate might be forced to funnel in through the front of this hard point, but it's Elevate. I'm not sure you want it, but nobody's blocking the back spawns, and all of a sudden, Yoppie's going to spawn in.
They spawned in, but they're managing to find the kills. OUG are getting away with this one. The fence spawn comes through, and they do manage to get the cut. Big kills coming through on the outside of the water, but there you go. Solo locking it down. Do they want them to spawn there? I'm not too sure, but they're dealing with it right now.
Yeah, I don't think they've got anybody blocking back driver spawns, and that's a big issue right now. They're not blocking both of the spawns.
That's thing along.
Spawns, but that's it for Cartels. Beautiful Tempest play. More kills on the docket for him. Tectonic now through the smoke with the War Machine as well. This is perfect operators from OUG.
OUG take the lead with this time over towards P2 now. Honestly, Brody, I was getting a little bit worried after the first P2 we've seen, but if you're an OUG fan, you're liking what you're seeing right now. The kills are falling their way. Elevate, a little one by one for me right now. They are struggling to get themselves back in. OUG picking up all of this time. 20 seconds going over towards the side of Elevate. If they can find a breakthrough here, 15 seconds remaining on the hill, but still Tectonic continues to survive. You're giving them the quick 1-2, can't find it. Good time at P2, OUG with a healthy lead.
Tectonic now has an EMP as well, so going to the next hard point, that's going to shut down everything for Elevate. Right now, they've only got one operator on the board, but if Tech pulls that out before we get into the next hill, Elevate will have nothing to break that next hill, and we go back to what happened last rotation, Ton. They were using all their utility, so it could be big for OUG. If that EMP comes into play, that's a problem for Elevate.
And just to go into the conversation about the series overall, we said how important that this hard point is for OUG, and they're finally starting to show up. It was a really slow start for them, but that kill feed has looked very, very blue for a long time. Elevate trying to find a breakthrough if they can now. King trying to hold things down. Elevate can barely find a kill, never mind a point. OUG are very much here to play. Elevate, you can't get near right now.
And I love that play as well from Tectonic getting out of the hard point as well. OUG are really expanding their real estate at the moment. Their operators are now coming into the play. It's now time for King to go on a streak.
DJ spawning out here, so a little bit of a split coming through from Elevate. Is that going to be the catalyst that gets them through? Seems that way. They managed to find a way, not quite able to find the break on through, but they have a little bit more of a foothold on it. Elevate cannot find their way in, and OUG, how much time is that over towards P3? You find 40 or 50 seconds, and that is a bonus. You're now going to find the rotation 3 hills in a row alongside a 60-point lead. OUG in a very, very comfortable position right now.
Ah, man, I mean, a lot of people meme the perfect P2 setup for OUG. How about a perfect P3 setup, Ton? OUG had that one on lock, pushing out the hill. Perfect operators coming out, and now all of the utilities starting to fall in favor of OUG. Cartels on point with the Tempest. Always on fire, just constantly getting value out of this thing, and now he's going to be a nuisance through the window as well. Elevate, man, they are being suffocated at the moment.
And this is not a team we see that it happens to very often. OUG really have arrived and champs very, very early. And it was such a litmus test of a game, and it will be a litmus test of a series, but right now, they are passing that test. Raph doing what he can from up top in the office window, but once again, OUG dominant. I mean, Elevate had 80 points by the time we finished P2. We are now round to the second P4. They barely had a sniff 6.
And now it's Raph on another spree of his own. That was one EMP for Tectonic. Now Raph has an EMP as well. Those are the players, remember we talked about it before we got into the game, that you want to focus on for this one. And again, I gotta say, OUG just look like they've been a lot better now. Of the last couple of hills, and it really feels like that's made the difference of pushing out of the hard point, making sure they do that with their operators as well. We saw that from both Cartels and Tech. Just stuff like that for OUG has made a world of difference to their hard point control. Elevate, they've got to get back in this game.
I mean, if there's any team that could potentially do it, it's a good P2 over towards Elevate. That really does put a spin back onto this game. OUG, no, they cannot stop leaning forward in this. They need to make sure they are bringing the A game, and they still are with King finding fall with the Sparrow. They are blowing Elevate wide open right now. King starting to dominate, 35 seconds remaining on P1. OUG only need 20.
Third EMP of the game for OUG. This time it is Kings that's getting it done. OUG just 15 seconds away from victory. Elevate, they look out of depth.
OUG, they weren't even supposed to be here. Their first test was the current world champions. They are 5 seconds away from putting map number 1 to bed in a convincing fashion. They arrived late, not much practice. They are 3 seconds away, and OUG will smoke Elevate in map number 1.
We talk about importance of map number 1, of hardpoint between these two teams, Ton. OUG, I don't want to say they dominated Elevate, because Elevate, I feel like they were getting dominated through the first couple of hard points, right? I mean, what was it, like a 70 to 10 point lead at the end of P2, something to that effect? I was like, all right, okay, yeah, Elevate are just doing 2024 champs Elevate things, but OUG, I think it was from the second set we got in towards, I believe it was P3, that was the big thing, that the fence is hard point for them. Just managing to chain that hill and then in towards the rock hard point, P4, back to back with perfect operators, perfect hill control. You just know the communication for OUG was on point during those couple of hills, and Elevate, I don't think they're expecting that.
I mean, Elevate had 85 points by the time we headed over towards P4. I was saying P2, they had a great hold of P2. Kind of went 50-50 over towards P3, and that's when we've seen Elevate really start to rise, OUG really start to rise to the occasion. So let's just keep an eye on the score from Elevate on the right-hand side in yellow. Okay, so they had 85 by the end of P4. I think they maybe got another 30 or 40, maybe not even 40 throughout the rest of the game. The door was left ajar over towards that first P3, and OUG stepped right through it, locked it behind them.
I just can't believe how different that OUG second half was from them, right? It really feels like they just leaned forward a little bit. They locked in, right? I mean, it's wild. I know how much EMPs can make a difference, because it really did feel like Elevate was so quiet with their operators in the second half. I have a feeling that's because they were constantly getting EMP'd. They got EMP'd not once, not twice, but thrice from Tech, Raf, and then Kings. And I think that does just make a world of difference. Elevate so confident with their operators in the first half of that game. You just don't get them in the second half. You don't get access to them. OUG, they deny.
Just an overall slaying performance from OUG, to be honest with you, but their setups were fantastic as well. We've seen it from P2 to 3 to 4, and the second rotation specifically, how often they were there first, how often they were able to clear out. But I think it kind of does snowball. Those EMPs do snowball, right? You can get that situation where you're not having to face as many operators on the other side. It makes your life easier. It makes it easier to then find another one. And as you said, we see it 3 times from OUG. Elevate really put under pressure from the get-go here. OUG come out and find map number 1. I mean, look, we're fortunate to be casting this game in the sense of that the storylines really do just write themselves. OUG were not supposed to be here. I think, you know, we were having constant discussion, especially towards the latter stages of CDM, of like, oh, it'd be great to see OUG there. And that's not any disrespect to the other CDM teams, but just the story of them going from North America and committing themselves to going to live over in China, to making sure that they can try and elevate their game. They fell at the very final hurdle after a bit of a slow start. But for them now to have that opportunity to come here, this is why so many people wanted to see OUG here, because of that map number 1 and because of that lead against Elevate.
Yeah, listen, if you're a fan out there, and I say fan in air quotes, and you were saying, no, I don't want OUG at the World Champs at any point during CDM, just look at the score. Just look at what happened in game number 1 and realize how wrong you were, because OUG, I think this is exactly what we wanted to see from them, right? You know, coming out here and beating one of the best hardpoint teams in the world answers so many of our questions, and there's only so much you can take away from one map. It's one map of Call of Duty Mobile. We've still got at least 2 more in this series to go, probably more, let's be honest, with this kind of game. But still, I think it is absolutely a marker of how much effort OUG have put into the hardpoint and where Elevate are at here. They dominated on Hardpoint last year, but the competition might well have caught up. Let's get into the search and destroy on Coastal then, and this is really going to answer all of our questions, ton. OUG in search and destroy, no Javen, no Seven. How do they get on?
This is the big question mark over OUG, right? Them coming in and winning a Hardpoint. I think it was the manner that they won map number 1 that really caught us off guard rather than anything. But them finding map number 1 was important. They had to do that because we know that their search and destroy. Okay, well, it's not necessarily poor, but as mentioned, they don't have those specialists, those snipers that have so often been a catalyst for some of their wins. 13 and 19 record over the CDM season. Right now, though, they are in a 5 versus 4 favor of Elevate over on the defensive side. They will start 6 rounds. Oh, Ellie finding the pick of your Kendi. My word, that was a shot you maybe needed to hit, but gets the read. The info is there for PJ. A lot of work to do. He will get taken down. Susano is there to find another. Doesn't find the second. Oh, will shut it down. An important shot to find. 3 versus 2.
Oh, Susano was the last one. Player does get 3. Go down as well. Your people trade things out. Now just down to the 1 versus 2 for Tectonic. He's already been tagged, so they know exactly where he is. And he's actually going to go straight for the chow. Tech, no way. Surely not Tech.
1 versus 1. Can he find it on the Kendi? He does butter him up, so he will find himself running away. Kendi does the right thing. Tectonic is able to find it. But it'll be some way to start the search and destroy. If Tectonic can find this 1 versus 2, they know where each other are. I've got a bit of a read. Well, not much time remaining. Tectonic's not the one that needs to be able to make the move.
Yeah, I was going to say, that bomb is actually currently sitting down there, so Tech actually has to go retrieve that thing and get it down on site. Kendi can just sit and hold angles with the sniper rifle. The problem with Kendi is in this situation, he saw Tectonic. He has no idea what route Tech has taken here. Tech hasn't slidden. He's not sprinted away. He's made 0 noise, so Tech now ready for the 1v1.
Looking for it, the timing. Not quite there, but it is for Kendi. Checks it immediately after Tectonic. Zooms out, and then that is that. First round goes over towards Elevate. They would have liked it to be maybe a little cleaner than that, but the defensive side, it is strong here, of course, on Coastal. It's a start they would have expected. Have to be careful for these straight off the rip. They'll be looking to try and find the snipe back if they can, if you're OUG. And Elevate once again set themselves up. Susano will find the first blood again. They'll find a second. Raf's going to be able to try and do the same here over towards the A side. And he can do. He backs on down. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2. This is an absolutely manic search and destroy round.
Kings wants to match it. Oh, gets tagged up. Oh, Yoppie moves forward. Surely not another one with the HSO. Kendi's going to be there to clear things up. And I will say, as much as Elevator 2 are up right now, I like the response from OUG to the sniper problem, right? I mean, I know that obviously Kings is right there. He looks like he's hitting at the moment, but still, it feels like OUG trying to set some serious pace. The problem for them, through the first couple of rounds at least, is that Susano has been stopping them. He's been a constant nuisance on these sites. We'll see if he continues to be so here towards this round. Cartels, he's going to be the first blood.
It's 3 first bloods in a row, though. The side of Elevate. A little bit of a switch up through the middle of the map here. So UG will find a way through over towards B, but now it's being able to do something with this control. Elevator just getting very, very aggressive. Solo can find 1, finds the second on the PJ, and the kills don't continue here for the side of OUG. Susano will find something else through the middle. You're just going to line them up like that, are you? You've got control of B, but they don't have the bomb, and that is the problem. Control was there, but you need the bomb to be able to make the most of it. OUG couldn't find it, and the round goes over towards Elevate. That felt winnable for OUG.
Yeah, don't chow Susano like that, you know? You know what, I was going to give OUG a little bit of gas. Like, I love the way that they had Solo push up with the shotgun to try and get control of the cut, provide some space inside the B site, then you're just Solo chowing Susano. Not the best. OUG, right back at it.
And they find a way through here now. Raf, first to the door, will be able to find it. It's another first blood that goes over towards the side of Elevate, though. 3 versus 3. They once again found themselves inside of B, and this time, crucially, they do have the bomb. All bags coming through from Susano. It's just such a tough thing to try and deal with, but Solo will get this one down, on, so he hopes. Can the retake come through here? Well, we'll get taken down. Susano now left in 1 versus 3.
I got a feeling Susano's going to take a lot of pot shots through what is a very bangable spot.
Pause.
Going to go for it. 1v3. Has the HSO. Tags. Oh, gets a kill. No dice. Unfortunate there for Elevate. But that is, I think, what OUG wanted, right? To just kind of blitz these sites and actually get through. I think the biggest issue is they've been out-sniped over and over again. This time, Susano, deal with him at least early on, get him out of the conversation, get in towards the site, and then you see where OUG can find some success. They just got to find a way around Susano right now, man. He's kills to the good right now. Kendi also at 5. Elevate Sniper Rifle's putting in a shift at the moment.
It's nice for OUG to get one on the board. They would have liked the previous round as well, though. They kind of went with the same setup. This time, crucially, as mentioned, they did have the bomb. It's another first blood. I think that's 5 for 5 for Elevate now. A couple have been traded, of course, but the numbers don't lie. You find those first bloods, you will quite often find a lot of rounds alongside of it. B seems to be the angle as we see maybe a slower stride towards the site and a differential to what we've seen over the first 4, which is fast and furious. Claw getting aggressive, and you will just catch Solo pretty much with his pants down. 5 versus 3 now for Elevate.
And again, if Blitz has been the play call for OUG, this round has gone very alright. And they need to try and figure out a way through. The big issue here for them, of course, not just the sniper rifles, the fact that Susano has pushed so far out the map. So off the back of this rotation, they're going to get caught with their pants down.
Does he see him? Oh, it doesn't matter. Susano will find it on the Tectonic. Now left in the 1 versus 2, all on his own over towards this side. Here come the reinforcements. Yeah, Raf, good luck. Elevate 4-1-2. They're good. They smell blood in the water. And they take that one with both hands. I think the problem there for OUG, they just kind of got themselves stuck, right? And they got picked apart very, very quickly. B didn't work this time. Now you're stuck. You didn't put any other resources over towards the other side of the map. Difficult spot, but... well, we'll try it again. OUG over towards the B side once more.
Oh, it's a brave play coming out from Solo, smoke in the middle of the map to try and get past Kendi. They will do exactly that. Kendi now dealt with, and this is the exact same kind of play from OUG that we saw just a couple of rounds ago, where they blitz the B site, they get control. Elevate, though, they've got more men up here for the retake.
Elevate maybe had a roll of the dice, presuming an air push was going to come through. Susano through the wall again. It is nightmare fuel for the SMGs. Inside of the B site, Claw trying to find a way through, but PJ will be the one to find a kill. Solo, he can answer back with 1. Needs to be able to find the second. Susano will get the kill, but King will find 2. And OUG will end their attack inside with a 4-2 deficit. Not the end of the world, but Elevate will be sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, I will say OUG felt a little bit one note in their search and destroy there. You know, their success came from just blitzing the sites, and whenever they adapted to that, they didn't really have much of a response. Curious to see what Elevate looked like then on the offense. If so much of your firepower in this search and destroy comes from the sniper rifle prowess, well, you've got to be hoping for first bloods by way of said snipers. I don't know if OUG are going to give those sniper kills up for free. They will certainly be ready for it. Full stack in the A site right now. Susano, he's been a beast.
Oh, Tectonic. That's one of those angles you'd have loved to sniper, but on the other side, Susano uses that to his advantage. It's the opening blood again. And I believe that will be now, what, 6 for the side of Elevate to the 1 of OUG. And it does tell the story. They are finding those picks, those sniper players are what's really propelling them. It has been the catalyst for a lot of these rounds for Elevate. And OUG just don't have that level that we've maybe seen from them in the CDM, of course, with their 2 S&D players.
That's the difference maker, isn't it? What worked for them so well in CDM was getting those first bloods with snipes. Not happening, though. First couple of kills coming through from Solo and King. Big one just close if you could get it here in this situation. Cartels does exactly that. That is an epic conversion. And now Susano left in an awkward spot.
Yep, this is going to be tough now from this situation. Gets stunned up. First defensive round goes OUG's way. And that's without the first blood that came through the Tectonic. They found the pick through the middle of the map there. Did Elevate. Chose to just back on down. Didn't necessarily force any issue from that side. Tried to wrap back around long, and it didn't work out whatsoever. But Kendi will find the opening blood through the middle of the map, through the smoke, the fire, the flames. And now Rappenko have got something to do here inside of B. Had to go for the child. Did not manage to find the second one, but it's all kicking off now inside of the winery. Can they manage to find something? Cartels will get taken down, and Elevate have their way.
I just love the adaptations there from Elevate. Look, you know, we know that Solo's going to be inside the bar. Let's just double hit him. Let's just make sure that he can't take us both out with the HSO, and that flood is something that OUG will get overwhelmed by. Now down to Tech, the veteran, the former world champ, can't get it done here in a 1 versus 3. When Elevate figure you out, man, it is an issue, and it feels like they figured out OUG thus far in towards this S&D. OUG, got to buck their ideas up if they want to try and win this S&D.
5-3 down. It's far from done, though. Elevate now having to push over towards this B side. OUG have set themselves up well here, and will find another first blood. I mean, man, this has got to be killing OUG. Constantly fighting off the back foot. To find themselves even just 5-3 down is quite positive, but right now they are surrounded. Inside of B, they've had to back on down. They've done the right thing. Clonco trying to find a way through, but not quite in the position that I maybe thought that they were in. Susano, 14 kills to his name. Can they utilize him?
First blood, not great. First middle map, so that should force everybody through the other side here. Raph, though, gets overwhelmed. He needs help. He has nobody in right now. Maybe a late hit coming through from the winery here. Raph, overwhelmed, though.
If he can find even anything here, would have been a bonus, but he stays alive for a little longer than Elevate maybe wanted him to. PJ was able to find it. King was able to find one back here with the Type 63, trying to find a break on through with it. Has to be accurate, cannot be. Up against Klo. Khan tells us here and does have Tectonic on his way over, but Elevate slowly and methodically force their way inside of B. Spawn will now make its way down. 45 seconds. OEG need to find a way in.
Well, they don't have to deal with the sniper rifles at the very least here, so they can at least get in towards the site, but past that point, that's really the question for me.
Cartel's looking for the pick. Cole smelt the gap and walk straight through. Tectonic can find one, cannot find the second. The trades come through and Elevate find themselves one round away from tying this series up.
IUG's retakes just have not been that good at the moment. That's, I think, what, back-to-back rounds effectively where Elevate have managed to get in towards the B site and IUG haven't really had a proper response. They're not getting first-blooded, but that is information early on in the round for Kendi. They now know that 3 players have made their way over towards B, so A will be a significantly weaker site to deal with. Util going out for OUG. It's information gained. That nade's going to push Susano away for the moment here. Elevate, though, now looking for the first blood. Trades over by A long here. Elevate haven't committed to either of these 2 sites. That bomb is still back in the spawn.
Susano now looking. He's trying to find a way through. I mean, this is just not where you want to be if you're solo. How often has Susano just caused so much havoc in and around this area of the map? And once again, we'll find it. Solo goes for the Chal. Susano will find the kill. 3 versus 3 now as King can find Klo.
Elevate still not really much closer to getting on towards A. Of course, OEG still do need to kind of split the forces a little bit. Got to be ready for this one. Tech, that's a real wide swing from you, bud.
16 for Susano. Grenade's on its way over. One has to jump off. King is here to be able to try and do something about this, and they need to. Him and Raph need to fight something. It's a ridiculous shot from King. And now it's 2 versus 2. Are they going to force the issue? Are they going to take their time? They're forcing the issue. They're getting aggressive. One can find 2 and a second. And Elevate find map number 2. And maybe even just a canter. 7-3. The S&D goes their way. And we are all tied up.
Fair play to Elevate, man. Those first bloods in that situation, we'll see the stats here in just a moment for the sniper rifle kills. But let me tell you, they were everything through those first few rounds. OUG, their entire playbook through the offensive rounds was to blitz the sites as fast as they possibly could. Again, that's the reaction that you're going to have when you don't have your most powerful sniper rifle players on side. And they just could not get past Susano and Kendi. They did so via a couple of rounds, but for the most part, it just did not work. And that's not really much of a surprise, given how good Susano and Kendi actually are. We then got back into the other side, though, and Elevate, I think their adaptations were just really on point, right? I kind of mentioned it there. You know, they immediately recognized, hey, okay, Solo is going to be inside the bar. We're just going to double hit him. It's kind of minute stuff like that that really does make the difference for a roster like Elevate. Once they got into sight, OUG stood no chance of retaking. I think just on the whole here, Ton, I love the adaptability of Elevate, right? They were constantly changing their strategies, constantly kind of shifting things up a little bit. OUG just really felt like they didn't know how to deal with Elevate there.
And I think it's the threat of Elevate in those snipers, though, right? I mean, we've seen what Susano was doing throughout the game. And Elevate just never felt like they had that threat to stop. Oh, sorry, OUG never had that threat to stop Elevate walking through the middle of the map, it felt like. And it was just a little easier for them to find some onus over towards B or A, whichever way they wanted to go. Susano, I think, ended on 16 or 17, 16 kills. And that really is the difference, because, I mean, you take Susano out of this equation, it's a fairly even scoreboard, but you can't do that because it's a 5 versus 5, and one of the best snipers in the world dominated you across that game. One apiece now between these two. OUG. US&D was going to be a struggle, but that was pretty comfortable for Elevate in the same sense that it was comfortable for OUG in map number 1.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to keep on being negative about it because I don't think it is really even a negative thing. I think it's just an objective fact, right? OUG, so much of the way that their roster worked in CDM was so unique. Really, X-Rock were the only other team that kind of did anything similar to it, and even then, that was only towards the end of that CDM split. So I think for them now, you know, for Kings and Tectonic to really kind of pick up the slack in the marksman role, it is a very difficult thing to do in Search and Destroy for sure, but you're going up against players like Susano and Kendi, and it does just feel like they are outmatched in a certain sense. And that's, I think, a storyline really that will be kind of coming back to over and over again. I think particularly when we look over towards the Chinese teams here in the competition, right? You look towards, you know, Wolves and Q9 that are also here. One of the things that makes them so damn good at the game is the fact that they've got phenomenal sniper rifle players. So I think, you know, that being such a crucial part of the meta, it definitely gives Elevate the edge in the Search and Destroy, and it kind of bodes not so well for OUG. We talk about kind of if they have to go the distance in this series, we get to map number 5, Tunisia.
Yeah.
And man, you're going to want to step things up in the sniper rifle part.
Yeah, look, we knew that this was going to be the route to victory, really, for OUG. It's going to have to be the respawns, and which is always going to be difficult up against a team like Elevate. When it comes down to Search and Destroys, that's going to be a rough one, especially when we talk realistically about their Tunisia. It's not necessarily anything to write home about if you're OUG when it does come down to the statistics. Specifically on that map in mode combination, setting a 2-5 record, conceivably outside of Kurahana, which didn't win once, their worst map. So it's a tough one. They'll be looking at the series now and thinking we need to win this control. We need to win this control on Crossfire if we want a chance. But as you've mentioned multiple times, what did we just see in that map number 2? We see the snipers be dominant, and that really can be a theme as we head over towards Crossfire.
Yeah, how are you crossing the middle of the map when Susano is on this kind of form? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do when Susano is watching you through the middle of the map? That is a long, long line of sight that you might not have control of here if you're OUG. On the flip side, though, their ability to hit hard and fast could well change things. We'll get into the map here in just a second. We'll hit a real quick reset here. OUG, though, as I was saying, it does just kind of feel like, you know, we talk about their ability to kind of hit control points fast. That, I think, is going to be the key for me. You know, can Elevate react to that? Obviously, when we talk about Elevate, I mean, one of the things we mentioned at the top of the show really was their SMG prowess. I feel like they should have an ample response to it. But that feels like the ticket for me for OUG getting in towards this game. That's the way into Crossfire control.
I think, you know, when we were talking about this game, when we kicked off this series, we were saying how important the hard points are. But all of a sudden, after those first 2 maps, how important this control becomes. Because I think for both these two teams, this is the swing. You would feel confident in your mode. Elevate will feel confident about Search and Destroy, or OUG will feel confident about Hardpoint. Right, okay, there's 2 maps. You need a third. And control is going to be that for one of these 2 teams, you would like to think. And it's a hard one to maybe decipher here. Look, I mean, the control record for the side of OUG over the season, 14-7. That's very, very solid out the gate. But it's the Crossfire that I don't want to say I worry about, but a 3-3 record. Takeoff was really their bread and butter. Sitting at 10-2, quite often had the ability to pick that map. They haven't had that opportunity now. A lot of their control really did rely on that takeoff.
Yeah, I will say Elevate, though, on the other side, you know, Crossfire Control, it was a map that they played, I believe, versus Stuart back in the upper bracket final of Garena Finals, and it was a map that Elevate actually lost, I believe, and the reason for it was actually that they kind of allowed Stuart all the way through towards what we call kind of bottom top X, if you will. If OUG can do that, if they can kind of trap Elevate in towards their back spawn area, perhaps over towards B, they'll be fine and dandy, but again, it's just dealing with Susano.
That's going to be the problem. Kicking things off here now. On the defensive side are going to be Elevate. See OUG trying to find a way through. They've got a little bit of a hold on over towards it. Oh, they did. Never mind. PJ. Absolute domination once again with the shotgun. Got Claw alongside to try and hold this one down. OUG able to find a couple of kills to maybe just slow that bleeding, but Elevate, my word, that was a ridiculous retake from PJ.
It's not been an indomitable start just yet. Oh, PJ. All right.
Hasn't been shot.
Cleans it up in the end. There's a little one-tap coming through there from Raph, but it's not really that much damage done by OUG at this point in time. Kings is actually going to find a couple of kills here, Ton. So that should open up some space for OUG to get on towards A. And now if you're Elevate, you have to start questioning how much investment do we want to put and stop in towards A. Obviously, we want a defense protective round number 5, but still, don't want to go too crazy with it because you can go overzealous and you can open up a lane.
Susanna and PJ doing well so far. I think if you're OUG, you would like to get something going over towards A, but I mean, this is the Champs MVP from last year in full flow. HSO out from PJ, it is just not where you want him. It's not what you want to have to deal with. But a couple of sniper kills actually coming in here from OUG to try and find their way through. And now, yeah, Kendi just answering back on his own. PJ is still alive. Over towards his A side, got one getting aggressive. OUG in a lot of trouble. As soon as they lost control of the A side of the map, things are crumbling. 5 versus 12. This is Elevate's round to lose.
It's just not great, is it? You haven't even captured the A zone, which feels like a given sometimes here on Crossfire Control. OUG, the wheels are spinning. I'm not really sure much movement is being made, though. Down to the last couple of players. It's all about a formality at this point. Chloe, gets slid out by Solo and Kings. You will, at the very least, start making some movement forward. I was going to say if they could get a second tick towards the end of this round, that would be nice. It would be something, but Kings really feel like just trying to stop any protective streaks from Elevate, that's not going to happen. And yeah, I mean, we were talking about the SMGs, right? It's almost kind of, in a way, you kind of forget that the HSO is what they're going to be coming through with, and that's exactly what happened there for PJ and Yopi, who, I mean, just did PJ and Yopi things, just absolutely ran through them in that one. 9 and 7, respectively, for those guys. Yeah, that's buff, of course.
Incredible start. And it's realistically not what you wanted to see if you're an OUG fan, because that was dominating from the side of Elevate. Just when PJ got himself in that position, it's just, what do you do? Well, you try and kill him. Easier said than done. It's a 50-50 split as Elevate trying to get themselves over, of course, towards that A side, but they are putting a little bit of pressure on over towards B here as well. Susanna through the middle of the map, just trying to find an inroad, and whatever gap they find that will open, they'll walk straight through it and try to do something with it, but A concentration is probably where they're going to go, but right now still a lot over towards B.
And here comes the operators from Elevate as well. This that snowball effect that we're always talking about, right? Chloe and Kendi investing in towards this round.
Oh my God.
Predator Missile also coming into play. It is a full blue feed ton, and this is starting to get out of hand for OUG. They're being pushed all the way back through. Elevate now starting to move up. PJ with the Annihilator now looking to take even more players down. It's disgusting.
He's got the cross. There's 2. Starting to get aggressive. There's 3. Maybe wants a little bit more. Number 4 not going to find his way. But the damage is maybe being done, but Raf can maybe slow this down, finds 2. Well, they'll push through, and the answer back comes here from OUG. They invest again themselves. Annihilator comes out from King. There's 3. And Raf will continue to find more. There's 4 in a row from Raf. And all of a sudden, what was looking like a wonderful round for Elevate, OUG have blown it wide up.
Wow, this is incredible. Only 10 seconds on the clock here as well. So Elevate, they've kind of got to go here. And now they're being pushed all the way back towards Pawn. King will, at the very least, get stunned up. Solo now moving forward here with the Death Machine. And, well, OUG, they look like they've won this round now. I don't think you're getting through with 2 seconds to go. Wow, what a flip of the round there for OUG. And I'll tell you what, we were talking about Elevate, right, with all that investment of the operators. I think they focus just a little bit too much on slaying out as opposed to actually jumping on the point. This is something we talk about a lot with OUG, being kind of an objective-based team. Sometimes you can forget when you're on a roll. We can jump on the objective and actually get some map control. I think as soon as 3 kills came there from OUG, then they used the ops, and they did exactly that. So for all of the ops we saw from Elevate in streaks, they didn't really get anything.
It's getting a little bit scary, to be honest. After those first minute or so that we see in full that control from the side of Elevate, I was worried for OUG, but a big moment actually from Raf, if anything. He found 3 or 4 all on his own. No operator needed to get himself in that position, and now they're trying to use the remaining operators they had to get something going over towards A. Seems to be working out this time. Plenty of players finding as much as they can. Got one momentarily out of the game, now back up and running, but Raf and Co running amok here. A progression has been made. 2 ticks over towards that side, a tick over towards B. They're working on a couple of different fronts, but Kenny's just trying to slow down as best as he can. Chloe will do so as well. Elevate with a little bit more of a hold after a good start from OUG.
And now OUG are doing the other thing, right? They're pushing all the way through towards the spawn to try and get kills, but the middle of the map is in full control for Elevate, so those OUG players are going to have to come back to try and regain map control. You can see the route that Solo has just taken all the way through X, trying to apply some pressure, alleviate some of that pressure towards the spawn side. 3rd tick about to be through. Solo actually wins that fight as well, and in doing so, OUG now just looking for the last player. It's Yopi. You don't really even need to kind of prioritize him. Just move forward, because now A is gone. You're good to go.
They've lost Raf, who was in the spawn of Elevate as well. I mean, this is now difficult if you're OUG, but it was a good start, and you still have that life advantage. Solo finding a couple of kills as well, and has managed to find a way through. And now this is where Elevate have got to detract some of those resources from the middle of the map from defending. They need to get rid of Solo if they can. Kendi Now on the hunt, he's not able to find him. Solo still alive and kicking over towards his backside, but if only momentarily goes for the reach out. Claw will say thank you very much. Now the line of defense is set up here for Elevate, but the problem is lives. 15 versus 6, still doable for the side of Elevate, but it's going to be tough if the slaying keeps coming through like this from Cartels. There's another. Susanna will fall. And I'm very confused to what I'm seeing on my screen.
Okay, that makes sense. That's a pause. That's a pause, folks. We paused the match. I believe we have some disconnection issues with, I think it was Close, particularly, who kept disconnecting. So not sure what will happen in that round. I imagine that might have played a little bit of a role in the way that OUG did get control. I kind of see it in the little kill feed, like, connected, disconnected, you know, it happens every so often. It's fine. It is what it is. We'll get him back in the game and we'll get the round restarted. So I believe, folks, that round does not count. We'll be starting from 1-1. Yeah, I mean, either way, right now, from what we're seeing from both of these teams, Ton, I mean, we look over towards, again, you know, that round number 1 for OUG. You know, they just weren't able to get control, just being beaten down over and over again. I'd say, though, for me at the very least, I feel like Elevate should be 2-0 up right now. You know, from what we saw back in round number 2, you got to remember that Elevate, I think they just over-invested into getting kills. They were playing the slaying game too heavy, and that just came back to bite them. So something maybe we want to consider as they get back on towards the offense later on.
Hopefully be loading back in just a second. And I believe we will be starting from the sense of 1 apiece, but we'll definitely get that confirmed for you guys. Either way, it was a nice start for OUG in that round in particular. Oh, the jackets are coming off now as well.
Oh,
we're getting serious.
It's getting hot in there.
All right, never do that again.
Sorry, guys. It's been a fun week so far.
Oh, we've had a lovely little time, haven't we? We've been dotting around.
Yeah.
Rehearsals.
Getting woken up at 5 a.m. by construction site.
Yeah, I mean, yep. That's of all days. I slept wonderfully the first 2 nights here in Katowice, and then as soon as show day comes around, I must have got nervous.
Sorry, mate. We'll get the jitters sometimes. I imagine these players probably have it to a certain extent as well, especially right now. You're in the middle of an intense crossfire control. You've got to put a pause on the game real quick to deal with some connection issues. This is going to reset the mental for all players across the board. What a series it has been so far, though, folks.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Map number 1, I had a feeling that was going to happen. I don't know, it's just one of those feelings you're like, you know, we talk about 2 of the best hardcore teams in the world. You almost don't know what's going to happen. So for AG to set the pace like that is incredible, but Search and Destroy went more or less as we expected. It was OUG's weakest mode back in CDM, continues to be so. That's an issue. They're going to need to fix it if we do go to map number 5. You mentioned, Ton, how important this swing game is then. Control, I mean, this is the swing game to all end swing game, and end all swing game, excuse me. It's very important, I think, for both of these teams to take this one away.
It's handy to be able to be like so close to these players and just see how the emotions are kind of working for everybody. Elevate look very, very unbothered. OUG on the other side, yeah, okay, pretty similar, but Solo's just letting his team know. Trying to build them up, make them be confident in this very, very important control. And they did make some inroads though, right? I mean, look, we can talk about realistically, yes, okay, the disconnect was coming through, but they were finding routes. We were really seeing what their theory was around it. I believe we are going to be starting from 1 apiece. I'll get that confirmed, but Elevate now. Back over towards the defensive side, so that probably would make sense. OUG, can you find a repeat? Albeit this time you're definitely 5v5.
All right, Tech going to start things off with the first couple of kills here, and I want to see OUG pay a little bit more attention to the point here. Do your blitz, get on the point, get some progression early on, because that's pivotal to a potential round number 5. OUG going to deal with it, and this time, Ton, they shut down PJ before he can cause carnage. OUG now starting to make some progress.
I was having flashbacks. Doesn't come to fruition for PJ. Really good work from OUG this time to make some progress over towards that second tick on A. It's not PJ this time though, it's the up 1. He manages to find a way through. And that is now where it becomes a little bit more difficult for OUG. That's when if you over-invest over towards A, you lose a couple of gunfights, all of a sudden you're stuck in your spawn. The up 1 just trying to back down, and he's doing the best that he can. Just staying alive is dangerous. Soloed up, has found a way through. This second kill will be massive, cannot find it. Elevate still in control.
It's tough. Solo needed a little bit more value there because that would have opened up a path towards B. For now, though, they might have to settle on towards A. Kendi might not let them, though. Going in for it. Kendi, no way. Stops them before A goes their way. That would have been a nice extra 60 seconds, but now it's been denied.
Solo is here, though. They haven't been able to push through. He's able to find 1. Raph finds 2. And that should be A gone. So not too bad here from the side of OUG. Lives ever so slightly in their favor. Raf now going to find one on the PJ as well. Kendi needs to find something here and does not. Raf will find the kill. And he's opened things up over towards this backside, and OUG can start walking through that door. Solo will find another. Clover's the only one who can find anything back here as King will find another. Control over towards B here for OUG.
Solo, I was going to say, if Solo gets control of X, that would be huge. But now OUG are going to have to do this from the front. Raf and Tech will find some kills. OUG, slight life advantage. They're starting to apply some pressure as well. The heat is being raised. Elevate, they've got to stop OUG getting through the front door.
6 versus 9. 9 versus 5. King will find Susanna. Elevate cannot make mistakes now. Turns kind of into a game of search and destroy. Oh my word, it's the longest gunfight we've ever seen. Yacht1 will find Solo and Susanna will find Raf. 4 versus 6. This is now doable for the side of Elevate, but they are down in numbers. Now a 4 versus 5.
And Kings behind as well. This is pivotal. Kings could well win this round. Finds Kendi. That's it. 5 versus 3 now, and they have to turn around to deal with Kings.
And now let's find it. Yacht1 will find one back, but the Sparrow investment comes through for naught. And PJ now in a 1 versus 4. This is a massive round if OUG can find it. But if you were not to count anybody out, PJ is the one. Taking his time, but the problem is that progress will be made at B. You have to make the investment, you have to make the move. Cartels will find it. OUG find themselves 2-1 up here now in this control. On the attacking side, they go over towards defense to find them up.
Kings was huge there. Everything, finding himself behind enemy lines, getting a player to turn Elevate's attention away from the point. Open the door for OUG. Plays like that, that's what makes OUG different gravy. Now they have to be the aggressors. They have to be the ones bullying Elevate into the sport.
Trying to do that straight off the bat. A lot of investment coming on through, but if that investment does not pay off, and that's when things get a little bit scary. Raf, King, they will find a couple of kills to just to try and force OUG up the map. Raf, how is he doing this? Finding the kill on the Kendi was massive, but now all of a sudden Elevate found a way through over towards this B side. Starting to extend, Clo starting to get in some dangerous positions. Elevate starting to find a little bit of flow. But can King knock the wind out of their sails? Not if he gets shot in the back. Clo will find him, so only 1 kill coming out for the Annihilator. Raf trying to find something here with the Sparrow as well. It's a fast and furious start for Elevate that found themselves in a good spot.
And this is the difference maker for me right now, is Elevate are actually focused fully on the point. They are zoning in to making sure they capture B early on, to the point where OUG are kind of having to send what forces they can actually get through that line towards A. And I don't think they even know. They will find a couple of kills here. Finally, PJ, actually takes that player down. And now you've got to deal with PJ if you're OUG. You've alleviated some of that pressure, but you have to remove PJ from that position towards A.
Just no way. You should find the first, and then he's able to find the second. Progress being made over towards A, though, while this is all going on. Solo and Kodo can get a little bit of control here now, starting to push forward, trying to put them to the sword. 14 versus 11 in favor of Elevate. They just managed to get a hold of A, and Yacht1 will find those couple of kills. Looking for a third, cannot quite get it underneath his belt, but they still have work to do over towards B. The lives do belong to Elevate. Damn.
Annihilator now, investment. Elevate have been so good in this round, looking to tip the scales in their favor. OG do have players over for the point though, so they haven't fully cleared the point just yet. All on Kings. Has to alleviate some of this pressure. That's Yoppie down. That's the player that's been a nuisance.
They find the kill, and now all they have to do is worry about one direction. 3 kills will fall their way. 7 versus 6. Raf looking to try and find a little bit more. 6 versus 6, and if this round goes OUG's way, they find themselves with the lead in the series again.
OUG not going to push up just yet. Holding angles. And they're giving Elevate time to charge in towards those operators. Couple on the board. Kendi's going to invest. That's Solo out of a key power position. Yoppie also has his. But OUG, I think they might be playing for operators themselves. None are on the board right now. They're slowing the hell down. They've got 60 seconds to play with. Wait and let Elevate invest theirs. That's exactly what's happening.
Step back. You're running out of lives. This is a big kill. If you can find it, Raf will find one, but he does get taken down. It's a 4 versus 4. Susanna will find Tectonic. 4 versus 3. Elevate have somehow pulled this one back. Time isn't necessarily too much of an option here. PG will find one at Solo. 4 versus 2. They have somehow picked them apart here, Brody. But can King and Cartels clutch this one up? Those nades are just so good. It's like they know where they are. Yabi and Kendi will find a way through. B is now underway. And Elevate will live to fight another day here in this control. We head to a round number 5.
OUG playing for those operators. They were playing for the 60 seconds. They did not arrive in time. I will say, I mean, they kind of braced the storm that was a double-up investment from Elevate. I thought for a second they had a tie, but I think it was that double nade line-up that really did kind of end things for OUG in that round. Beautiful play from Yoppie in particular. He's going off right now. Nades over the top here for Elevate to kick off this round. OUG are on the offense. And it's through the smoke. PJ, the Michael Myers music is playing. He's trying to be a nuisance. And there he is, PJ, doing the killer things.
Finds it. And now all of a sudden, and you find something over towards this A side as well. Push coming through. But look at this kill feed. I mean, it's just full of Elevate players. A momentary respite as Cartels and Raphael. You got to hit those shots of your Tectonic. It's his ankles being broken, and Yoppie is being dominant. Elevate just seemingly finding way through. OUG not finding a great deal in this round. This could be back-to-back rounds for Elevate to send themselves into the lead, but King will find a couple. There's still a lot of control to go here, but Elevate in a smart little spot here as far as the lives go. OUG struggling.
OUG, they've completely turned tack here. Giordano over towards Speed. Couple of kills, looks for a second. Now Tectonic's going to try and fire back here with the War Machine. OUG trying to open the door of B, but it just isn't happening. Tech will lose the War Machine pellets and will surely get overwhelmed. That is exactly what happens. OUG, they are constantly having to find backup plan after backup plan. Yoppie with 3. Are you kidding me? And now Elevate can get more map control.
It feels like OUG are able to find a couple of kills to answer back to these kind of scenarios, but then again, they just find 4 or 5 to Elevate. And OUG do not seem to have the answers. PJ has an Annihilator, and it's a 17 versus 6. It would take something quite monumental for OUG to find a way back into this one now. PJ just over towards this backside, just trying to be a pain, but progress over towards B. OUG need to be pretty much perfect from now. Raph will fall. 14 versus 5. And the writing is truly on the wall now. Elevate said, okay, we're 2-1 down. We could be 2-1 down in this series. Yeah, bet.
Lost the lead.
And that's going to be all she wrote for the control. Elevate outclassing OUG off the back of the reset there on round number 2. It really did feel like Elevate came out of the gate swinging, found a response to OUG's aggression. I think really, if anything, they shut down OUG in the operator department, right? I think, especially towards that round number 5, it didn't feel like OUG had much to say. I think Tech's War Machine was really the only notable operator in that final round, and even that kind of amounted to naught. But man, Elevate, the pressure that they put on when you have Yoppie and PJ on the board, the double HSO setup, and then the double op setup as well, and those ops come out to play. Oh, there's not much that you can do. That round number 1, I think in particular, really did set the pace for what was an exhilarating control.
Back and forth, wasn't it? There was moments where really you thought OUG were going to be able to do it, especially when it comes down to that 4 versus 4 in the previous round, but they got blown out of the water in round number 5. And this big swing map that we mentioned goes Elevate's way. Now OUG will have to find a search and destroy if they do want to win this series, but they even have to find a hard point before this. Tough ask. Going up against Elevate, who are really starting to show their class in this series. It may well have been a slow start for them, but they find a way in map number 3 to get themselves into a lead. But for me, it was all about Yoppie. I mean, over towards that side. PJ, of course, had his moments, as he will so often do, but we asked the question when PJ got taken down for the retake over towards A, whether Yoppie could fill that gap, and boy, did he fill it. Jesus. 26 and 13. Incredible performance, as Elevate now find themselves 2-1 up in this series. Slow one for OUG there, really. It felt like the rounds that they did find wasn't as convincing as the one that Elevate did. I mean, look, okay, we had the very, very close one, of course, as well, but it definitely just felt like it was an Elevate map throughout that. Yep. It's sometimes a strange one to quantify, but it just felt like a map that they were going to win.
Yeah, I think, you know, you look back towards that round number 3 that OUG were able to take away, right? And that really did feel like a big swing moment in the game where OUG were able to take their offense. Of course, Elevate then fired back with their own indomitable fashion. They made the adaptations from what was an otherwise unsuccessful round number 2. But, you know, when OUG won round number 3, it was down to a King's flank, right? Elevate let a player through. So you're kind of relying on some kind of, you know, massive play from a singular OUG player to really kind of change up the way the board looks. Whereas for Elevate, I think just, you know, so much of it is just that pressure that Elevate are so widely known for, just full force, hitting the point over and over again. That's what they are so damn good at, and that's what you saw back in that round number 4 that was so indomitable. And I want to say that OUG, they had some kind of response, right? I think, we look back towards the end of that round number 4 where OUG had significantly slowed down. There was 60 seconds on the board. It was a double op investment from Elevate. And they're like, look, we don't have any ops on the board. Let's try and play for those ops. Let's not give anything away for 3. Like, fundamentally, OUG are doing the right things. It's just that in the gunny department, Elevate, they had them beat.
Raf had his moments for OUG in that map in particular. You'll need to find a few more if they want to try and find the win here. Elevate stretching their legs after first opportunity to take a lead in this series. 2-1 up now. Let's see how things are going to go between these two as the series does continue. OUG, can they find this hard point? Can they force a map number 5? Based on what we've seen in map number 1, you would like to think so.
Yeah, I mean, this is the toss-up, right? I mean, look, map number 1 was incredibly intense. Obviously, OUG stepped it up like 6 notches or so. And that's a very specific number, but a large amount of notches.
6?
6, I don't know why. A large amount of notches in the second half of that hard point. I think Elevate are going to do the same thing here. As we get into map number 4, of course, it is going to be a slum as we look over towards this map for both of the teams. And it's something that, I think rarely, at the very least from Elevate's perspective, obviously we have a very little bit kind of stat line to play with, but it wasn't one of the most played maps by far. For OUG, that was also the same. They played it twice, they won it twice during CDM. So I think for both of these teams, this is something that there won't be a lot of VOD to work on. You won't have a lot of kind of prep work to go into this series for sure. Again, when we talked about the hardpoint conversation, in a way, we were kind of expecting Apocalypse to be in the best of 5 just because I was expecting like an ego child from both of the teams on what is arguably one of their best maps, right? So that's what I was looking towards. Apocalypse was on the table. It was not picked. So instead, we have Slums. This is a real fun one for sure, and it's a big one for OUG to stay in the series. But, we talk big picture here for a second, Ton, and you mentioned it earlier on, right? That crossfire control was pivotal in this series because if OUG's path into the series winning is to get the hard points and get the control, well, even if you win this hard point, you're facing down Elevate in a Game 5 search and destroy, and it felt like Elevate had their number earlier.
It really did. But they will have to force themselves there. If they want an opportunity to actually go on and win this series, you're going to have to do it the hard way. But I think, what were we expecting heading into this one was a hard question to answer. Have we got remotely what we kind of expected here? Like OUG coming out, winning the hard point? Yeah, okay. We kind of expected that, but did we expect it to happen in the sense that it did? In the way that it did? Absolutely not. So for them to find out that way, that really broke open the series for me. But then to see that search and destroy go the way of Elevate in such convincing fashion, that was okay. Yeah, we could have foreseen that.
Yeah.
But the way that OUG beat them in map number 1 is the real outlier in this series so far, and that will give them a lot of confidence heading into map number 4.
Yeah, I mean, OUG will always be most confident in hardpoint for sure, right? I mean, it's resoundingly their best mode. It's resoundingly they're one of the best teams in that mode in the world, and of course that goes for Elevate as well. So, I mean, if OUG are going to be confident at any point in the series, it will definitely be during the hardpoints. Although again, Elevate just so damn good at hardpoint themselves. I wouldn't say this is by any stretch of the imagination an OUG guaranteed win. Man, this is a tough one for OUG to get back in the series. For the World Champions, though, this was a phenomenal start to the 2025 World Championship. Elevate, of course, dominated last year. There's been questions about how dominant they're going to be this year, given it really does feel like both in their region, competition has caught up to a certain extent, and of course, globally, competition seems to have picked things up by a fair amount. So for us here, I think for Elevate, if we're talking about OUG as kind of, I don't want to say the creme de la creme of competition here at Champs, but certainly one of the top teams that we're considering. I think Elevate coming out here and winning this in a 3-1 fashion, that I think would be a great way to start Champs. It would say a lot.
Well, can they manage to find it though? Heading into map number 4. I mean, you remember around maybe an hour or so ago how comfortable OUG looked in that hard point on Hacienda Slums. Is a very different story, of course. If OUG can bring that level 1 small, we will be seeing a map number 5 in our very first series of the tournament of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships here in 2025. That's what we want, really. Are Elevate going to offer us the opportunity to do it? Are OUG going to turn up and give us that map number 5? We'll find out over the next 10 minutes.
All right, let's find out, folks. What do these teams have for us here in the second hard point of the series? Well, integral here for OUG is trying to keep blue control. If not, Elevate will get those close blue spawns. Right now, for the moment, OUG, though, sitting pretty with those P2 spawns. They're sitting pretty with hard point control. But Elevate, we know what they're like. They can overwhelm just as fast.
That's what they're trying to do. As quickly as they can. Right now, OUG picking up some decent time over towards P1. They have those spawns. They have that control they want. And the kill feed looks good for them too. Kenny will find one back on the Raph, but OUG right now sitting quite comfortably, if only momentarily. Though trying to find this kill, and it's important that King does. He does get traded. The pressure will start coming through. The spawn out here now for the side of OUG. Elevate will start to pick up some time as well. So things working out for Elevate, but they still need to make sure they solidify this return. Big fight towards the back, and PJ will win it. And that could be influential now. He needs to stay alive.
PJ needs to find more kills here. Nobody towards blue as well. That was a full focus from OUG on towards PJ. So now they've allowed Elevate to flood through that blue side. Now Elevate looking for the kills. Trades in favor of OUG for the moment here. Back spawns not solidified with that kill. It should be, but the problem is here, Ton. Sometimes those back spawns can be a bit of a nuisance if you are being flooded through the front. But OUG, they've dealt with the pressure beautifully. Only one more player to go. And that's a great recovery from OUG, followed up by a nice Sparrow from Kings, who will find even more. He's wiping them.
Incredible work from King. He'll keep things going here as well. And that was important because, as you say, you really can start to get funneled, and they may well do if Yoppy can have his way. Henry will find another on the cartels. They're trying to find a push over towards this back street as well, but PJ through the front door. OUG already picked up some decent time here, so if they can find any more, that would be brilliant. But Cartels and King, yeah, they'll do what they need to do. Cartels with the Tempest out, and they will lock this one down. They feel it's important to get this time. P3 rotation going to be coming up shortly. Elevate should be the first ones there. OUG, you need this time. You're going to get it. Great hold over towards P2, but the rotation for Elevate is ongoing.
Yeah, beautiful operator utilization coming out from OUG as well. We saw, was it Kings with the Sparrow getting, I think it was like 5 or 6 kills in a row there, and then Cartel's going to bring out the Tempest as well. OUG looking good off the back of that hard point, but Elevate, they are ready for the rotational battles. They're dealing with the players through, but the spawns on this hill, they are unwieldy if you don't have players sat all the way towards the back. Keep an eye out for any OUG players that might get through.
Yeah, they just got a momentary spawn over towards this backside behind the fountain, and now you have to try and deal with it if you are Elevate. Right now, OUG are finding their way through though, starting to collapse, but can Susano do anything about this? There's 2 kills to his name with the Death Machine. And continues to find kills, continues to slay. A really good work from Susano, because that was a scary moment. But momentarily spawns over towards the backside here for OUG, trying to find a way through, but Klo, he may well be able to shut this down. It's kind of a bit of a carbon copy here. Invest as much as you can to find as many points as you can, and Elevate are doing exactly what OUG did to them in the previous hill.
Yeah, they just do not want to find themselves out of depth in this game. It was a triple investment coming up from Klo, Susano, and Kenny there to make sure that Elevate did hold in towards that hard point, because you can lose control, not just of that hill, but also a first touch on towards New. We go over towards the garage hill next up, Ton, and OUG already trying to hit it through the front.
Real good answer back here from Elevate, but I don't think OUG will be too despondent, too disheartened by that. It was a big investment came through from Elevate in the same sense that investment came from OUG over towards P2. So it's almost a like for like with Elevate. A slight lead. Solo now. Going to start bringing in the Death Machine here with the side of OUG. Can find 2 before he gets taken down. Cartels and Co trying to find a way through here, but Elevate just holding strong. Big contestation hill typically is. Tectonic will find 2 though. This may well be the moment for OUG to find a way through.
Yeah, that's going to split the difference. Yeah, beautiful play from Tectonic. He not only finds a couple of kills, but also draws the attention of the other players inside the hill from Elevate. So OUG now able to get through the front of the hill, but Elevate, once again, they are a fast-paced team. This 30 seconds is a lot to them. It's a lot to any team, really, but they are going to go full invest in towards this hard point.
Yeah, and that's the first time we've really seen either one of these teams clear anybody out over towards this P4 hill. But once again, OUG are here to answer right back. They'll find a couple of kills. Raph being the tip of the spear, finds a way through, but Klo from the outside, able to slow things down. Solo with a big name, that will come on through. Elevate may well be able to answer back, but OUG getting themselves some decent time here. They've done all right, and as we head into a second rotation, it is nothing to split them. Really good investment from both these 2 teams, and I think that's the quality that we're seeing here. Every single time that an operator is coming out, they are making it count, and that's why it's so close.
And I think specifically going towards a P2 and then the P3 obviously as well, right? You see those operators coming out from both Elevate and OUG. OUG, what was it, a double investment from them to hold P2 down. Elevate, triple investment from them to hold P3 down. This, you guys are watching right now, some of the best teams in the world on the hard point, and that is showing out in the way they are using their operators. So we'll try to keep that in the back of our minds here as we move forward into what is basically a tied game at the moment. moment. OUG currently spawning on P2 sides. They need to hold those spawns.
It really does feel like a mistake is what's possibly going to cost one of these two teams, because neither one of them really made it. OUG, did you just make that mistake by allowing those P2 spawns to go the way of Elevate? There's momentarily actually still a fight going on between Klo and I believe it's actually King over towards that backside. They're juking it out for the spawns, and that may well be that. One more player does actually spawn quite close here for the side of OUG. He's dealt with as well. 10 seconds to go over towards P1. Elevate getting time. Elevate have spawns. OUG will have to do this the hard way.
OUG just have to try and flood through blue. That is really the only way you can break this hard point. There's no point going any other direction. That's a close spawn that you are going to get here. Yoppie's there to greet them in such a not nice way towards that blue door, though. Elevate watching every single point of entry in towards this hill, and here comes the death machine out from Susano.
And I think the problem is now for OUG, do you invest to try and find a way through, or do you just try and do as best you can, let Elevate invest, and then use what you can to try and have a rebuttal over towards P3? What's the option? Right now, Chloe's got the equalizers out. Doesn't find a great deal. OUG can smell blood in the water.
Yeah, not a lot actually from both the Death Machine and the Equals there. Now you're seeing OUG starting to hit the front of the hard point here, trying to steal time away from Elevate. Still a fair amount. Back in towards the spawn they go. Smokes galore to try and obfuscate things around the front, but Yoppie does not care. 2 kills for him, and that clearance of 25 seconds left. Still a lot of time to fight here if you're OUG, but you don't want to over-invest and accidentally flip out spawns.
That could have been massive for OUG. You pick up 20, 25 seconds. All of a sudden, it's what, a 10, 15-point game heading over towards P3, but you could be in a really dangerous position. Investment coming in from either side of things here. The Sparrow winged out from Yoppie. Fantastic comes through here from the side of OUG, just trying to slow things down, but the rotation, look at it. For all that you've had that P2 control, OUG would have counted on P3 going their way. Elevate are the first ones there. They broke through blue. They have the control and are in the driving seat of this map number 4.
Yeah, but here comes the flood. All of a sudden, PJ left on his lonesome, around the front of the kill. Yoppie also here, ton. Elevate, they are bracing themselves for it. Elevate, they've got the kills in their favor, but OUG, they will overwhelm. This is what they wanted to see. You stop a bit of an investment there from Elevate, and now you're the ones who have to hold on this hill.
3 kills come through though, and now all of a sudden, Kendi has the War Machine out. Can they find a breakthrough from that Tectonic Answers with his own? He will find a couple. OUG need this time, they need this hill. Right now it's contested and PJ's on his way. HS is out. What can he find? Not one, but the second and third fall the way from Elevate as a team. They will find a breakthrough. OUG cannot hold on to anything. Elevate seems to have found another level, but every single time I say that, OUG seem to be answering back in the kill feed. 15 seconds to go here over towards P3, but it's the first very comfortable lead we've seen all game long for Elevate. They're in the driving seat still.
Yeah, you can kind of compare what Elevate were doing on the last set of rotations on P3 compared to what OUG brought to the table on that hill, and just totally different gravy. Elevate with a full hold. OUG don't really get that much time whatsoever. So now we get to the next hard point. Elevate, once again, the first team to touch, and they're starting to go into the blender ton. This is not good.
50-point game. OUG need to find a way through. Elevate have really stepped on the pedal in this second half. Susano starting to find kills. Everybody's starting to line it up here as well. Talk over the comms and everything is loud from Elevate. It feels like they do smell that blood. It feels like they do see the end in sight for this series. They're about to break 200 points. OUG still 70 behind.
If OUG were locking in back in the first hard point of this series, this is Elevate locking in the second half of this one.
Oh my.
Elevate kicking off. PJ looking for the EMP through the smoke as he's done so many times. Now it's going to be Kendi. He's going to find one. A couple of kills coming through here. OUG with 20 seconds left, ton. They're trying to fight for scrap time, but it really does just feel like they're spinning the wheels a little bit. Even this is time, and this is what Elevate do so well, is going their way.
It really does feel like they are just fishing for scraps down there. There's not necessarily much for OUG to get a bite on. It feels desperate. For desperate situations. Call for desperate measures, and right now OUG need to find a way through. P2 spawns are going to be so influential here. They need to get some good time at P1, prevent Elevate from getting much, and they need a great rotation over towards P2, and then maybe we may have a game. But OUG, there is a lot to do, and you've got to do it against Elevate.
And they've already got some spawns out here, ton. PJ spawns in around the back line, causes a spawn in from Elevate. That kind of shakes things up a little bit for OUG. They feel a little bit phased. Now they have to kind of get some kills here. Raph investment at the floor. Nicely done. Also going to be the Death Machine out from Solo. OUG, though, this feels like desperate use of the operators to stay in the game.
It's necessary use. They need to keep Elevate off as much as they possibly can and keep these P2 spawns, but the flip is already actually going to come on through. Elevate have those spawns. OUG will have to do this the hard way once again. 23 seconds remaining here over towards P1. It's Elevate in control. OUG need to get that control back and they need to find their way through.
Yeah, you got to flip these spawns now. A couple of players will spawn out here for Elevate. So OUG, this is the time to flood. Don't worry about the scrap time. Yeah, it's a lot of time, but you need to go, get these kills.
Oh, big kills coming through from Clover. Raph is able to answer back. Cartels is there alongside, but one player over towards this backside from Elevate. Is it going to be Susanna to shut this one down? Can't find the kill. The flood's going to start coming through from the front side from Elevate. OUG will find a way through. If they can clean house, this could be a 360 and you're back into the game, but you need everything to go your way. They will clean house. They will get control. OUG still with life in this game.
Now it's time to turn around. Watch the front of the kill here. A couple of kills coming through from Tectonic. Plug the hole that it is blue. Do not let any player from Elevate through.
45 seconds remaining here over towards P2. And we're getting excited because if they can hold this down, OUG will be within spitting distance. What can Elevate find? Well, it's a break on through momentarily. Clo will find a way through. Can PJ and Co start to light things up? They find a way in. OUG trying to batter them away.
Nobody from blue side though, so Elevate continually getting through. Smoke's being annoying here. This is what Elevate do so well. These players are filtering through. They're trying to split OUG up.
PJ on his way through with the Tempest. 1-2. He will find them. King. He needs to come up trumps very, very quickly. He can find PJ. It's 3 kills for King. Now 15 seconds remaining. Elevate cannot win it here over towards P2. The race over towards P3 needs to be on right this second for OUG.
One player spawns in the middle of Outlow. Yoppy, that's going to be a nuisance here for OUG. They might not necessarily expect that. They have to get through and they have to get as many kills as fast as they possibly can. Elevate just 11 seconds away from victory and Clo's invested the equals.
Oh, here we go. The equalizer is out from Clo. Tectonic, you're not going to be able to help out whatsoever. King has managed to find a way through momentarily, but shut down. Cartels will find him 10 seconds away from Elevate.
OUG, you got to go. You got to touch and Clo's just not letting it happen. He's shutting everybody down. Can anybody from OUG touch in time? It doesn't look like it. Elevate maintain their dominance. They are the best hardpoint team in the world.
It wasn't without some competition, but our reigning champions will start their campaign off where they win against a big opponent in OUG. That was a hump in the road, that one. You could not count OUG out whatsoever. Throughout that series, you realistically knew they were going to be able to bring it. But for Elevate to do that, especially in 4 maps, finding a hop, finding a control, and of course you know the Search and Destroy is going to be their favored. That's a big win for them to find. We haven't seen them in international competition whatsoever this year. And one of the best teams in the CDM have been dealt with in their first game.
Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. What a series to start off the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2025, folks. Wow, talk about this game though. Slums Hardpoint, an incredibly back and forth affair. OUG, of course, started things very strong with that P2 setup. Of course, we talked about the double up investment coming out from Cartels and Solo. But then Elevate, they found a response in kind. It was a triple up investment in towards P3 that gave them full control over that hardpoint. And we kind of had this back and forth between the two teams for a little bit. I think where things really started to go in Elevate's favor though as we got into that second set. If we're talking about OUG and Elevate splitting kind of hills, full 60s, back and forth, handshakes galore, we get into that second set and Elevate, I think they were the ones that started to get more control. They were the ones that were starting to get more full 60s. I know OUG kind of fighting for scraps. That final P2 from them, Ton, it was good, but I mean, ultimately it didn't save them.
But the problem is it was the second P2, right? That's kind of what blew things open. And when Elevate had that opportunity, they took it. And then it's not even just that P2, it's a rotation of P3. If you were to take a carbon copy of that first rotation, then okay, when you see Elevate get a hold of P2 in that second time around, all right, okay, we'll go to 3 and we'll just answer back with a 60 over on there. That's where the game really did break open for Elevate. They were able to split it down nice and easy from Elevate from then on out for the most part. But a stressful game. Elevate 3-1 to the go.
Well, what a showing that was on behalf of Elevate, starting off their run here with a 3-1 win. And if I'm not mistaken, we've got Ian standing by with an interview to see how they feel.
You're not mistaken, Lauren. I absolutely am standing by with an interview with PJ, of course. Elevate, the world champions, getting off to a phenomenal start here. But OUG not even expecting to be here until 2 weeks ago. And they come in and they give you a tough battle. It wasn't easy, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't easy. I would say it wasn't easy just because even though they just came back, I still think they're a very good team, especially with their lineup and their exposure on CDM. So it really, the environment in CDM made them very strong. So I would say they're a very big contender.
Did that first hardpoint loss, did that knock your confidence at all, or did it just fire you up?
I really don't think it knocked our confidence off. Just like last year, we started really slow, so I think this is a good head start for us.
So 3-1, like you say, it's a good head start. It's a good victory to kick things off here. Does it settle any nerves? Did you have any nerves coming in here as the reigning champions?
Not really. We just came here to do our best, and just like our coach always say, just do your best so we don't have any regrets. I'm happy with the result as of now.
Is there any part of you that's looking backwards a little bit because you were so dominant last year? Are you looking to reclaim that form here in 2025?
Sorry?
Are you looking to be as strong as you were last year? Do you think that's going to be hard to do?
It is going to be hard to do considering we shaped the new hardpoint last year and now every team is adapting. So I'll say that this year it will be a very harder challenge for us.
Well, best of luck, PJ and Elevate, getting off to a winning start. The world champions looking good.
Always nice to get an opportunity to hear from the players, specifically PJ, but kind of going into exactly what you were talking about, Brody. Best hardpoint team in the world.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, he mentioned it there, right? PJ talks about the fact that, you know, look, last year they kind of introduced a new style of play of hardpoint that not a lot of teams were necessarily prepared for last year. Now teams are prepared for it and teams have gotten a lot better. And you saw that from OUG in that series, right? OUG, they've adapted their hardpoint quite well to what Elevate have brought to the table. But, man, you just can't beat original recipe. Elevate, they looked a lot better at it, and they proved it.
Well, we will take a look back at the highlights from the entire series and kind of continue talking about this matchup, because even though, reminder for everybody at home, that OUG didn't win this matchup, it doesn't mean they're out of the competition yet. They'll just fall down into that lower bracket. And to be fair, starting off with the one-map win out of the gate, at least it's promising for OUG.
Oh, there's 100% things to take as a positive from that one. Look, I mean, they forced that map number 4. They got to a stage where they went very, very close with Elevate, but it's everything else around it that they have to really start to step up in. That search and destroy, we know it's always going to be a problem. They're not necessarily in the premium spot for where they'll be able to say, okay, we can confidently come into these search and destroys and find it. That is always going to be a little bit of a crutch with how things are set up for them. But the hard point in the control is where you can try and find something. The control just slipped through their fingers. And that final map number 4, of course, this could have been, realistically speaking, OUG had their opportunities. They just didn't take them as easily and as well as Elevate did.
I think the interesting challenge that OUG have for this event is that they kind of have to be creative about the way they play around some of the top teams, right? Again, I talk about that meta being around the sniper rifles and the shotguns. And yeah, OUG have their fair share of that. But, you know, again, their playstyle has to be adapted to the fact that they don't have that ability to have a sniper down the middle of the map in crossfire control. They have to find a way to play differently than maybe some of the top teams would. I would say from what we saw in the first series, they looked pretty good. But again, I think if this is a taste of what they're going to do against the best of the best, they've still got to find a way to step things up.
Definitely a learning opportunity to take some of that information now down with them into that lower bracket and keep themselves alive in the competition. And they'll be waiting to find out who they're facing off against, because they won't know until we get through that second series of the day. So a really strong start for Elevate, but kind of what, you know, you were hoping for, expecting out of that squad. What I loved when listening to PJ during that interview is that it was very clear that they expected this of themselves as well, that they knew they could do it and that they were just happy with a good performance.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think Elevate are going to have some level of confidence here, right? I mean, like, you are the former world champions. Even though you haven't had the chance to play international teams that maybe some other teams have, we didn't have a CDSI this year, for example. You know, Elevate, I still think have a level of confidence that really does show. And I think you could hear PJ just being like, look, you know, we're just going to play the best we possibly can. We know what we're capable of. Let's just bring that to the table once again here. So yeah, Elevate, confident, they look good.
Well, you guys can see that reflected here in our Group A bracket, which means then we'll be looking towards Unmythic Dream, an exclusive after that. Another banger matchup, Todd. I mean, it's going to be a great group here.
Yeah, I know, like, realistically, that's going to be a tough one as well for both these two teams, but then you've got a really tough outlook. If you win, you've got to take on Elevate. Yeah. If you lose, you've got to take on OUG just to survive in the competition. So, I mean, that's a really tough one for both these two teams, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, suffice to say, you want to stick around and see how all of this is going to play out, because it's only going to get more and more exciting from here. We've officially kicked off our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2025, though, and it's time for us to continue with that action. Before we do that, though, we're going to send it to a short break, and when we return, Unmythic Dream versus Exclusive. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
Now we're it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Loosen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up. Rough and ready, whoa, Black Betty. Can't lose face cause I'm coming in heavy. No filler, top of the tower. Crank to 11, now we're hitting full power. Beat slapping, gotta keep up cause there ain't no lagging. Settling into the early hour. Not giving up till we're hitting full power. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Pick up the pace cause it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up. La 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 la. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2025. We are here on Stream A, and we just watched Elevate take home the win in a 3-1 fashion to kick things off. And now it's time for us to look towards Series 2 between Unmythic Dream and Exclusive. And with a new series comes a new casting pair of excellence. Are you guys ready? We've got Proper. We've got Shift. Ready to dive into all of the action. So, Andy, I'm going to start with you.
I mean, excellence is a crazy stretch, but I'm feeling good. Right. You know, going in towards this series and this entire tournament, like nobody knows what to fully expect out of any of these teams and these groups as a shakeup. I'm locked.
Give me your thoughts on that first series here, Shift, specifically what we saw here in Stream A.
Yeah, I will say I'm happy with what I saw from OUG, largely speaking. I think on the flip side, though, and I'm just going to be that guy. Or I'm just going to be that guy.
Okay.
Elevate is really thirsty for better competition out of their region because they were making some sloppy mistakes, which allowed OUG to be a little bit more survivable in that series overall, in my mind.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a good point, actually.
A little tough love.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's just a lot of hesitation. There's a lot of overextension. You could tell that they were taking like a lot of moments for granted, and that's just not what's going to be able to win them that championship. We were talking like in the green room too, like for Elevate's perspective, without any CDM experience, like this is where they're going to get their stiffest competition outside of the region.
All right. I like it. I like it. Well, now we're going to be shifting our focus towards the next series. We've got Unmythic Dream versus Exclusive. I actually want to start with you, Proper. Talk to me about this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Exclusive fan. I was talking to the guys in the hotel before we actually ended up hopping over here. The vibes are good, and the mental is absolutely strong. Look, for the first time ever, this team is the #1 team coming out of the European region. They have finally put the demon to rest. They beat Animus. They're still here in the tournament, but Veer had an absolute bar to drop saying that if there's going to be one team to represent, it might as well be them.
I mean, yeah, I suppose.
I love it.
It's you know, I think that it's been really interesting over the last, well, let's go backwards the last couple of years for Europe. Like, it really has been a conversation dominated by the top two teams, which both of them are here again.
Yeah.
But on the flip side here, on Mythic Dream, you know, I think especially after seeing, and those that may not have been following all four streams, after seeing TLE lose to Street Gaming in their opening matchup, that's your #1 out of NA, Unmythic Dream has to show up and really kind of show out and say that North America is not the worst region here, because right now they're already starting off saying that, or at least telling us that they are.
We'll get an opportunity to see our players getting set up and ready here as we can kind of continue this discussion. Let's talk individuals.
Okay.
Standout players for both of these squads. Who do you think could be really impactful in this series here?
I think immediately jumping off the page when you're looking at Exclusive's POV, you're going to be talking a lot about Neil, what he's going to be able to bring to the mix. Let's not forget that Exclusive coming in towards this tournament are playing with Sawu again. They won the tournament with Champy, but Sawu originally from that Exclusive roster is setting pace. But the one I'm going to shout out more than anything, Veer's had a fantastic season. He is in prime form.
Yeah, Veer looks great, and he always does. I think he's been very, very consistent. I always have kind of found, looking at Veer though in particular, that he's been on the backside of just like not having the greatest team of 5. That's where he's really kind of fallen off. But he as an individual has been right there as a forerunner in terms of one of the best European players of all time. So I'm right in that same ballpark with you. I also love Spy, what he can bring together as kind of an entry SMG. He's very flexible. He's got the ability to bounce off of what you see from Caesar. So I'm really excited to see what those two have to do it from the SMG front.
I know that you've been a big fan of Exclusive here proper, so I know that you're kind of pulling for them, but who are they going to have to worry about on the flip side of things when you're talking about Unmythic Dream?
I mean, Unmythic Dream, when it comes from North America, their biggest shortcoming ended up being just against TLE. When they lost that 0-3 series, like, it was barely even a fight whatsoever. I mean, the 1-7 Search and Destroy, you're going to be able to gobble that up. 0-3 Raid. I think this team's going to be chomping at the bit to be able to really put North America down a peg or two to be able to set themselves up for success to make it out of the group.
And of course, you know, we were talking about it earlier. Whoever wins this will then be facing off against Elevate for our next matchup right around the corner, which is another consideration shift.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest here, friends. All of us are expecting that after Elevate win that first matchup, they're going to get out of this group. Just comes down to how fast they'll do it. I think all of us are looking at this particular matchup in terms of, is there actual strength behind the rumor mill that Exclusive has been scrimming well? Is Unmythic Dream actually going to show the star potential that this roster was built for? And then on the flip side, can they take down, let's be honest, another North American team in OUG? Like, it is what it is. There's no strangers. They're not strangers to each other at all between Unmythic and OUG in particular. But for Exclusive, they've also seen the brute force of a lot of that OUG roster in the past as well. So a lot of shared, I think, information and just familiarity between the three teams that we are looking at to see who battles out of this group.
100%. It's gonna be a really fun group after it's all said and done. But of course, we need to talk about the next portion of analytics here because we have our veto ready. So we're going to pull that up and start talking about these picks and bans here. Proper, what's going to be jumping out at you first?
Probably just the pace setter for the slums that immediately jumps off the page when we were talking to Exclusive before hopping over here. The one thing that we wanted to make sure more than anything is that when they're going up against playing other teams, just get rid of the summit, man. Like, we ain't got to see that for another year in a row. I think that the opening first 3 maps are going to be really telling to be able to see, just to echo Shift's point, where this Exclusive roster actually fits. Tunisia was really good for them in their region, slums a close second. But when it comes down to Unmythic Dream, they could honestly come in here and blow the water out if they're coming hot in the slums.
I don't love the map set for Unmythic Dream, only largely due to the fact that Exclusive got away with highway robbery by being able to get their best overall hardpoint pick. They're not terrible at Hacienda, but more importantly, it's the control for me. Raid has been played in every single one of the series that were broadcasted for Exclusive, whereas for Unmythic Dream, they didn't win a single control
at all
in their playoff bracket.
2 rounds.
Not great, not great. So that's where I think this series could be possibly determined. I definitely lean towards Exclusive after seeing the map picks and bans, though. Maybe even 4, that'd be my guess.
I like that.
I mean, that's always something that's so important too, right? Is making sure you can get those comfort picks through if they're somehow left available. And right now it's seeming like the chips are starting to stack in Exclusive's favor. As we can see, our players getting ready to go. See you pulling up the stats here too, Proper. Are you in agreement with Shift there when it comes to the control?
I think either it's 4 or 5, but it's for sure going to be going Exclusive's way. But when you're looking at it from their POV, even for control against other top teams that are able to set the pace, that's why I keep on saying it, that if the pace is able to be set on Raid and on Mythic Dream have an out-of-body experience, but we didn't get to see through the playoffs, then that could be the one map that they end up losing. That was the one thing that we were kind of harping on them during Stage 4.
I mean, chat, as always, let us know your thoughts. We're heading into our second series here on Stream A between Unmythic Dream and Exclusive. Who do you think is going to be winning this one, taking this one home? Who are you rooting for? Any fan favorites? And of course, make sure you're constantly checking out streams B, C, and D to see how the rest of our groups are doing, because all of the first series on all of the streams are now done. Do you want to do a quick touch on those, Alan, here, and how some of those...
Sure, why not? Let's go ahead and, dig into it a little bit. I already kind of gave the spoiler, like TLE embarrassed by Street Gaming in their opening matchup. I mean, Group D looks like it's just going to be a walk away for Stalwart, just because I don't know who out of that group wants to be the second best. Everywhere else is kind of results as expected. The only other really interesting point, though, New Gen Ninjas, the combined Indian firepower squad, a little bit of slip-ups here and there versus Amigos, but they come out and they take care of business in 3-0. So, hey, that's great news for the Indian audience that is looking to really kind of back that squad of a combined roster action.
Definitely lots of storylines for everybody at home to be following. And as we get everybody set up and ready, I mean, we've been talking about them a little bit. Let's actually check in with Unmythic, because we got to talk to them before the competition and see what all of their preferred loadouts are.
Hello, my name is Envy, and this is my loadout for rank. One of my favorite loadouts to use, since I'm mainly an AR player, I would use the XM4. Because I feel like the XM4 right now is one of the most versatile guns. And you can long range, close range, it pretty much does everything. Let me see if I can find it right here. Oh, here it goes. Yeah, the XM4. I would use this gun, 100%. And for my secondary, I would stick with a regular melee. It's always nice to be running around the map pretty quick. As for my operator, I mainly use the Tempest. It's one of the most versatile, long range, close range. It gets everybody, gets the job done too. I would stick with a regular nade as well. I would stick for rank. I would choose a concussion grenade, 100%. And for the score streaks, I think I'd keep it classic with the competitive rules and just use the Hunter Killer Drone, the Predator Missile, and the EMP. And the important part would be the perks. For the perks, I would use Lightweight to be running around the map pretty quick. For my green perk, I would use Gunho. Now, it's not that important, but I like it. It makes me feel like I'm able to do a lot more around the map. And for my third perk, I would go with Survival Training. That sums up my loadout for rank and competitive. Thank you guys for watching my loadout, and I hope this helps you push up the ranks to Legendary.
A little more information there for everybody at home. Maybe you can copy the pros loadouts and see how it works for you in game. Let us know if you find some success the same way that our pros are about to try to do themselves. Because as we are talking, they are loading in the second series here on Stream A for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2025 is moments away from getting things going. And of course, one final look at the trophy. What everyone is playing for, the trophy, the title, the first place cash prize. It all starts here today. They need to find success, snowball it, get themselves through this group stage into tomorrow to continue on in the competition. The fact that everybody looks so relaxed right now, Alan.
You hyped the heck out of this casual sit down, Lauren.
Confident.
Everybody with their pillows, just vibing, chilling. I mean, he was looking like he's shooting some bots or something. You're getting warm.
Well, you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do to get ready.
Oh, yeah.
You said that it was a casual moment, but I see the flyover coming in. Okay?
Okay.
It was just a little bit early on the trigger, but now it's ready to go. So, proper shift. Let's get into the second series.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Let's get things going. Slums, hard point. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. I was going to ask Glitter a question if we had to do more vamping, because she always asks us a question. It seems fair that once every now and again we can ask her a question. She's looking right at me, so we're going to ask you when you come back.
Podcaster of the Year nominee, by the way.
Correct. If whoever wins this, EU or NA, does this determine who is the best, who is the better of the two regions?
Nope.
I think it does.
I think it's an unfair representation of what North America has to offer, given that a lot of the talent did disperse across a lot of different teams that didn't even make it to this event, and the teams that made it over towards China. But this will be a good pace to be able to see if North America are ready to squad up. You already talked about it. Slums wasn't good for them in their region. On the other side, Exclusive took this off of Animus twice.
Yes, they did. And so far, things are looking pretty decent overall for Exclusive on the top of the middle statue. But UMD fight back nicely and have an opportunity to try to swing the map back into their favor with just 25 seconds remaining on the hard point. Shisui, that's another player that I was going to kind of highlight a little bit, you know, kind of looking at North America in the last handful of years. That combination of Shisui and Puedes has been really solid in terms of kind of representing Mexico. What can they do here on the global stage? Trying to, again, boost that North American stock just a touch more.
You also talk about like a tailored name of Envy. This guy's been around the block a handful of times. Puedes is going to be that X factor potentially, but through the opening salvo, you still have UMD on the favorite side of the map, holding over towards P2. We saw in the last series can be quite imperative for your success.
Yeah, that heady hold, though, over towards the parking lot looks pretty decent initially for Dakota. Follow-up, though, is Veer and the rest of Exclusive trying to work their way around the back to flip spawns. They get one player into the hard point for a moment of contest, but largely received to a pretty successful accord for UMD. Now in control, trying to receive the hit from the front.
All of the north lane already being covered. It's the funnel from that very narrow choke point. The smoke shrouds their entrance, but you're walking into every single pre-fire possible. Free flank comes through from player number 5 in blue, spawning over by Bricks, and it is as successful as you could possibly draw it up for Mythic Dream.
Yeah, I love the call, the early Tempest right there from Envy. You highlighted him earlier, talking about his experience. That is perfect operator usage. When you start to see a break attempt starting to find some success, you shut it down, you push it back, and now Puedes pushing forward. The machine pistol can't get it done. Follow-up from Shisui no longer there. And Exclusive looking to try to battle over this last 10, but take a look at your minimap. You've got UMD already rotating over towards Soccer, and they've got a perfect setup around the middle of the map as well.
And don't forget Overclock, SGA. We don't have that anymore, so you'd be able to get these operators as quickly as they were from all the score being generated. Could be the proverbial bullet in the chamber of this rotation. A clean feed again, and more operators to be pulled.
Yeah, I love the cycling of the operators on top. That Death Machine to hold down the front. Shisui with the equals over the middle of the map. Yeah, absolutely perfect. This has been some of the better operator usage that we've seen so far on this A stream. So good stuff here for UMD. They take the lead for a moment, but Exclusive do get the laundry spawns and have a chance to battle back in with the Tempest of their own.
Neil able to find himself there on the 5 spree, able to help his team get on in. 3 operators being popped in the response to try to lock down this 30 seconds. Exclusive already have the lead. Predator Missile's going to get nullified, and there's no space to be garnered off of that either. You got one player of Noisy lurking around the fountain. He gets snuffed out, and it's a clean kill feed coming through for Exclusive.
Absolute yellow carpet right now for Exclusive. They do throw the kitchen sink at UMD with 4 total operators and a Pred missile, but it works. So 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Spend what you got, I guess. You can't take the money with you. So now you've got UMD just trying to hold up, bunker down early over towards Garage. Shisui kicks us off for the first 2, shutting down the graveyard pitch. And really, Veer is just trying to keep spawns relatively stable, but easier said than done as we start to open things up here at Garage.
Yeah, Veer doesn't have that War Machine. Would have loved it maybe to be able to work his way back inside here, but the Equalizer for Spy. He was waiting for the moment just to potentially pounce on in and find value. One more player lurking over by the shelving, and that's exactly where UMD are going to try to pinpoint their way back in towards this hard point, but they're taking a lot of time to try to work their way in.
Little passive right there, and won't lie, from Spy. They should have had a read that was going to be a graveyard setup, especially where that smoke came from. Then UMD will actually eventually supplant the spawns, get back in, contest the hard point. Critical moment here, as you've got Neil trying to continue to stay inside the hill, but the numbers just continue to get us in this back and forth affair. 24 seconds remaining. Exclusive still spawning proximately close towards the backside of Fountain, but having a hard time with conviction getting into the hill A now.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, no operators to be pulled for UMD, so just funnel your way in for the back 10 seconds at the end of the first set. It was looking good for Mythic Dream there for the P2 hold that they did have for themselves. Almost a full 60 there, keep in mind, but Exclusive from that P3 rotation and that break, being able to work their way back in towards P4. It was those 3 operators for me over by Graveyard that flips their lead by double what UMD have.
Yeah, really for UMD, again, you go back to the beginning of this game. Nice little 50-50 over the first hill. Really successful at Soccer.
Yeah.
Pardon me, that back cut of trash area before we got over towards P3. Doesn't really fully work out for them, though, in the rotation from 3 to 4. So something to look at in terms of how they want to try to manipulate spawns on the left side of the map, respectively. Exclusive now growing their lead to over double what we have for UMD. You got some operator usage in the mix here as UMD are starting to feel the pressure, and they've got a pretty solid handle on where Exclusive are coming from. Just comes down to, will this Death Machine actually shred through the forces of Exclusive? The answer is no, and Exclusive can get in for some time.
And not enough damage to be able to garner enough space for, but you still have Brick's control if you are UMD. It's a very powerful focal point when it comes down to keeping P1 interesting until Neil works his way back in, finds himself on another spree, and that's going to only garner more time for Exclusive.
Yeah, now it starts to look like things are getting a little bit out of sorts for UMD. Kind of gonna take their losses on the chin, chalk and rotate back over to P2. Spy kicks us off with the first blood off the reset. Not able to get more as Dakota's right there for 2. This big 1v1 over towards the parking lot goes the way of Exclusive with the pitch from the front, and you've got the equalizers for Shisui. Just trying to get some ground to work with here for UMD, but the explosive operators for Exclusive are right back in response.
Oh, Veer's incredibly low, but he's got to get these nades in towards the choke point. It backs off for Caesar to be able to find a couple. Veer takes himself out of the equation, and that means that Shisui can move his way forward there with the equalizer, finds 3. Is it enough for UMD to break fully?
Brilliant moment from Shisui, staying alive that long through the War Machine and the Sparrow to give UMD a chance to get back in. It's not gonna work out though, as you've got the response from Spy. Instantly shut down. Opportunity in this back 20, which UMD do have to try to force. Numbers starting to amount for them, but nades off the spawn from the parking lot for Exclusive, all in these choke points. And how about Exclusive hanging on from the back, and now they crack past the 200-point mark.
Cohesion, teamwork, those team shots, everything that you could possibly imagine that garnered them that European championship just came through there in that P2 hold. Now on the rotation. On Mythic Dream, much like in the first set, are going to be the first team here for P3, but cannot afford to get broken. They use every single operator possible to try to break P2, getting close to a handful. I would probably say about the 22nd mark here on P3, but they got to hold.
Yeah, you're locking everything down correctly if you are UMD. The problem is they don't have any of their ARs scoped up and looking right down the long street towards electronics. So Exclusive just kind of run through this smoke, break their way into the trash hill, and now you have a chance to just win the game right here. And this is all coming off the backhand. Again, UMD started this map off great, but since that point, it has been all Exclusive, all the time, always. Other things that have phonetically all in the name.
Alan, they had 62 points walking away from P2, going in towards P3. And if you're willing to do the quick math, they've only scored 20. Since then, it's been all Exclusive. They will do the victory lap here. Just 5 seconds required. Veer's got another War Machine to wrap it up in an explosive bow. 250 to 82. Exclusive get loud.
Yeah, that was as comfortable as it gets. And that's in the face of, again, like, I'm not trying to like throw some NA copium here, friends, but UMD started that map off great. The cycling of their operators was pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
You force Exclusive to have to throw the kitchen sink at you just to get back into the game.
Yeah.
And then they do. And I think that's kind of where the conversation starts.
Spoiler alert, they do.
Yeah. And I don't know, it's just like Slums is a tough one for me, man, because you look at this map and I think just overall, like, it's just not a well-experienced map for Unmythic in general, but I think this is one of those maps that you're going to see kind of classify and maybe dictate the outcome of Hardpoint in this tournament. Like maps like Summit, I think, are going to be another indicator. Combine give me another indicator of what this tournament's going to look like. That's all about making sure you can read chaos spawns.
Yes.
Because it's just so unpredictable on one of the tiniest maps in competitive COD history. Playing 5v5 on it, it's just so hard to anchor and actually get a read that, oh, we're stable here.
Right. We were geeking out about with like the OUG Elevate match too. Like those P3, P4 spawns can be sticky if you just maintain like that Fountain presence. But if you don't have that one person over in Fountain, even back Garage and back Trash, like you're still going to have that spawn to be well vacated for the enemy team to spawn on in. But not even required here. Exclusive, just like you were saying, like the square up potential going in towards Slums is the pace setter that you almost want to see to be able to kind of dictate the pace for the entirety of this best of 5. Exclusive showed up once their backs were against the wall, being down off of that back 60 from P2, and then absolutely put the pedal through the floorboards. 29 and 19 from Spy. That guy was doing a lot.
Brother, look, I don't know what I woke up with today. I apologize. Bobby, drink an extra sip of coffee when I say this. We have 4 members under 20 seconds of hardpoint time for UMD.
Yeah.
We cannot be playing 1v5 on the hill.
And all that time was coming away from P2, keep in mind you, because like they were all just anchored around P2, but they couldn't get inside of the time and sustain life.
That was not ideal.
Nope.
Meanwhile, I think everyone on Exclusive was 20 plus, positive, and all over a minute in the hill.
Yep.
Sharing is caring.
They're having a great time up there, look at them.
And impressive start.
Yeah.
I think, you know, let's just call a spade a spade.
Sure.
I think we're in a world, and I cannot believe me from 2023 is not believing that I'm saying this in 2025. North American COD Mobile has become very irrelevant.
It's a shadow of its.
It's a shadow, my guy.
Pretty big one too.
And exclusive on the other side. Trouble with Animus initially. Bounce back. Take care of business cleanly. The hype around them right now is high. How do you rate NA versus EU first? And second of all, exclusive as an overall squad in this one map sample versus an okay team from North America.
It's just hard to be able to gauge it, right? Because do you take that and do you make it 1-for-1 off the scrim results that we've been seeing and all the gas that we've been hearing ever since they've arrived in Poland? Yes, but also no, because it's hard to gauge on Mythic Dream comparatively to other squadrons, right? And that's not a total downplay on Mythic Dream. It's just how good, like, take Q9, for example. They are on a handful of hardpoint maps. Wolves, as an example.
Yes.
Elevator, another one, too. But even as far as, like, the North American argument is concerned, like, I'm still there to truly say, like, we got one extra North American team here in OUG, and we got 2 NA teams inside of the Group A. But yeah, I don't think it's a fair representation to be able to say, like, this means that EU is fully better than NA.
Okay. Can I throw something else in the works here as we're waiting for map 2?
You were going to, regardless.
I sure was. You know me. TLE loses to Street Gaming. That is a quote-unquote upset.
Yeah.
Exclusive 100-point clubs on Mythic Dream. I'm just gonna give me the yes or no answer. Is North America the worst region here?
Yeah. I think they have the most to prove.
That's a more positive spin.
I'm trying my best.
The most.
I was telling everybody how malevolent I was feeling. Like, you flipped that immediately. We got over the cast, man. You going crazy.
Let me just reset. That's the energy I needed, right? On the flip, though, I am a big proponent of this. We talk about this in the regular multiplayer version of Call of Duty, and like the Challenger scene especially.
Yeah.
Teams that stick together often always get better.
Yeah. Big advocate for that. Big advocate for that. I think Exclusive are a shining example of that.
And Animus, for that matter, where we see him later.
Yeah. But you got that one player difference, I think, is like the biggest change, and we'll continue that conversation because Animus are currently playing on a separate stream. Get your tabs open, friends, because it's time for map number 2.
It's time for a flood. And Exclusive deal with it quite nicely, to be honest. 2-for-1, the exchange. Veer going to read that there is pressure in front of him, and we'll back off. But how about this? The defense holding tall is enough to actually push UMD off this angle. That is both scopes off the table for now, which means UMD, I don't know how you re-clear wine and dive into A with no scope available. So they're going to have to do something bold.
You would hope that you would have late utility would be the only answer to be able to get out, to maybe flush out some of these players over by boxes, arches, or that long cross that's going to be watching that snipe. But it's got to be meticulous. You got 60 seconds to maybe just try to get somebody to overextend, but Exclusive ain't doing nothing.
And they used so much of that opening utility on the flood to B, so...
That's what you were hoping for.
Yeah. I don't know where that nade went, but doesn't provide an opportunity to break on in. In these moments in Search and Destroy, we often say you kill noise to create doubt, but Exclusive is not doubting anything. They are as comfortable as 2 kids tucked in on Christmas Eve night. What? As they get ready to defend this A side.
That's got to be cozy, man.
It's super.
That's got to be cozy. Here comes at least the attempt of a hit. Noisy's going to be able to at least find a trade. 3v2, but head glitch is just way too extreme. And Caesar will put them in the final black screen of the round. So a 1-0 lead here for Exclusive, but I got to tip it for UMD. I mean, they're really trying some crazy different for a round 1 strat of just forward, flooding through arches, but
you know,
round 1 defense, normal rollout for Exclusive is going to stop that.
A 2-for-1, taking down both scopes and surviving through nades. Exclusive is going to be like, dude, we're set on this B defense.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get a little bit of a mid hit. This smoke will reveal that there is something up that Exclusive will have to keep an eye on. You can see one watching the cross. But Dakota is able to beat Veer on the angle. So now you've got a lot of issue here. But how about Spy showing up, reducing the numbers, and that has UMD a bit stuck now at mid-map.
That does. You got Veer, but that's only 1 of 2 big power scopes you need to be worried about. Poitez still alive. Dakota still making moves here. Arches, the HSO shotgun does hit like a freight train. You got numbers if you are UMD, and at least information on where one player is located at. Yeah. And now you can fully execute.
Smart. Use Noisy, use Poitez, clear off that angle. Do not just have Dakota pushing forward with the shotgun. Perfectly executed for UMD. Whoa. PKM go rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, but not enough to get to all 3.
That would have been absurd.
Correct.
Would have been like Moscow level of like accuracy absurd.
What?
Like they would almost lined up for him.
Oh.
Yeah. That was a deep cut.
That was a deep
cut. It was a very deep cut. Yeah, to tie things up here, and again, when you go and you do things a little bit more standard, Veer's going to be playing down low with that sniper continuously, so you can catch that timing. Neil's going to find that first blood through a wall bang. Early numbers here for exclusive.
Yeah, and they've also, this is what I was about to kind of lock into, and I'm glad that our ops team is showing it. The PKM through the wall is also going to add some extra pressure on the offense, but Envy responds, taking care of Neil's first blood. So 4v4 we go, but outside of round 1, UMD have not really shown us much in terms of finding early intel except for off the scope. So they're a little stuck at the moment. Smoke will mostly envelop the opening towards that A cut, but look at the defense. Exclusive is comfy. You got Sawo, who's just going to watch the mid-cross. Looks like he may have seen a shoulder or something like it, and that will move the defense to a 2-2 split.
He picked up Neil's sniper too, so it's going to add an extra layer towards that defensive side alongside the PKM. Veer's here as well. Just expecting for the late challenge. Just down to 60 seconds, and you can only imagine the executes coming in 30.
Yeah, and you can see Sawo's mostly responsible for the underground hit, and where Veer is positioned, he's just playing contact. He's not even really necessarily needing to get one. He's just looking to see if he can catch info before there's some sort of a B hit.
But they're hearing the sniper, and they think that that might just be where Veer is located at. I don't think that they're going to be aware that that could potentially be Sawu, but they're picking their choice. They're going to go over towards V.
Well, Veer trying to find something through the smoke. No VAC needed there. Envy works his way up slowly to B, and Exclusive are guessing it's an A hit. They have not heard anything, so go back to what I was saying about kill noise create doubt. Now there is that doubt. I don't know if Sawo saw that, or he must have. He's looking for the hunt, but that's Dakota with the shotgun, and the bomb does get planted.
Post plant, nobody taking a route. Late nades come in, but they come up just a little bit too long. Players not even weakened. And Exclusive, they got to make a move. Dakota really overextending towards we gave numbers away.
Yeah, and that's the power of the PKM. Rattles through the sideboards, and Caesar will finish off Envy. Man.
That was their best bet.
Yeah.
Like, they scrapped their way through that previous round, but like in the 3v3 post-plant situation, Dakota just needs to be playing down low in arches, expect for someone to slide through. You don't have to make the choice at that point. The enemy, obviously, and quite plainly, will be coming to you.
Yeah, and that's one of those, you have a shotgun too, like play the opposite angle of that underground, throw the shoulder, get your one, get out. Let your help be there on the post plant, but...
That's another great option.
Yeah.
But
it's okay.
Yep.
Plenty of rounds to play with, but UMD falling behind just a touch in terms of how the rounds have played out to this point.
It is a defensive side of the map, so any sort of rounds that you're able to get on this side for UMD is going to be in a really good spot. Maybe
yeah, different look here. UMD tossing nades, countering, but keep your eye on Shisui, who is playing over towards Wine. Bomb is leaning B, but does Shisui try to maybe do something crazy at A? So far, the answer looks like no, but I would love to see him just do something rogue right here.
It's just going to be tough for him to do that all by his lonesome when you know that somebody's going to be watching this with at least a scope or down low, but still players lurking here over by this top plat area. The opening salvo of nades didn't really garner anything, minus losing one player apiece. So 4v4, Shisui still hanging out in top vineyard, but the execute's coming through a bit.
Yeah, and I think them saying we got Veer means that we can hit this on the low ground. They don't necessarily expect that Sawa's playing as close as he was, so we go 1 for 1 again. Good trade for the defense, all things considered. Now take a look at Shisui, lurking to A. But the problem is the bomb's kind of committed here at B. Well, they could back it up, but it's all about the timing of how Shisui hit this pinch through mid.
You got a counterplay, though. Neil's taking the long route, and they might be trying to plant for it. It's the only side that they cleared so far, Alan, but here comes the flank. Shisui for one.
Beautiful. You have to commit to the plant now, though.
Yeah, for real.
What are we waiting for? They get an eye on Spy. Timing for Neil could be everything. He's trying to make sure there's no rewrap back to A, though. So the post plant will favor that of UMD. And where do you set this up? Right now, it looks like they're trying to just bunker and play some close contacts, knowing that Spy's on an Odin, and surely you figure that Neil's on a scope.
And surely you figure out that he is on the long flank. You have not seen him. You have not heard him. Here comes the push, but it is so disjointed from the opposite side. And even if Neil hit that one shot, it was all but put to rest. All even Stevens through 4 rounds.
Yeah, I love that little variation on the round 1 setup run Mythic.
The pump fake?
Yeah, a little, like a half fake, right? It's like... It's like we got Trip stacked up on the weak side. Shisui's playing over on the strong side. and you eventually get an opportunity to utilize that angle. It just changes the dynamic of what that looks like, and I really like that variation. Same nades, different look. This is now the full bait and switch.
Yeah, they're going to throw all their utility over towards B, making it that they're coming over here. But yeah, the extension over by the box. Caesar had a good look for a second, but that's all the info you need.
Look at the pump fake again. You can almost just fake and then go back over to B.
Envy with a scope over there at top plat.
And he's cleared a lot.
There's so much space just being held all over the place that even exclusive has considerable doubt where even the bomb is being pushed towards. But it is lurking in top vineyard for a timing of an execute. Veer, here's a bullet whiz right past his ear and then takes the reach out and takes Noisy down.
And that mid control changes a lot. So yes, you have to try to win that back if you're UMD, if you want to try to continue to pivot around this position. So far, they are finding success. And guess who? Shisui once more.
Are they expecting it this time?
Has gotten around the back. They're tucked in good corners, though, in terms of a B defense, and that's the other problem, is Spy is also still holding an aggressive angle towards A, so it has to come down to Shisui. Finds one, snaps over, gets the second. Just down now to one. Has to be Spy for the 1v2. He has not been seen in a while, so some concern for UMD to make sure they're not going to get caught off guard.
Shisui's going to try to double dip back through the staircase, maybe get over towards B. The bomb's now on a hot rotation over there. 30 seconds remain. In this timing for Spy to recognize this is going down is everything to catch somebody with their pants down.
Bomb planted.
The bomb has been planted.
Can he get the exit? Sure does. Perfect for the first. Looking to go quickly.
Oh, he knows.
Or does he? He's got an idea. Shisui has to check. Stepping on, and Shisui, perfect timing. Well done there, and UMD, nice job to recover on their offensive side.
I do tip that as an option, though. I mean, like, you haven't seen Shisui ever since he did hit that flank, and he did find those twos. He could have been anywhere. You could have been reflanking all the way through the other bomb site. You could have been pinching through your spawn, but just hop it. Maybe you catch good timing, but not going to be the case. UMD take the lead in map number 2. Here come the nades over top of A. A little bit more ceremonious here for Tunisia.
Defense largely still stacked at the front of A through that smoke. Got to make sure no one gets through it. And as it does dissipate, the PKM of Caesar will back up to play a little bit more safely. You got Spy up close with some close range weaponry, so you don't have to worry about necessarily playing the opening angles. You can just trust that contact point to a worst, go 1-for-1. And UMD is just not going to show anything here. A little bit of like a lighter nade opening, and let's just save and try to maybe hit some sort of a burst execute later in the round.
I said it's the day one nades over the top of A, and you're trying to cause more doubt for exclusive that it forces them to check more angles. It would be Neil that does so. He gets blooded, and that's a big scope here out of the round. I mean, on Mythic Dream are just playing so well with the clock right now, just expecting for exclusive to try to push for the trade, and more often than not they do. But this time they're playing a little bit more passive just around A. Trying to get where the info could be located at. You still have mid control to maybe try to pounce off if Sawu wants to try to hit a little bit of a route.
Yeah, Envy's got the freedom, though, to take an extra gander inside of the A site, knowing that Neil's off the table. Veer constantly has been playing over towards B. So Envy's going to be able to kind of just go pixel by pixel here. Caesar holding on the angle through the boxes just to see if anyone drops out of wine. And UMD are stacked. Just comes down to when do we say go, and that smoke will be the green light. Here comes the play. Oh, we don't clear our corners with a shotty. Oh, no.
He thought he did.
Massive mistake. And the defensive exclusive inside the A site is holding nicely. 2v2. Now down to Sawo as Envy's able to find the counter. So it's down to Shisui playing up against Veer. And Veer may be closer than expected, but is going to allow Shisui to plant and set it on his terms.
Weaponry, though. This is going to be the hardest part here for Veer. He's going to have to try to do this with a scope. It's going to have to be a magical bullet.
That smoke creates so many new angles, though, that Veer has to try to clear with this. Here we go. Makes his way on. How much does he trust as Shisui is holding the close corner? Oh, Shisui connects! Huge for UMD after the first 3 rounds were looking a little, I would say, tepid.
Yeah.
You get a really solid finish for UMD 4-2 half.
Exclusive kind of scammed that round. They had just about every angle covered to be able to play for those trades, but lost track of one player, able to find a 2-piece, and that forced out the 1v1. A 2-round lead here on Tunisia going in towards the defense is a fever dream for Mythic Dream after losing that map.
Yeah, for real. So we swap. Veer looking for some spam. Nothing landing. And for the defense of UMD, a little bit more aggressively statured at B. A touch. They're not going to have the free exit. They're not really trusting that there's going to be a scope to hold it. And Veer will find one, just looking for some angles. Envy responds on the other side of the map, though. We stay 4v4.
This is on Mythic Stream's MO for Shisui, though. We saw it on the defensive side, or the offensive side. The same thing could be done here on defense. Not checked in the corner. He lost his running mate there at B, but he might hit a very, very long route around the back.
It's tough, though, because you know there's scopes that could possibly be watching this.
It's possible.
So here comes the stack up. Nades are still being held onto for exclusive, trying to clear out the archways. Does that land? It does. So good information there from Neil. Stuns go to the backside of the site, but Envy still able to connect for the first. And the second. Nice shots from Envy. Pushed off the angle, but UMD still have defenders in the site, and they do what's called of them. Yeah. Brilliant from UND. 5-2 up.
Yep. Just no hesitation, nobody tweaking out and trying to think maybe we need to go back over towards mid, go assist over by B, because that's where that first blood came through. And I mean, UMD kind of called Exclusive's bluff. Like, they found that first blood, they're like, they're going to quick rotate over towards B. Not the case. They just hold the ground. And now they put themselves just a handful of rounds away from tying up the series.
Good adjustments from UMD in the mid-round. Both offensively and then right there, hearing those late nades come through and standing tall. Veer gets an aggressive angle. Spy doing some damage, able to clean up one. Does he get the second? No. Noisy has done so well in the back as long as Dakota is with him. Bomb acquired. And Envy will still stay just inside the site to connect for another double. UMD showing up big.
Yeah, it's with their capability of being able to pivot and adjust on offense, putting themselves in a better situation going in towards the defense. Again, Tunisia is very defensive-sided. I think everybody's very aware of that. And Exclusive trying to force the issue, constantly getting called out, and this is an aggressive call.
Yeah, Neil seeing these early nades come through. He has to hold to make sure no one's aggressively pushing through. And how about the read from UMD? They're saying no nades at A. Let's get the quick rotation back over, and Poides is able to hit twice. Holy cow, what a response from UMD. And Poides is not done yet. That's his third in the round. But through the wall. Does get responded to. And now we've got a 2v2 and things will cool for a moment. Pardon me, 2v1.
And Neil recovered the bomb. He thought there for a second he was going to back over towards A. And with the 1v2, this is the right call for Noisy and Dakota. Just body stack together, play for the trade. Neil, though, I mean, he knows he has so much time to try to work. He's going to try to get back in towards B. Unaware that UMB are still here.
Well, this has been a position that shotgun players have made their home. You know that Noisy has been sitting over towards the back arches at A, so Neil is going to try to scout things out. Does he see a barrel? No. Does he check it in time? Nope, not going to happen. 7-2 on Mythic Dream.
How about that?
Woo, clean after the first 3 rounds.
How about that? Going in towards the Tunisia Search and Destroy, something that we didn't see Exclusive play through playoffs at the very least, something that you feel like they should be quite comfortable on. Veer, great season there with the sniper. Neil, it's Neil. No, on Mythic Dream on that offense, that was an absolute spectacle. Real enjoyment to watch there as they slowed the pace down, adjusted off of a very aggressive left field call for a round one strategy of just brute forcing their way through the arches, and then slowly and methodically picked apart the defense. Okay, if we throw these nades, that means he's going to do this, and then Y ends up happening, and now we can slow roll our way over towards A there in the later half of the rounds. It was meticulous, man. Really well played.
It's one of those things, like, you almost look at what on Mythic Dream did on the offense, and like it's like they take their bishop out early and sacrifice it.
Yeah.
Saying, here's our hard A hit.
Great
Get
analogy.
used to that, and then if you're sitting here at Exclusive, you're like, oh, we got this. We're chilling. You know, we're going to keep, or pardon me, the hard hit towards B. Flip the sights on you right there. But I think it's just like on Mythic show that we have variations on what that looks like. So yes, we may have sacrificed something early trying to catch a power play. Doesn't really work out, but because we can manipulate and mold in the mid round, it kind of keeps Exclusive a bit more at bay. 10-3 for Shisui, again, just kind of going rogue.
Majority of all of those kills coming off of late flanks on the offense. He was always the island player over by Vineyard when the B execute was starting to come through. And even on the defense, we never really needed a call for it. Because all of the executes were just getting nullified the moment that they were coming through. And Shisui was going to be hitting those flanks from B all the way over towards A if he wanted to, but it was never required. 10-3 with the majority of those kills on offense via the flank. is absurd.
Yes. A couple other updates here as we peruse the facial expressions of Exclusive. Wolves beat the brakes off Animus on Combine, 250 to 63.
Ouchies.
I know a lot of people were kind of wondering because, I mean, no secret, you saw the post on Instagram, there were some issues kind of locking down visas in the timely manner that they would have liked to. Wolves got here last night at like 11:30 at night.
I literally watched them walk into the hotel.
Yeah. And they, I think, had a couple of people. I know Brody was like, people who chose Wolves as their pick to win.
Just leaking.
These guys are just, I'm telling you, they're just a little different.
You know what's scary too is that Combine was actually their map pick. Summit was chosen by Animus, and if they somehow make it there,
they won't.
It ain't gonna be pretty.
They won't.
They got a Fire Engine array, it ain't no way.
Also, other things, Group C, laying the land for Gallerus Q9. Woo! Keep that one open on a second tab, because I'll tell you what, that could be saucy.
It's gonna be nutty.
It'd be saucy.
All right.
For us, we are into map 3, and it's everyone's favorite raid.
Yeah. This one's going to get interesting, too. Again, you're mostly looking at a lot of your War Machine players to have a very good opening round. It could be the difference maker in getting a life advantage in the second.
Well,
gotta get there first.
Gotta get there first. Again, just mentioning this just to talk about the statistics coming into it for all of you nerds like us out there. Exclusive only played raid on broadcast when they played control in their region. UMD did not win a single control on broadcast when they played in their region, and the story seems to be coming to life just a touch right now.
And they only won 2 rounds of total of playoffs in control for UMD. So that's going to be their biggest difficult to overcome. And yeah, Exclusive 5 life lead there through the opening gunfire. They're just holding the mid lane, just trying to keep them at an arm's reach. But there is space all the way inside a basketball court.
Yeah, but that's almost being elected to be given at the moment because you've got full surround. You've almost got the stapled Zin trap over towards Jim on the backside of Garage. Does get dealt with, so a little bit of a battle back. 22, though, playing 16, 47 seconds on the clock. Paused with the effort on the A zone.
Yep, first segment going to be coming through. We got players trying to double dip over by B, but you would hope that maybe you could try to get more space over by A to get inside a money window and maybe get some assistance over by Tiki. Yeah. But UMD are starting to hesitate a little bit on where they're trying to go, and it just allows Veer to reposition over by Ring and finds himself a nice 2-piece.
That was one of those moments that we see all the time where it's just like, we don't actually want A, we just want to try to pull the defense towards it, and then we can take mid and eventually get to B, but you take what your mama gave you. And at the moment, mama's giving A. Couple of trades do come through over towards basketball. Caesar, does he get there to stop? No, not in time. And hold on a second. Minute 34 in the clock, 3 life gap, and UMD've got some map pressure.
G Sweet on the flank. Stun went over top of his head. Sawu very aware that this could be the play. This guy flanked just about every single round he possibly could find in Search and Destroy. You know he's going to try to do it here. 3 life advantage, and Exclusive are forced to turtle in and around Art, get a player over by Ring, and make sure that that laundry flank doesn't come through.
This is a risky route for UMD.
It's going to take a lot of time, that's for sure.
That's going to take a lot of time, and it's just a couple of really tough angles to clear when you're dealing with the one-tap ability of the weapons that are currently here in COD Mobile. And that's why. So everything will be largely shut down. Full control here for Exclusive through Art, like you mentioned, but they never lost control of Laundry. They never lost control of Kitchen. And now this next hit for UMD has to provide some success.
They're trying to time it. Shisui actually going to end up catching down one of Sawu on rotation outside of Kitchen.
Clean.
Here comes the pusher on the backside of Laundry. The nade comes up short, spawn over by basketball, and Shisui can't lock it down. That was your one ace, maybe, to try to convert this, but a 6 life disadvantage with only 30 seconds, this is all but over.
Yeah. 3v9. Can you get a couple of more ops charged up? Looks like the answer will be no for UMD, unless Dakota can maybe find a pick and get himself online. Well... yeah. Yikes. He's going to get on for some, at least, stalling of the clock. Hello?
Oh, so
we're just going to keep waiting to see if we can get Spy his op, I guess?
It allows Dakota to be able to complete his charge of the Sparrow going
I get it, but
I don't.
Feels a little too cute.
I get it, but I don't.
It's fine.
Oh, at that point.
There he goes. He gets it.
Yeah.
That's work. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Are you kidding? But the biggest difference is going to be the payload of operators on one side compared with the other. I mean, when you're dead, you're not charging. So would you end up going into this next round? Like I was saying, the War Machines ceremoniously pop. Puedes is going to rip his. Veer first will end up pushing into Art. Caesar's going to see what he can find with the Sparrow in towards Kitchen. He sees a couple of grenades fly past him in P5, but it's all space moving forward.
Trophy system up top at Laundry doing its job. Veer's able to get a response here, at least for one, trying to scope out Laundry. Doesn't work out. UMD survived through that really nicely, if we're being candid. Now you've got a chance to counteract and reestablish your map control. Tough battles, though, as the offense does have a trophy system of their own. Sparrow eventually lands. Switching back over to the more traditional weaponry was Dakota, but Shisui is there for the trade and another. So good stuff for UMD, keeping the lives in their favor and stopping the initial play with that big operator flux.
Yeah, Shisui just pulled the equalizer, got shut down instantaneously. Dakota does have a Pred missile to try to help them get back in towards this B zone if they want it. Yeah, gotta be the call to try to work their way forward. There was space being produced over by the pool side, but yeah, that B zone is so chalk off of that execute. It was a great opening there with that trophy system, to your point there, Shift, but on rotation now, UMD got to hold on to this life lead.
And UMD will start to earn a couple of operators here in a moment, I had to imagine as well. Envy's already still holding on to his, but there will be a couple others that will get earned up. Dakota's able to keep the rotation largely safe. One more in front of him, though, but does not expect that. So Neil will open up some space through Laundry, force the spawns for UMD to be down towards basketball. And it looks like that's what the route that Exclusive wants to start to build for themselves.
Annihilator here for Spy, watching his back angle, able to find himself two. Got Sawu there with the DM at the same time, just to hose and work their way just a little bit further forward around the backside of basketball court. This is getting messy.
Yeah, the problem is you've got the Zin trap over at Garage, though. AC and Jim trying to be locked down for UMD on the defense. Death Machine clears out top window. Clock comes to a pause at a minute 26. Exclusive still have numbers backside basketball on top of that. You got to go here if you're UMD. They still have Puedes trying to lock the spawns and move them around a little bit, but you got to get kills on the site first, and that will help. Two will drop. First tick lock. The second, not quite, and it will be depleted 11v5. Looks like the defense is reestablished.
I'm being able to recognize that Puedes was still inside the spawn. Veer wanted nothing to do with it, hit a route through Art, and there's still potential to be in this to fight for the second segment, but it would have to be a massive scan for UMD with the life advantage that they do have. So last little bit of round being panned out here, 60 seconds on the clock, but 10v3 is not looking too likely. So charge up at what operators you could possibly get going towards the next.
Nice shots from Shisui. Whoa, that'll finish it. Okay, comfortably. 10 lives remain for the defense there. And again, this is most impressively for UMD. This is, again, we're trying to gauge the temperature here in these opening rounds. That's brilliant to go up against 5 operators right off the rip on your defense, have perfect trophies, respond with operators of your own, keep things not just level, but actually in your favor. Brilliant stuff for UMD as we get into round 3.
You have Puedes got that War Machine back there at the end of the round, so that's going to be the opening going in towards this. There is a trophy system in play for Exclusive, nullifying a lot of these grenades, but it still finds one at the end. But it's only just that one kill until Envy cleans up Spy inside of Art. A great opening defensive round here for Exclusive.
Looking good on this initial attempt to deny any play towards B. Quick rotation for UMD, though. Southern spawns towards Garage have them sprinting into the A zone. And a little bit of noise being created by Envy just to kind of hang out over towards Art. He's able to find one more before dropping. And the first ticket A is already gone. Second looking pretty likely, as the defense for Exclusive are going to look to maybe chalk and set up the Zen trap in Garage.
Yeah, I mean, you got the 1 segment advantage off of the capture over by Ring, so 4v3. I guess you're willing to play with those mathematics, but you just had no information on what the backside of jungle even looked like. Spy has been holding it, expecting to get challenged. He doesn't end up seeing the timing going over towards Wheelbarrow, but that's an extra 60 seconds on the clock. And, you know, from the opening engagements, Exclusive did have a pretty steep life advantage, but again, they're playing for that Zen trap. The problem is you do need to get kills.
Yes.
Kill them back in their spawn.
And Veer popped a War Machine as one of those intended spawn trappers and finds nothing with it.
Yikes.
So you've got a 2-life edge, sure, but you've got a ton of time for UMD to work with. The problem is, and as you see it on the minimap, watch that convoy of UMD players coming off spawn and having to go through pool. Not what you want to do. You need to get some mid-map control back, and that issue is that Exclusive has a trophy and 2 members watching a crossfire.
You got 2 players that are essentially not even a part of this. Right? I mean, you got 1 player inside of Garage. Finally, Neil gets the engagement versus Envy, but you know that you could still have numbers if you swayed in your favor. And on the backside of the staircase, it's all about the trades, and Exclusive come out on top.
1 member trying to hold the spawn trap. There's the Sparrow for Caesar, dealing with that play through Laundry. The life lead grows for Exclusive by the tally of 5. Reset now in play. 55 seconds on the clock. Caesar just trying to get what he can out of the last couple of bolts of the Sparrow. Has Dakota in his sight, no problems there. Little shaky off the heady off the staircase, so UMD will get out of spawn, but you gotta break through mid.
P5 control could be really big. Spy's gonna get taken down for his worth on that very powerful position. 30 seconds remain, and veers back over towards sniping here on the black van. Now you gotta go if you are UMD. Lives don't mean anything if you can't touch the zone.
Yeah, and they were committing the Sparrow to this. It's blind. Long route on the way from none other than Shisui. But there are a couple of defenders in his way. Dakota eventually is able to land onto one. Sabo trying to respond to his zone, but doesn't necessarily get the trade that he needs. Shisui's pinch is shut down, but they from the front now starts to develop. Spy over the top. Can't find the second. Clock will come to a bit of a pause, and UMD, oh, they're able to stop the rotation in towards Laundry. Neil over the side. Turble over the top side of Ring. 8v8 situation. Vera can only contest with the scope. You've got one tick. Second's about to come through. UMD have numbers. The stack is looking good. Desperation for exclusive. 3 operators being called. One is already shut down. There's the second tick. UMD still on the zone. Exclusive threw everything at this, and they take away nothing. UMD able to capture and take a massive edge.
That's insane, being able to convert it the way that they did. And you can even see right there, and just like, let's keep it calm just a little bit. You got to try to get the job done, but being able to recognize that they were just chalking that poolside control zone, playing for the spawn trap, was not favorable at all for exclusive. Puedes, another War Machine to kick off the round where Veer used his at the end, and he finds 2.
Absolutely brilliant stuff for UMD. Exclusive in a panic right now. As they come off spawn and just don't even have a chance really to play the round at the beginning. Now you've got Preds and Hunter Killers and more operators in your face.
Just a high
29
value
plays 22.
Such a high value War Machine out of Puedes to start that round. The trophy system not where it needed to be if it was even in play. Shisui just lurking around here through open stairs with the equalizer trying to catch players on rotation. It will dissipate. Exclusive are trying to make a desperate play going over towards Tiki to maybe try to set themselves up for the A control zone. But when they lose all these lives, you got 2 players in your spawn.
Decent salvage here from Exclusive. If they can get to the basketball heady, that could be massive. Shisui just trying to hold on towards the cutout. Steps on into the zone. Help not initially there, but does eventually provide the trade required. Noisy still holding on to the backside spawn trap. A does get 2 ticks locked though. And Envy is just trying to pick what he can with the Annihilator. First 2 shots, not quite there. He only gets 1. The claw's also shut down. Is this an overinvestment? As it looks like an extra 60 could possibly come through. Just comes down to where they want to go, because Exclusive off spawn are actually just going to take their numbers to B.
War Machine, it's got to stay alive. It's got to find value here. Where the player's coming from, trying to get the grenades, trying to thin the needle there through the narrow choke point going in towards P5, but here comes the second segment working over by B, and it feels like UMD are kind of giving a lot of respect to this to almost try to fall by the wayside. They're playing for Shisui's flank.
Yep.
Can he find anything?
And you've got number 4 in Envy watching the cross through pillars. Shisui's first shots over towards Ring do not land, but Envy provides the kill that they need. Sparrow up top, trying to keep the zone in the defense's favor, but they're split 3-2, and now there's 2 ticks down on both zones. So yes, it's a 15v5, but if you can maybe capture one of the zones, you can maybe do it again to the other. But as you hear my voice fail and fade, so also does Exclusive. Clean stuff from Unmythic Dream.
And it's insane to truly think that now Unmythic Dream will fully take a 2-0 lead in this series. It's all just dependent on when Spy finally falls, but 16 seconds left, no segments worth to be captured. Exclusive scammed round number 3 and let UMD capture an entire offensive round. These boys are hyped. They're letting them know it's a 2-0 lead for Unmythic Dream. Exclusive, what happened?
That's their bread and butter, if you want to call it that. Played it in that control all day, every day in their region. Whereas Unmythic Dream, again, the overarching storyline was they had not won a control. Had barely won segments at not even ticks.
2 rounds in playoffs.
Yeah, not great, but much better there. And I'll tell you, after doing a lot of watching and kind of looking back over some of the teams that we expected to do great and what their operator usage looks like, Exclusive taking a couple of the gambles that I would say are more risk than reward, whereas Unmythic Dream are playing really stable in terms of how they're calling in their operators. Really valuable on a number of different moments, and that's how you win COD Mobile, flat out.
They're playing the picture perfect laundry list every single round going in towards this raid control, making sure that there was one operator you need every single time. I talked about it even going in towards round number 1, and when we finally got to round number 2 where you got the fighting war machines on 2 different sides, but like you said, the gamble not always worth the gambit when it comes down to that last war machine for Veer to be called. If you can get the spawn trap working with the war machine and turn that into value, it's a completely different conversation. But because they didn't, and they lost that operator semblance of an advantage, that was everything that UMD needed to go in towards that final round and take a 2-1 lead.
I'm liking what I'm seeing.
This is not the same on Mythic Dream.
No, it really isn't.
Tempered aggression, the ability to adapt, learn what the enemy is doing to then counterplay them as well. Not something that we got to see when they were playing up against TLE.
Yeah, and there's my hombres. Puedes and G Suite leading the charge. 31 and 18, 27 and 19. Nearly identical score. So, yeah, huge impact over the map. We're on the flip side, a handful of negative score lines for exclusive. So now you start to switch the conversation around a touch because we go to a Hacienda, which this is on Mythic Dream's map selection. Any thoughts over it overall, though? Because for on Mythic Dream, you look over their history. Yes, they've played it a lot in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They lost it once to Xochitl, but beat Rejects, kind of, 250-236, and then they were able to get the revenge versus Xochitl again. Later in the playoffs, 250-149. Does this turn into a closeout map for Mythic Dream, do you think?
It's because the sample size is so small, because you could say the same thing for exclusive on the other side. I mean, they lost it to 117 Not Found, and they beat the living breaks off of them on the Hacienda map 1 in that lower finals, 250-113. But again, it just feels like we're on a continuous conversation of how long ago that was. The VOD may not be as congruent as it would hold up to this point in time. And just candidly speaking, like, this is different on Mythic Dream. Like, every single bit of note that I had going in towards this, the search and destroy blew it out of the water. The ability to remain so poised there in the control, not on my bingo card whatsoever, man. Like, this is a different belly of the beast. Exclusive, they were really confident knowing that they were probably going to come in towards the series and know that they were going to be in that 1-0 lead to be able to then go face Elevate. It might not even come down to that. If they cannot lock into this Hacienda, overextensions are going to come back to bite them in the rear if they do not just lock it. But let's remember, Slums, 250-82. It's a pretty steep score line. We got a lot of good rotations and a lot of good breakaway moments for exclusive. But Puedes is feeling hot off of that map number 3. I'll tell you that much.
A couple other updates. Group B, Wolves close out Animus 3-0 after pulling a little mini reverse sweep in the raid control. They were down 0-2. And the real highlight match is happening on Group C right now. Q9, 250-193 over Galers on Apocalypse. They will be heading into Cruel Hana. Their search and destroy map numero dos. As we jump into Hacienda, lots of Espanol being oblad right now. As we see the opening looking pretty solid for exclusive, but P2 side of the map still in control of UMD.
Yep. Being able to maintain that side of the map could just be everything you want, especially when you're thinking about an advantage. But let's not forget, I mean, they had themselves that full 60 on P2 over by Slums. I know I'm comparing apples to oranges, but any lead and hardpoint for exclusive might not matter. Spy able to find 3 there off the rotation. On Mythic Dream still had the P2 side. That's a lot of time exclusive.
That's a lot of time for exclusive. And numbers as they move across the map. Uh-oh, this could get ugly early. As the spawns will start to move just a touch. Trying to bunker into P2 is UMD. Searching and finding the kills they need to try to reestablish, but the hard point is still locked. Spawn's still a little bit questionable in terms of where exactly everyone's going to be popping up at. Well spawns for exclusive. UMD holding back towards the P4 side of the map, trying to receive this from inside the hill, and it's working. Okay, can't really hate it if it's working, but eventually the power of the spawn comes through and exclusive crack through the front.
And now they're able to hold from the front too. If Mythic Dream can at least find themselves an opening, but the biggest problem are all the different corners. And yeah, like you said, for exclusive, it was working, able to get them back some of the driveway. They had the spawns, but they're losing the lives. Caesar's able to find 2. Gives away the trigger, and then retrains inside a Zig for a 4-piece. Things you cannot allow to have happen. Exclusive are running away.
Eel just had someone spawn in his back pocket and was still able to find the 1v1 win. win, and that allows Caesar to realize that we are not in control. Pop the Sparrow. He is on an EMP already.
Yep.
Wow, what a start for Exclusive. Dropping the Pred missile just to ensure the scrap time is secured, and now you can focus over towards New, where, again, with things like EMPs and operators, this could lead to a very quick rotation for Exclusive.
You got operators online if you want them from UMD, but the problem is that ace up the sleeve for Caesar. He does die. 2-for-1 trade, goes the kill feed. UMD trying to move their way forward, but I just genuinely don't think they know where the time is going to be coming from Exclusive. They still have those back office spawns. Death Machine gets rolled into, but it's Exclusives that finds the further value.
At least so far, Shisui responds. And now you've got Veer trying to lock things up from patio side, giving Spy a little bit of freedom to move forward. Should be able to read this back 35 seconds if the spawns have flipped. And UMD, they need something. They need something quick, too, because this is starting to get out of hand like it was in map number 1. Veer's able to find 2 with the 100-killer drone, plus 1 more over the top of fences, and this scrap 20 is looking really good for Exclusive.
This is your first time watching professional Call of Duty Mobile. I will go ahead and echo what we already talked about in the first series. An EMP is a snowball device, and at that point, you're grasping at straws for any sort of heroics to come through from you and your teammates to bounce back from a deficit like this. About to be at 100 points are Exclusive going in towards P4. UMD are here first. They gotta lock it down.
We need to take a breath right now after UMD. We need to get together, lock down top windows. Well, easier said than done, apparently.
Never mind.
Yep.
Savage spawning all the way backside of the driveway too, man. Like, they're gonna be so far away from this. They have no operators to work their way back into the Pred missile, just clears it all.
Yep. Good information gathering. Okay. So able to find one and then help out from the front, and the playthrough tiles is shut down. Split spawn situation now for UMD, but Exclusive have come back and said, we're nope, not happening. Not happening right here, right now. We want map 5.
Yep. They're looking good for it. Caesar's gonna have himself another Sparrow run here to be understanding that everybody's spawning onto the backside of the boathouse. Yes, Sahu, don't overchow. Let him come through and funnel in towards the operator. You got a Death Machine watching the opposite side at the same time, just bullet hosing their way around the corner, just trying to work their way forward, and 5 dead again. UMD find nothing besides the 21 points of scrap in the first set. It has been all Exclusive as they have a 121-point lead.
And more operators and more Pred missiles and...
Got another EMP too, Alan.
Yeah. They got it all. UMD able to at least finally find a favorable kill feed, but it's over the top of P1, and finding time off that is less than easy.
This is where I normally take like the guard. If it was like a dead even game, like the 31 points that Exclusive were able to get off that first set would have been the difference maker, but it's just the snowball that Caesar was able to have going in towards P2. He's having a whale of a performance. I can imagine that his death tally is very, very low, but a combined 44 kills in between Veer and Sawu. Those boys are locked.
A little bit of a wake-up moment here, though, for UMD. 25 to fight for over P1. You look at the minimap, and again, it is currently UMD in position to go to P2 first, but we're still a bit away from that conversation really unfolding. Shisui holds off the rotation from Exclusive through mid. Now it's just down to, can you get a read on where the next set of spawns are, because Exclusive have gotten themselves over towards well side. And that's enough for them to just flood through lobby, get the equalizers out, and take control of Lambo. Not great for UMD. One player will spawn in the back, but Exclusive are aware of that. You can trust that the equalizers will do their job from the front, which they do, and Exclusive looking to put this map away early.
You still got one player to worry about there over by the P4, and able to at least find a couple kills does Envy, but day late, maybe $1 short. Oh. The War Machine does get pulled here from Puedes. Great shots coming through from Puedes off of that map 3. We were expecting a little bit more. He does have 21 kills. Dakota has the Sparrow now as well. This is a very likely scenario for UMD to be able to hold this from the front.
Yeah, you just got to cycle these ops to find value, not just a hole, but you need to have something to rotate. So you got to start to string things together here.
Yep.
And through the Sparrow, the War Machine, the equalizers, Exclusive still spawn close. They deal with it, they get the shutdowns, and now they have a chance to play for the better part of the back 30.
Yeah, you go over towards that P3, probably where the EMP is going to get called. Here comes Neil with the Tempest, just trying to fight for the scrap time. They have the luxury to do so. Let's talk about it, because they have such a steep leader's advantage that they can keep throwing all the numbers in towards the old time. Predator missile for Veer, much like in the first set, to secure the back scrap time at 2.
UMD try to rotate a couple of stray spawners over towards New. They will beat Exclusive here. You got to anchor, got to watch office, got to get up that way. You got a hit moving from the front. Picking up the pinch is going to be Shisui. Death Machine from the front, shut down. Exclusive, not able to get through Fence's side. Veer, desperate with the War Machine, cleans up Office. And now you've got the EMP out, and Exclusive from the front with those well spawns will find their way in and likely win the game here.
It's the third EMP. Sabu opened up P3 with his, and then Veer was able to get his 33rd kill, pop his, and everybody in the spawn gets affected. If there was an operator being charged, it all but got halted. If you wanted to use it, too bad. Veer is able to find himself 2 there off of the reposition. Predator Missile allow to clear them way forward, but a full blue kill feed does come through, but 250 to 74, that is such a steep score line. Yeah. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, there needs to be just takeover after takeover mode coming here before we can even start to say the word comeback. Good job, though, on the exit. Rotation being guarded by Envy with the Tempest. Timing is everything here. Nice opening shot. Next on the second. And now you got to play your life inside Office here. Your teammates should have the front, no problem. Nice job. Okay, a 3 in a row, and now all of a sudden streaks start to build. Predator Missile going to take a read on where Exclusive is coming from. Does not land for any kills, but the information is critical. Just comes down to can they actually shut down Caesar from the mid steps. Able to find 3, but Veer not able to follow up behind that, leaving Spy by himself.
100 killer drone gets shot out of the air. Quetez has the War Machine, was electric with it in the last map and found himself a real good value with it going over towards P2, but only able to find himself a couple. Keeps the hard point contested with 30 to play.
Often mixy, but UMD cannot afford mixiness right now. They need to dominate this scrap time. Last one left is Veer in the corner, shut down. Do you get the read over the middle of the map? Yeah, you shut down the Tempest, actually. So a bit of a bold call there for Exclusive, and that will get UMD out of the 100-point club. Again, we're still a long ways away from seeing this game get close, but you're making the right moves, and you're punishing Exclusive for a little bit of slop.
I was expecting you to say the infamous line. Basically, got to be perfect hard point for you to go forward, man. Like you really do have to be just about flawless. So you have fought your way through now 3 EMPs. Caesar, Spy have operators, but the rotation over towards this upcoming set of hard points is probably the closest to a resource advantage UMD could have if they can win these gunfights and somehow get to P3.
Yeah, and just to point to it and really throw a nail into this, UMD have not been good at P2 so far. So that has to change.
And they were the first one there twice.
Correct. Rotation needs to turn into actual time. 223, 125. So inside the 100-point deficit now are UMD, but Exclusive, they could just continue to chip away at this.
Oh my.
He is starting to light things up. Caesar with the shutdown, but stuck without a weapon out. Good help from Veer. Neil also supplying support on the hardpoint itself. And with 12 seconds remaining, keep your eye on the minimap. UMD not spawning close to P2 at the moment, but they have to continue to fight over every single second on every single hill.
Yep, every single second that Exclusive gets, it's just that much closer to 250. That much to game, that much to force a map number 5. Envy has himself a nice little Tempest to be pulled. Driveway hold is still intact. Noisy is there over by P4. And now, at least with that 1 kill coming through, you see everybody on the backside of Driveway. It's looking good.
The timing of that is actually critical. Envy's trying to just hang on and punish Exclusive. He drops, but then the rest of his teammates get the cleanup at Driveway. Death Machine from the front, trying to survive inside the hill. This War Machine for Veer only finds 1. Reinforcements not fully going to be here for UMD as the spawns will flip for a moment, but Noisy still has the Death Machine out. It's starting to get interesting. I think we may be able to start to say the word to introduce it to the universe. The comeback is on the way, and Exclusive are looking to try to put this down here at P2, but a Pred Missile gets the read. Dakota off the reload. How about Shisui and Dakota still hanging on, and Shisui's got equalizers to play with on rotation.
They're trying to force their way through. They only need 11 to win, but there's not enough time here on P2. Got to hit the rotation over towards New. Dakota's going to be holding it, watching over by Fountain. He finds the kill required. The rotation's going to be 1.
Shisui does not have the equalizers. He must have popped it to try to hang on to that scrap time.
Getting the charge back?
Hard to say, but that's got to be a Sparrow! And Dakota cleans out the well! Turn your eyes to the back! You should know this, but Points gets punched, left-right combo from Caesar. Shisui does get the equalizers back. Has to shut down this point from Patio. It's happening! They're doing it! UMD with a life somewhere out of nowhere! A full pinch for Shisui! They're still alive!
through 3 EMPs, 245, counting up, 191 for UMD. Gotta win the gunfights, and they just come up short.
Still alive, though. Still have numbers. Contest is in. Point is in the corner. Oh, mercy. Exclusive. Only need a couple more seconds. Tempest out for Neil. It stops at 248. Envy's able to counter. Caesar here trying to explode. This map out of hands, but noisy. Can't get the second, but has help. You got to win every single gunfight, though. Last 1v1. Beer gets shut down. You got to race. You got to race.
You got 5 seconds left to try to get over there. The player that's going to be closest is going to be running through mid. It's going to be watched.
Here we go. Final 5 seconds. 2 kills come through for UMD. Caesar, Spy, Sawo on the point, and they hold on, if only barely.
And that is not elation on the face of Exclusive. That is a 5-player team of faces saying that should have been a 100-point club. That should have been a massive snowball. 3 EMPs. And they fought their way back to a 250 to 198 scoreline. I was ready to say at least through the majority of those 2 sets of hills, the only player that was getting sufficiently outslayed was Envy. He locks in. The rest of the team was constantly there playing for the trade. Shisui and Puertas were having themselves a great map since the jump. That it just came down to piecing it together, finding the valuable kills, getting themselves in a better position to lock down the time. You said it perfectly going in towards what was going to be the third P2. You have to convert these kills not only into space, but in towards time. That was the one thing we were harping on Mythic Dream for in that Slums map number 1. They got the kills, but they just never got inside the time. What a joyous experience it must feel like to finally play as all 4 or 5 players around these hard points, to be able to play for the trades, get the operators, and then just almost throw it right back into the face of Exclusive.
It's, I think, also encouraging for the North American fan base to see the heroics come through. I won't say from the unlikely members, but Shisui a number of times. Unbelievable stuff. Dakota as well. Shotgunned in the corner, staying alive, finding a handful, giving his team a chance to come off the respawn. Brilliant stuff. That was almost the greatest comeback in Call of Duty history. Yeah. I'm talking across everything, because the only other one that really stands out is New York, Paris on Hotel.
Greenberg Hotel?
Yeah, that's the only other one that could have possibly...
Uncasted that.
Huh?
Uncasted that.
He did cast
He did cast that. Where is he? Huh. Still insane. It's like, what was it? 238 to... No, it was like 235 to like 82.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then they were able to bounce all the way back. 53! He was leading the entire lobby. 45 and 37 out of Puertas. These are your usual suspects coming away from that raid control that were having themselves a whale of a time. Veer leading the way for his team. Again, he's been having himself a great season. He was able to get himself that 3rd EMP that did get called, but you could see just the coming of an age story. Caesar got the 1st EMP. He finished 39 and 45. Sawu got the 2nd, still finished negative. That on Mythic Dream, they somehow found that 7th gear and then just completely started running at them and finding the trades, finding the kills. Is that going to be a success story going in towards this map 5? You think they're feeling good about that?
I mean, it's just a different game completely, though. When we do the search and destroy, especially...
No, quite literally, it is a different game.
Yeah, it's literally a different game. By definition, not the same as Hacienda Hardpoint. Coastal Search, Hacienda Hardpoint?
Same?
I think the thing, though, and this is what I want to go back to, is map number 2. Tunisia and Coastal, of course, are not... They also don't play the same. However... What we did see from on Mythic Dream was their willingness to flood and show adaptations off of that set opening play with numbers and overwhelming force of nades.
Yeah.
That could be big on a map like Coastal. If you can dominate mid lane, by the way, the scope v scope battle we often see, cause some distraction, then hit nades over the top, it definitely could be a muse for success. But UMD's on defense first, so just kind of put a pin in that. We'll talk about it later.
Could cause a lot of different distress. Shisui was finding a lot of value off of flanks. That is probably going to be your biggest 1-for-1 in between Tunisia and Coastal. Played it once, did UMD, throughout the playoffs. It was against Rejects. They won 7-4.
Patience here in the opening round. Exclusive, just trying to field things off through barrels. Nothing initially. A little bit of a delayed nade from A up to mid for the defense of UMD. That won't land. And Neil is going to get to work remodeling.
Really got to hang a different picture there now. Here comes the nade over top inside of blind. Dakota's going to get flushed out ever so slightly, but he barely even gets tagged, and nobody challenges it.
No reason to. Trophies are well and truly healthy on both sides for the defense. Bomb is still in spawn, by the way. Just going to casually mention that.
Yeah. Good trap.
It is part of the win condition, more often than not.
We'll have to see what Exclusive decide to do here, because you feel like that off the majority of players being over at A, yeah, they're going to have to either rotate back over towards B off of the nade. One player's going to be over there. Veer does find the opening blood, though. Is that going to be the call to go back over towards B?
Whoa. Not anymore.
Just going to dry chow mid?
Yeah, Envy is able to watch the cross through mid. I was going to say, initially, when Veer sees Playdays throwing a little shoulder right there, I don't think Playdays ever saw him.
Yeah.
So, advantage there. Envy is guessing B. Stepping up is Shisui. You animal.
The MO.
Does he hear these steps coming through mid?
He has to.
He has to. Guns are up here for Noisy. Good pre-fire! Able to fire a 2-for-1 exchange. Sui's flank does not convert, though. At least not fully. Caesar down low, and they say 1, 2, 3, go. UMD take the opener.
Just don't think that there's any reason to challenge mid at all that late in the round unless you are the one immediately holding it, let alone just dry peeking it the way that they did. The only way that they got back over through mid was a late smoke, and I was kind of hoping for that smoke to be coming through just to be able to initiate the play back over towards B. But once you got that kill on a Veer, that was all the play you needed to show. UMD, again, really patient and just dissecting where Exclusive are coming from.
Yeah. Similar setup, too, defensively here.
Yeah.
Envy not interested in playing through mid. Gives it up, heads back over to B, and watches mid from a little bit of a different crossing angle. Playdays kind of watching the deeper side to see if maybe that creates an opportunity for Envy to peek, but Dakota is just playing the pogo stick route. Anyone home? Nope. Cool, chilling.
He did see a couple players, and if he was able to count at least a couple of nades, it wasn't just the one to flush him out. There was actually 3 frag grenades that was thrown to try to get that first blood onto the HSO player of Dakota. Doesn't find it. So we're all still alive here, 10 apiece, and you know Veer wants to take this chow versus Puedes. Almost went for the dry chow. Yeah, I was about to.
Yeah, correct. This is just, you don't have the luxury of doing this though. The angle's just too.
That's lucky.
Deep.
That doesn't happen all too often.
No, it doesn't. Playdays just kind of stuck between crouch and standing. Slides across, does not hear any shots, and Envy may try to use that as a chance to kind of give himself a secondary peek. Nades are cooked, trophy system still well in place, and Dakota is trying to feast. Most of that first little round goes a bit awry. Spy holding off Envy from re-peeking. Neil watching the cross, and Spy will convert, but where's Dakota? Dakota's still inside the site. Can he work this shotgun? No, not the case. Exclusive clean things up.
No. Last player alive, Shisui. I feel like you should probably know where he's going to be coming from at this point. Probably going to be on the flank. But still, able to at least shut down the mid shenanigans that kind of plagued Exclusive off of that previous round. Shisui, 1v5, gonna give himself a good old scholar's try. Sees a lot of bullets, throws a nade at the exit, and you just feel like this round's all gonna be put to waste. But yeah, Exclusive off the opening salvo for the round, able to get the nades in towards the HSO shotgun one area, pogo sticking as you pointed it out. Just trying to get that elimination. Would have been an A flood soon afterwards, but you're kind of forced to be patient, get the information on Puedes mid, and the moment that you get that opening blood to get inside of the B site, you just gotta watch down mid and make sure that no flanks come through.
Fountain Peak here for Veer. Love the idea. Oh, what a shot. Envy trying to move his way from left to right. Not quite. Puedes. Ooh, not able to get the shot off onto Spy, and now there's pressure onto B. Nade's starting to bounce on in. Trophy system gets denied. Smoke will embellish the right-hand side, so it's just onto Dakota. Can you use this shotgun to finesse? And yeah, that thing is filthy. Shisui watching, helping, not able to find another elimination, and that will stop Exclusive at the front doors for now as they try to re-attack. And Neil traded, leaves just down to 1, and Veer's got nowhere to go.
If you don't find that kill, and you don't find the space off of the nade, The smoke's just going to be thrown down, and that means that Dakota can just reposition. More often than not, you'll see a player maybe go all the way to the backside of the cubby, but he just posts up onto the backside of the bomb and just expects the challenge to come through, and hey, able to walk away with a 2-piece. Like you said, Shotgun's quite strong, but Veer continuously playing for this kill through mid. This is one of the benefactors that Exclusive did have for the upper hand to beat Animus in their stage.
Yeah, and Veer does connect onto Envy. Middle of the map is now an issue that UMD have to provide a solution for, especially with only Dakota on the B side of the map. Double nades moved over towards the A cross. No one home initially. Trophy system is deeper for Dakota to play off of. Keep that in mind. That's actually very important. So Exclusives, those nades don't trigger it.
Yeah.
He could play this B cut a little bit longer, but shoulder is seen, and Neil's going to try to make him aware. Whoa, bold challenge, but Dakota gets punished.
Okay, so Neil's going to be able to at least walk away here with a 2-life lead now for Exclusive. Fuedez able to tie things up. Exclusive are still trying to get inside of this B bomb site. They finally take down Dakota, so they should feel a little more comfortable to do so.
Yeah, they just got to flood it. Tapping away. This is big. UMD do get out and stay alive into what is now a 3v3 post-plant retake situation. Guess who?
Yeah, every time, man. It's the MO.
On his way around the back. Noisy. That nade looks good. And Sweet connects. Now you've got focus from both sides at once. And you get a tag! What? Are we joking?
I am not.
Zawo by himself now for the 1v3. He has not been seen yet, but the clearance from UMD is coming, and it's coming swiftly. Catching one with the pistol out. Doesn't make a difference. Sweet connects on to another, and UMD go up 3-1.
Meticulous. Again, gonna continue to use that word for their search and destroy play that we got to see from Tunisia and going into Coastal now, is that being able to dissect where their players are going to be located at, and it's systematic too. The wallbang spot, the late nades coming through to flush out players, and then by that point, by proxy, you know where the last player is going to be located in the post and on the backside of the cubby. 2-round lead now for Mythic Dream. Their defense looking stellar.
Exclusive still trusting this walk down mid. Good nade. Pushes Veer off the angle for a moment, but UMD, can they convert? Yes, they do. Long range shot from Envy on the long corner. You know that Veer's still playing somewhere up at mid. Just trying to, wiggle the snaking a little bit. Not as potent COD Mobile as in other games.
Nope, sure isn't. Still a thing, though. You got to be careful here with Veer just still playing on the top of the... that is just a really good jump chow to be able to confirm the information. Veer's going to go for the repass. Envy. Always thinking about it. Yeah, he still gets the info, though, and now Veer has to try to get active to assess his teammates over by the A bomb site, but you still got the 2 players lurking over by B, Allen, and it's just with Dakota still alive, you feel like that's not going to be an executable site with how close that trophy system.
No, because as soon as it denies nades, Envy's going to do this. Walk over and watch the cross.
Yeah.
So 50 seconds on the clock. Exclusive are going to have to make a decision here soon. And they're going to let Veer and Envy just kind of play 1v1. And it goes the way of Envy. Spy? Thinking that maybe Envy's going to get too frisky because both scopes are down. Can Spy punish?
Envy goes right back to holding mid.
Gets the read.
Just a bit outside, but here comes the push over by B. Again, trophy system still in play.
Yeah, this is trouble. 27 seconds on the clock. You get the flood. And here's Envy.
Do they have a late smoke for this cross?
It doesn't matter. You got Shisui on that flank through mid. He's going to read all of this. It's just...
Oh, man.
Yikes.
They're laughing. They're smiling. They're having a good time, man. Like, that's a terrifying thing. You know that Shisui's always going to be on that flank, but it's just all about the timing. No entrance past that trophy in the HSO shotgun.
They need to have a response to that. You cannot allow a trophy system to beat you at B right now.
Here's your response.
Flood day?
Sure.
You don't know what's over here. You haven't really looked at this yet. Scope watching the cross to the boxes cut. Shisui. Oh! Gonna calm the rest of it. Puede says, thank you very much. Could you? You can. So now it's just down to Neil. Good opening shot, but the chase is on, and Dakota puts it away. 5-1 on the half as we swap the sides.
Mythic Dream looking unreal right now. They are locked in. This is, again, a very different team than I saw on the online stage 4 versus TLE. Shisui catching fire. 11 kills now. Got Envy playing for the fountain through mid, does get smoked, and here comes the push over by B. Trophy system is deep.
But I love this. Nades come through, trophies now out of the picture at B. Quick play through the middle of the map as here comes Envy trying to help out, and Veer will fall. Now it's just down to can you win your bottom fights inside the site. Easier said than done, especially with the heavy hidden HS in front of your face.
But that's the difference, right? Like, you get the nades forward, and like you don't hesitate at that point. Like, you do have to flood, and you have to come to grips that like you will lose at least one life. But if you do get that trade on the HSO shotgun player, and you can get into the backside of Winery, that's should be the round one. But Exclusive, able to win the first defense. Envy finds the first blood on Veer. That's a big sniper out of the block.
And look how fast they make their way back down through mid. Noisy just trying to play to stop any crossers or maybe catch some intel. Smoke will hold him back for a moment. Nade straight into it. And Envy and the rest of UMD are just going to play their numbers for right now. No reason to do anything crazy.
No. Shisui might be thinking about some late utility to maybe cause some doubt over by B, but the challenge does come through. Puedes hoping to find a little some, but it's only going to find death. 4v4 now. Bomb's still lurking for an A execute. And I like it for UMD. Look at all the mid control that they have out. It's a good stun.
It's a smoke.
That's a smoke. It is. I just saw a blurb coming.
It's hard to see from here. I won't lie. I've made the mistake once or twice already. Plus, we're just old.
Who's we?
Me and Ian Chambers.
Ah. Crazy stray.
It's not a strafe. He's right next to me. Yeah. Feel out coming over towards B. I would love to see if there's any nades left, tossing them into B just to see if you can pull the defense one more time over.
Yep. Shisui is just waiting for the call. The time. Neil, he's not going to expect it. He's so close to him, barely sees him, and the shot will give his position away.
Got to retreat back, though. Have to hold this position. And UMD's looking for exits from the B defenders right now. This is sexy. A full wrap back around. Noisy does his job to find one. Defense is going to start to move, and they're going to fall right into the trap. What a play from UMD. Caesar inside the site should be overwhelmed and is. Do they have, this is going to be tight. Do they get this bomb planted? Is there enough time? No way.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
It was all looking so good until it didn't.
I love the call on it.
It's just the timing for the execute to be able to make that happen, just trying to play with their food just a little bit too long. Like, you got 2-minute rounds, but if you play with the time just a little bit too long, that typically ends up what happening. Exclusive on a lifeline. And now they can keep that feather in the back of the cap, knowing that that could very much be a possibility.
Correct. I think most importantly, if you're exclusive coming through the opening of this round, is we cannot drop a scope at mid. We have to stay alive.
Yeah.
If they're going to continue to play with that much scaling through sites, we have to hold somebody at worst at the back towards our spawn to make sure no one cuts through mid like that again.
Smoke dissipates through mid. Not going to be able to find anything off the stun that was thrown on the bottom side of the staircase over by A. It is currently a B lurk backed by 2 different trophies, hoping for someone to overextend for information, but not looking likely, not at least in the next 45 seconds.
Yeah, UMD's just letting exclusive dry out with their utility.
Yep.
But I don't even think exclusive has dropped the trophy system yet in this round. I think they're just kind of hanging with it, unless I missed some nades, which is possible.
Pretty sure it was the one that was up close in B. It's possible. It was just a standardized setup as you could possibly imagine, just playing for the alarm bells. Here comes a late nade being cooked up by Veer. It comes up short. Well, the trophy system's a little bit deeper than that, but still no information is not very helpful when you are exclusive. You have no idea where these guys are.
But they do have mid-map superiority, and that deep smoke will isolate the defense, and this is the right call. Take your numbers and play your 4v2 on the site. Neil misses the first 2 shots, has to back off just a touch. Stun check through mid for the defense, but here comes the attack for UMD. Noisy once again, playing the tunnel route. Neil, machine pistol, good for 1. Help is there, trades back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed, and now UMD can have a plant.
They're not going to expect Shisui to be up through mid like this. The late smoke.
What triggered
didn't see him. He gets the 2 for 3, looking for the 3rd, and UMD will get their 6.
Dude, Shisui is showing the veterancy right now.
Real.
We've seen the potential in the last couple of years, but I don't know if we've ever really fully seen that maturity from Shisui.
Yeah.
The timing on these pinches has been unbelievable. The trigger discipline, next level fundamental Call of Duty being played. And now you've got an opportunity. I love this. Throw a monkey wrench in. See if we can get some speed and some tempo. Force the snipers back and just see if we can just continue to play our numbers at A.
Same smoke through mid. They're throwing stuns and nades. It's causing distress for Exclusive to maybe be this A execute. They still have time to maybe pump fake this, but players are still moving forward underneath the site.
They're going to pinch the backside of the site.
Yeah.
And Spy is going to have to go 2 for 1. Doesn't even find the first. Envy, oh my. Almost able to get the quick scope out, but Neil responds. Back and forth we go again, but the A site has now been taken by UMD. And we go 3v3.
Raid Boss is still alive, though. The nade's going to actually connect on the Shisui as well, but they're going to expect maybe a flank to be coming through, but it's all turtle around the site.
Couple of tippy-tappies through the wall, not landing. Shisui
there he goes.
delaying the flank even longer. I love, dude, this is so good.
Yeah, right?
Wait till there's contact, then run. Especially knowing that Veer is still alive. You know he's going to be feeling things out with the scope first.
Oh, yeah.
Envy off the reload. Here comes the play for the retake. Shisui is not in this play, though, based on how this hit is starting to develop. But time is running out. Down to the last 15 seconds. You gotta go if you're exclusive. You just got to. They're able to isolate onto one. Shisui connects with a scope in hand. Dakota up close and personal cannot convert, though. It's just down to the hero of the ball. 1v2 situation. Now the 1v1, 4 seconds. Ah! Doesn't even care about the time. Just finds the kill and pops off here on the A stage to get Unmythic Dream into the upper qualifier.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, was prepared for that. The only people that knew that was Unmythic Dream, and look at them. I think I got one more series, so let's calm down just a little bit, but golly darn, this team show up and absolutely show out. And I know that I'm going to sound like a broken record to most, especially you, but this is a very different team than what we saw in Stage 4. The meticulousness of their search and destroy, to adapt and understand and slowly overcome the tempo that you knew Exclusive were going to try to play for. That was fun.
I like it. Shisui and Puedes looking real solid.
Dude.
Real solid as an up-close and personal SMG duo.
Yeah.
Really, really good stuff. And it's just like, I almost say like the same things that we did like kind of back about that Luminosity roster from, you know, years prior. It's like, if Envy's not fragging, you just don't feel like the team is going to do well. But Envy's not fragging in this matchup, and the team's still doing well.
One of the lowest fraggers, even in that Hacienda, and during that massive comeback, it was none other than Puedes and Shisui. We continuously go in towards this, and we were going to talk about the playmakers of being Puedes and Shisui. It started truly coming through there in the Tunisia search and destroy, and then especially in the raid control. This guy, Shisui, is going to be a real freaking problem if he continues to play like this.
Yeah, for real. Love what I'm seeing from Unmythic in a lot of ways. Hardpoint, yeah, we gotta work on.
Let's not wait until the enemy team hits 230 before we lock in, guys.
You know, there's a little bit of that. But I will say, like, having not won a control in their playoff run to look that good on raid, love it. On the flip side, the search and destroy looks great. Their mid-rounding is really, really clean, and that's something that I feel like often is what you need if you're going to go up against teams out of Korea and teams like China. Because yes, you can set up the best playbook in the world from the minute that you hit the spawn. But what happens when you're in 3v2s, 4v2s? How do you try to manipulate the map that way? And so far, I think Unmythic Dream's doing a really nice job of that.
Yeah, phenomenal performance there out of Unmythic Dream. I'm excited to see what they have to say after a win like that, so let's send it on over to Ian.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Envy of Unmythic Dream. What a performance it was. A lot of people saying they weren't expecting this from your team. Feels like you were, though.
Honestly, we're kind of trying to be like the underdogs of the whole tournament, so we're going to really try to give it our all this time.
One thing that was for sure is that it seems like you were having a fantastic time up there. The vibes are looking really strong. First time that you've played with an all-Mexican team, and you saying to me earlier there that it feels a little bit like a brotherhood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, honestly, it does. Like, I feel like it's my last year, and, you know, I really want to play with some Mexicans, and I feel like this is it right here.
I love that. Now, you know what it takes to go deep at Worlds. You came second in 2022, third in 2023. We don't talk about 2024, but here you are, and you're looking to do big business. Do you see this as proving ground for yourself and your team?
Honestly, yes. We need to come out strong with these, you know, with these brackets day one, just so we can make it day two. And like I said, we're gonna be the underdog team this year, and I feel like this is it.
This is it. All right, well, best of luck, and congratulations on your first big win here. Our first 5-mapper here on Stream Air is complete. Back to you, Glitter, and the team to pick it apart.
You know, I actually love that mentality. Going in with an underdog mentality, knowing that you really want to prove something to everyone who doesn't have the belief in you, it's a great motivation for some people. Right now, it seems to be the perfect motivation for Unmythic because they did exactly what they needed to do. They now move forward in the winner's side of that bracket here for Stream A Group A, and now they're going up against some juggernauts here proper when they look at Elevate.
Yeah, it's Elevate and OUG are the next two in line. They already know that they can beat exclusive if it gets all the way towards the map 5. Like I said, we're going to talk about Hardpoint right now, but like still, I think that when you're looking from UMD's perspective, like, yeah, this is proving grounds. Nobody's expecting you to play this well, and if nobody's expecting for you to play this well, then they probably didn't even prepare for you.
Fair. That's a really good point. I mean, you guys were talking about it a little bit already, Alan, but tell me the positives you pulled away from that UMD performance that could potentially work for them now facing off against Elevate.
It's the veterancy and experience turning into actual action, especially when you see it in the search and destroy. I still give a lot of credit that they're making the right calls in terms of operator usage as well. Like, they're pulling them at the right times. Yes, some things got sloppy in the hard point, but we saw really good execution in the control across a number of different rounds. And then on top of that, like I just kind of piggyback off of what I just said, mid-rounding in the search and destroy is looking really, really good. Understanding where they have advantages and hitting those hard is really, really key, especially knowing that you're playing up against two solid teams potentially, and one of them is OUG, who's not been particularly great in search, and Elevate have shown some vulnerabilities as well at times. So these are good things for Unmythic in terms of how their stock can go.
I want to echo a lot of the points that we were making throughout the entirety of the search and destroy, because it's being able to have a strong punish game. When teams make mistakes, you have to be able to punish them. Exclusive off of that control with the late gambit of throwing out operators, not a good call whatsoever, and they immediately punish them. You got to see the punishment there for the Hacienda Hardpoint at the same time as the Coastal Search and Destroy and the Tunisia. The punish game is strong for Unmythic Dream.
Absolutely, and for all the exclusive fans, don't worry, they will be down in that lower bracket like the guys are talking about, facing off against OUG, so they still have another opportunity to stay in this competition. But if you recall the schedule for everybody at home, we are sticking with the upper half of this bracket. So even though they just played, they're going to be going straight back into it up against Elevate here. Will the momentum be another little kind of bonus here for them, Shift?
No.
Love
Sorry.
that. No,
Sorry.
I love that. No, I love that. That's,
I mean,
yes.
It helps, don't get me wrong, but Elevate's a different ballgame.
Yep.
Like, beating EU's best, which EU hasn't made out of groups since the East-West split when they were playing different champs. You still hold that, I think, in certain regards. I just think that if you are looking at this upcoming matchup, you just have to start being better and converting on hardpoint moments. It's just, you cannot start down 120 plus points against a team like Elevate. It's just not going to go well.
Well, we'll have to see what they are ready to do, because as they get themselves set up, we're going to send it on over to a short break. When we return, though, we will see which team is the first to qualify through out of Group A, so don't go anywhere.
Hey. Can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you guys sauce, you ain't outsourcing me. Did you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. And there ain't no explaining that, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what? Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in them. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little Yeah. 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 Okay, I've been at the bottom. Let it down from the top. I can't let them freeload. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will run. How they find me is higher than ever. You cannot fly, so run me, get down, get minute. I push, I've been on the way. I got no time to look back, and my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should not put up vendetta. You gon' let it couch it, fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, oh, can't get out of my way, they shouldn't know what I'm trying. Yeah, oh, don't want me swallowing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, might at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, might at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah. I'm loyal to the till I die, I don't switch sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time.
The biggest opponent that I see for sure was Esports.
I believe this year the biggest challenge will be Wolves. Wolves come really strong this year because of their recent results from China.
The biggest challenge, I think everybody will agree with, would be Wolves.
For me, the biggest opponent is probably Wolves. I would like to play against them and try to win. But yeah, they are pretty good in this, particularly in this league.
Elevate is the biggest, like they are the champs, so everyone wants.
I don't speak just for myself, but for the team. What we do with the money, I'm pretty sure it's the family, vacation, girlfriend, or any essential bills.
With the money, I want to help my family, to support them, to help them back, because they support me the whole years, all my life, so yeah, I want to give them back.
I would give some to my family again, and also pursue college.
With the money, I think I will invest to get more money.
If I receive a blessing, I would share it, especially to my family who knows it. I know that giving back just because they became my inspiration and motivation to win this championship. Yeah.
I'm loving the lists we're getting out of some of our players there. What would they do with the prize money if they won it? And for some of them, that's going to be a very real consideration when we get to grand finals on Sunday. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile Championship 2025. We've got Ton and Infinity back, ready to get into the third series of the day. And if you're just joining us, that means it is our two winners out of our first two series. We just watched Unmythic, Clutch, call themselves an underdog, trying to put themselves at the top of the conversation. And they're now going to be facing off against Elevate, Chris.
Well, as a European Call of Duty fan and Call of Duty Mobile fan, that was a bit of a tough watch, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, no, it was a bit of a surprise, actually, to see Unmythic Dream come through in that manner. I think, we kind of had a lot of expectations around Elevate, around Exclusive. We've got plenty around Elevate, but Exclusive, we really did think we're going to actually do some decent damage. But now going up against Elevate is another level for Unmythic Dream to try and get over. I mean, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, it is, right? It's just totally different gravy. It's like Alan was saying just before we kind of got me and Tun in here. It's just like, man, some of the mistakes you're making versus a team like Exclusive, you can't make those versus Elevate, because what Exclusive will do, Elevate's going to do like double, triple, quadruple, whatever it is. They're going to be doing it a crazy lot more. So yeah, I mean, you got to be perfectionist versus Elevate. I don't know how much Unmythic Dream have that in them.
I mean, we did say at the top of show that this was an opportunity to make a name for some of these teams, for themselves, because there could be some unexpected results, especially in this group stage, depending on who they are facing off against, an opportunity to try to get a little bit of a foothold. I think Unmythic definitely took advantage of that opportunity. They did what they needed to do in the first stage of this group, but now things are only going to get more and more difficult from here. I did, obviously we talked about it a little bit with Proper and Shift, but Unmythic are coming in off of their series, Alan said that doesn't make a difference because they're going up against such a big opponent in Elevate. And like you both pointed out, they've made a couple mistakes that you can't afford to make against a juggernaut like Elevate. But what's to be said about the flip side with Elevate, just being able to sit down and watch all of those mistakes, take those notes while a series is happening, and then know what they're going up against?
Yeah, absolutely a positive for Elevate in that sense, yeah. I mean, it's nice to be there and warm, but I think I probably agree with Alan in the sense that the jump up is so big that it's, you know, are you going to maybe be clutching at straws of what positives you can take into this? Because this is going to be an extremely difficult game. This is the current world champions you're going up against, and you're a team who weren't probably expected to be here.
Yeah, and I think as well, the other thing we've got to consider here before as we get into the vetoes is just the fact that, you know, how much of the victories that were taken in that last series were exclusives failures, you know? Like, you know, we talked a lot about exclusives kind of preparation and hardpoint, but they didn't really prep that much clearly in Search and Destroy and Control. So something to consider here as we get into the next matchup. We start to look at the maps then for this best of 5. Obviously, we saw Hacienda earlier on, and that did not go well for Elevate, but again, totally different opposition.
I think that might be why it's in, to be honest with you. I think in the sense of, okay, we didn't necessarily play fantastic on that map against OUG. Let's just try and iron out some of those creases against, I think it's probably not too disrespectful to say lesser opposition here. Like, Mythic Dream are coming into it. I think in the OUG Elevate game, there was an expectation of like, okay, OUG could potentially do something here. I'm probably not the only one who's leaning in one direction in the series, to say the least.
Yeah.
And that's not disrespectful to Unmythic Dream. I think it's just highlighting how much we value Elevate's quality. And I think for them now, Hacienda getting that first map, give it a good go.
Yeah, and I think the concerning thing here as I look further throughout the series, right, we've got Search and Destroy and Control. If we talk about success in veto process, I think this is about as far away you can get for that from Mythic Dream. If you allowed through the 2 best Search and Destroy maps for Elevate and the single best Control map for Elevate as well. So yeah, that's not that great, but hey, maybe they're really confident on Fire and Range Tunisia and Takeoff, and that's why they wanted it in the series.
We talked about that in the green room, though, Brody. We talked about how there needs to be more than one specialty. It's true. Because in this series, you need some sort of fallback. Even if the S&D is the thing you feel the most confident on, they need a little bit more than that, and they need a lot more than that when you're up against a team like Elevate. I think that this is going to be really fun, though. And just a reminder for everyone, when this match is done, that means that will be the first team out of Group A that will have qualified to move on to tomorrow. So the winner of this is claiming one of those 2 spots. Don't worry, loser will just drop down into that lower bracket, still have an opportunity to stay alive. So of course, as always, chat, let us know your thoughts. Who do you think is going to be taking Series 3, match number 3 home? Who's going to be moving on to the next stage of the competition? Are you an Elevate fan? Are you cheering for the underdogs in Mythic Dream? I'm interested to see what they bring to the table here. I know a lot of people have Elevate at the top of their list right now. We even heard it when we got to watch that video before we came in. One of the biggest threats that people are keeping their eyes on. They've got the title. We've talked about that quite a few times. They have a lot of good things going for them here, and will this be the last thing they need to close out their day? It's going to be an exciting match to be sure. And we can see that our players are getting ready here. Just a few more minutes for them to get loaded into the match. But I want to get your thoughts on individuals from that last match as well, Brody. Talk to me a little bit about...
One man.
Do it. Tell me.
It's got to be Shisu, right? I mean, he's the guy. He was going off that entire series long. You know, I was kind of looking forward to seeing what Envy was going to bring to the table. It felt like he had a couple of slow games, really. And for Shisu to step up in the way that he has, I think he's been one of those players that over the last couple of years has kind of had a prominent role in, you know, previously LATAM, Call of Duty, and now North American Call of Duty Mobile. Him and Puedes have been a duo for the longest time, and so, you know, when they get going together, they really do work together extremely well in the game, and I think you were seeing that there with Shisu's performances, just consistently slaying out a proper nuisance, and I think also his positioning throughout the games as well was really good. Like, you know, saw him in hardpoint, you know, constantly blocking rotations and such as well. Like, he wasn't just playing to get random kills. The kills that he was getting was actually integral to actually winning said hardpoint as well. So yeah, Shisui, definitely the guy you want to watch out for if you Elevate, and I think actually that's kind of a like for like, not exact role kind of difference with PJ, but I think, you know, if we're talking about SMGs, Shisu versus PJ, I think that's the big fight here.
Love that. Love to see that. Maybe we'll also get an opportunity to chat with more of the players and kind of hear their thoughts on it as well. We did get to talk to PJ to kick off the day earlier on in the first series. Ian has been crushing it with our interviews as these matches have continued on. What's the scoreline prediction out of you, Ton? Is this going to be one of the fastest ones on the day?
In a prediction straight away.
I think so. For on Mythic Dream, that having those hard points against exclusive, I wouldn't go as far as saying they were woeful, because I mean the second one, you know, they really did bring it back, but that was not a good performance, and now you're going up against Elevate. So there's map 1. I would be astounded if they win map number 1. The Search and Destroy look good though, so maybe there could be something there. Control possibly, but yeah, the hard point is a choke entirely.
Well, we're going to find out soon, but not just yet. Players need just a couple more minutes to get tech figured out and sorted, you know? So we're gonna give them that time, because why not? We want everything to be perfect going off without a hitch. We are gonna send it to a short break, but we're gonna run some of the other groups as well, so you can keep yourselves up to date with how those other series are going. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never disarm me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for when I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Cause it's game time.
We breathe without thinking. It's automatic, like a pendulum swinging. But I feel myself slipping. Everything's static. My body can't map it. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. We move with intention. It's automatic. Don't need no direction. But I hold to slow motion. When you're around me, it's like holding up the ocean. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. In and out. In and out. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me.
I'm Veer from Team Exclusive, and with the #1 seed from Europe coming to Champs. It means a lot, especially from our past as a team, not being able to close out things. So this time around, closing it out and playing for Europe as the only team, besides one filling in after, but knowing it was only us was a pretty nice feeling. And we wanted to be that one team as well, like representing Europe, putting Europe back on the map, so it feels good. The biggest problem, I would say, was ourselves. Just keeping the composure, staying together as a team, and especially enemies as well. They gave us a hard time playing against them. They were always our kryptonite, let's say it like that. It just felt nice knowing we could beat them in our tournament setting.
They're going to try to push through the front, obviously around the flank as well. Caesar's watching that one. Neil for the first blood. Yeah, second kill through. Animus now pushing forward. It's been 2 years of head for Exclusive. 4 finals in a row. They couldn't get near, but when it matters, they get the job done.
The final match, there were a lot of emotions going through, especially closing out the last round on a 12v5 on Control. That was pretty crazy for us, and it was just a hype moment for everyone. Everyone wanted to win bad, everyone worked hard for it. I think we just got what we deserved. Anyone that we're playing, good luck to you guys. I hope we're gonna have a good battle, and I hope it's gonna be an enjoyable one as well.
All our teams are always so polite in those video packages.
I hate it. I hate it. Be mean.
You know what? If I see a single heart on that bracket this week.
Oh, there's gonna be. You mean on the graffiti one?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yeah, there's gonna be some hearts. There's gonna be at least one. I'm calling it now.
We're too nice to each other. It's a competitive environment. I would kill us.
We'll have to see if we get some killers here in this next match, because we are moments away from diving into match number 3, Elevate versus UMD. Who will be the first team to qualify? Let's find out.
Into Hacienda we go once more. This is going to be a tough matchup for Mythic Dream. Let's not even get it twisted. Let's not sugarcoat. This is going to be hard. Elevate. Well, no, it ain't going to be that hard yet because we are going to be jumping in. Maybe in a couple of minutes time. But going up against Elevate it's a big task, isn't it? I think for any team this weekend. Yeah. But for Mythic Dream, you know, you've come in, you've went up against Exclusive. Nice little warm up for you. Really good win to find. But to then convert that into something up against Elevate, I don't know.
I don't know. It's kind of almost like going from Loki to Thanos. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you can get rid of Loki, but Thanos, you know, he kind of messed him up. I feel like that's what's happening here. Elevate. This is a tough one to crack for sure. It's so difficult, isn't it? I mean, there's only so much you can also prepare for Elevate, I think is the thing, right? Elevate have a lot of VOD. You can definitely do a lot of work on Elevate to try and prepare yourself as much as possible. But when it comes down to it, Elevate, they got like gunny, man. Like, that's tough.
I think it was probably actually giving us a lot of credit in Europe to be even called Loki. I was like thinking we were going to get something even worse.
Yeah.
Right? Not even that bad.
But Stain, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could like just rhyme many characters in that particular universe.
100%.
I don't think we can say that word around here, so I'm not. Anyway, Elevate. Into it we go here against a Mythic Dream. A different proposition. So going up against Europeans, the best team in the entire game, you are literally going up against the best team in the entire game. And Hardpoint was a real struggle, right? I mean, we seen up against Exclusive. Exclusive looked fantastic in Hardpoint and kind of just a little bit mid and everything else. So UMD took advantage of that. They will not have the same luxury against them.
Yeah, and the thing you're also trying to figure out, right, as a caster is that, you know, Exclusive playing out of their minds in Hardpoint, or is that Mythic Dream, you know, maybe not being the best Hardpoint team in the world? Well, I mean, either way, you're going to need to play well against Elevate, and this is Hacienda Hardpoint. The thing's pretty much standard here, the way this map plays out. Of course, you want to try and focus on that P2 rotation as much as humanly possible. And, well, right now, UMD, they do, technically speaking, have those spawns, and they've got a fair bit of time off P1 time.
Yeah, it's a really good job. And in absolute fairness, I suppose, I'm curious how it worked out in the Pixel Bands. We never really got a good chance to have a look at them, but for UMD, was it a case of picking this for them, or did Elevate choose to go it again, have another bit of practice? I think you could probably find that out.
I could find that out for you, man.
But UMD, if it has been their choice to go in Hacienda, I actually kind of like that, because you've seen Elevate struggle against UG, now you're struggling against UMD. Shisui already doing a fantastic job. MVP of the last series, bar none. Breaks it open, UMD, 54 seconds remaining over towards P2 here. Elevate trying to push, UMD pulling it down.
Yeah, if anything here, it feels like UMD are kind of doing the Elevate strategy, right? They're flooding the hill, you've got 4 players inside at the moment, they're watching every single point of ingress, and you are very happy with the trade. You'll get close players spawning by. Elevate, you're the individual at the moment, trying to find their way through.
Shisui, 12 kills to his name already. Dakota now in double digits as well. They are just farming them. What is going on here? North America come to play. 55 seconds of rising for UMD. Let's try not get too excited off of P2 just yet, but a wonderful start for the team who, I mean, surprised us in the first series of the day, surprising us so far after 2 hills.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying we go back towards Elevate versus OUG, and I know kind of different ballpark entirely, yada, 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 but you gotta remember that Elevate were also up in this exact position previously. Noisy runs through 6 with the death machine. That's disgusting. UMD continued to run through, and I was gonna say that before Noisy rudely interrupted me with a death machine play, was that, you know, Elevate, they were up before, and then of course they ended up losing that hard point. So you never want to count our team out. Count your chickens before the hatch, as it were.
Plenty to work with here if you're UMD. Plenty. Strikes being called in. Not necessarily too many bodies left on the point. Elevate will find a few kills and wipe them off it. But you look at the slaying side of things, just straight up. Well, you got 5, 7, 4, 5, 5 for Elevate players right now. And I try not to lean too much into that as far as kills go, but it is quite the disparity at the moment, Brody. Predators and Co. still doing really well. The War Machine is out. It's keeping them at bay. UMD, a sensational stop.
I mean, just in terms of picking out the key players, right? Oh my God, Waidus is now going on a spree as well. In terms of picking out the key players, right? We talk about what worked so well for Elevate in that last series. Klo currently at 4 kills. Yoppy currently at 6 kills. You know, those guys were going off. PJ is keeping up at 12. But still, the SMG backline, if that is the backbone to Elevate, right now it is kind of slow in the start of this game. UMD working to the best of that as well as, I mean, just numbers being put up across the board.
Incredible start here from UMD. But a long way to go. It's hard not to get excited about it, though, for this kind of start. If that can continue, maybe we do have an unexpected series on our hands. I think one of the EMPs come in during the previous hill. UMD were able to make the most of that. Now Elevate on their way around over towards P4. They currently have control. They're currently starting to find some kills as well.
Yeah, this is what you want. Investment coming through from Elevate now. 3 kills in the feed, and UMD will now be at mercy of the Windows spawn trap coming through. Death Machine being invested in that as well. Elevate really trying to push out of this hard point, but a couple of players will now slip the net ton. So UMD, opportunity to try and knock at the door here. They have to break.
8 seconds to go here over towards P4. A good hold here for the side of Elevate would really help things. We can see one of the EMPs has already come in, and everything else alongside of it. UMD using it all. Sparrow comes in, plenty of kills follow. Elevate trying to find a way back through. If they can combat against this, then fantastic. It feels like UMD, yeah, they're in the point, but have they got a great deal of control for everything they just brought in? The answer is no. And for all that, we feel like Elevate have been way off the boil here. It's still only a 40-point game.
I think the wild thing for me is I'm even considering criticizing at the moment. I know it's easy for someone in my position to be doing, but you know, you get that spawn trip set up, right? You have a Death Machine in that top window. The general idea is you use that position to keep everyone from UMD away from the hard point. The fact that you still let players slip through the net in the way that Elevate did, this is not Elevate in hard point. I don't know, it's the second time today that Hassi at a hard point has been somewhat against them. But again, it's not over just yet. You're starting to see that gap ever so slightly close.
Maybe the map is just this weekend not working for them. At this moment in time, they find themselves only 20 seconds behind. It was, well, 60 or so, not too long ago. So Elevate have closed that gap. UMD have to be careful. It can't just be a case of coming out swinging. You have to be able to stay in the fight all the way through. Elevate will never, ever give up. And now it's a close game. 30 seconds to go here over towards P1. That P2 rotation is going to start coming in, but look at UMD. 1, 2, 3, 4 operators ready to come in.
Do they want to use it on a hill like P1, though, is the question. You got 20 seconds left. I think at this point, just give Elevate the lead and focus on P2, because last set, that was a pretty good hard point for them. They held it very well, and it was actually the operators that gave UMD the massive advantage. They need to do it again. And honestly, at this point, with a couple of players down, I would start considering bringing one out right about now.
And I wonder as well, I think obviously the UMPs coming in kind of offsets things a little bit differently as far as the operators are coming in. That's why I think you're seeing UMD with plenty, Elevate with none. Currently trying to get something going, but Envy is lighting them up. The Tempest comes in, he finds 2. He'll eventually get taken down, but you can see the kitchen sink is being thrown at Elevate. Everything being brought in from UMD. They're trying to hold it down and doing so successfully.
Yeah, it's just the P2 ops investment coming out from UMD has been exemplary. They know how important this hard point is, and they are really trying to push these spawns out as quick as human as possible. I mean, look at what Yoshisu and Dakota are doing, right? Dakota will go down, but it's the fact they're pushing Elevate as far away from the hill as humanly possible. It's giving them so much space to breathe, but as I say, that 3 kills come through, and Pueda's the response. It's time to bring another operator into play.
And then you can see already the operator's just been used a little bit more effectively by UMD here. Taking down the equalizer player before he even finds the point. Now Kendi trying to get something going. Does find a few. Of course, with the War Machine, they will get themselves inside. Elevate will eventually have some sort of opportunity to find some time here towards P2. It has been a real good banger for the side of UMD so far. A good amount of time. Rotation is going to be key, though. Still a very, very close game. 50-50 fight over towards the fences by the looks of things, but this time for UMD, you don't have nearly as much to work with. We see EMPs coming in, we see everything being thrown again. Elevate this time are coming in on a single foot.
Yeah, I was going to say, the thing is, right, when you use that much operators into one hard point, you kind of want to have multiple Predator missiles, and EMP perhaps going into the next. That's the way the kind of economy works with operators in Call of Duty Mobile. That doesn't happen, and now Elevate can fire back with operators of their own. A couple of kills in for Susano already. Elevate, they seem to have every single point of ingress watched here. UMD gotta find a way in.
UMD seemed to snowball off a fantastic start, but starting to warm up, the snowball has fully melted, and Elevate have started to take control of this game. There's 3 kills, just like that from Kendi. Now starting to hold down over towards the fences side. They're starting to get into their rhythm. And UMD are struggling to even get anywhere near the hard point at this stage. They're trying to get themselves in. Currently contested. 15 seconds to go here over towards P3. It's still a close game. But Elevate have closed a hell of a gap. It was a 60 or 70 point lead for UMD at one stage. Elevate now lead by 25.
I think the wild thing is, you know, Fences hard point is generally speaking not a hill you see a lot of time going the way of either team on. And that is a hill that Elevate actually get a massive amount of time away from UMD. This is now the largest lead they've had in this game. To be fair, it's only recently they actually got a lead away from UMD. If they get broken here, UMD, they are going to be in trouble. And Elevate, well, they are knocking at the door. First couple of kills do come through from UMD though, but Elevate, they're trying multiple angles.
Here we go. Equalizer out coming in from Klo. This could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Not quite. Dakota will manage to find him, so he gets taken down. And that's a big scalp for UMD to try and take some good time on the board as well. 40 seconds to go here. Over towards P4. UMD Finding the time that's needed. Contestion coming through. Who's going to find the wipe at this stage? Everything else being starting to throw in. Looking over towards the operators. It's only really Kendi who's actually got anything to play with. He's going to bring it out as well. It's still hotly contested. 30-point game. It's anyone's to take.
Yeah, UMG just not able to get in a position there. You know, we talk about that top window positioning to hold, elevate back in towards those harbor spawns. Yep, wasn't there whatsoever. UMD didn't even get a chance, and now Kendi's just firing down range. It's been a scrappy kill from UMD, and not much in the way of control. Wow. He will close out the hill with a lovely double as well. And, you know, a lead what was 40 points or so might well continue to grow here as Yoppy will streak out 3 in a row for him to elevate, really start to heat up in this series.
They came in really slow and towards the start of this map, and it just feels as if they found another gear that they needed to. Credit UMD, they forced it. Elevate now find themselves 35 seconds away. UMD, they have 3 operators to their name. If you're looking over towards Elevate, they've actually brought a couple in and have a couple in the back pocket as well. Now starting to bring them out and trying to do something is PJ, and that's your MVP of last year's championships. 3 kills in a row. Elevate looking to seal this one.
Well, if you've got a PJ, we've got a Shisui. Equals coming through for him. 3 kills, clears some space in the middle of the map. This one is always a contest fest. Smokes galore on this. This is Elevate's speciality. Get those smokes down and cause all sorts of carnage amidst the smoke and mirrors. Elevate now just 27 seconds away from victory here. UMD being pushed. 3 kills in the feed here, Ton. And UMD are on the right side of the map for the rotation. They just have to be careful that Elevate do not get through.
Yeah, that's crucial. That's objective #1 now for UMD. They're picking up some good time over towards P1, but this P2 has been kind to them. If they can find themselves another good 60 here, then all of a sudden we are starting to cook on gas, and we have got a couple more seconds to go over towards P1. Susanna over towards the backside though, and this is where things get important, but there's 3 different operators in from UMD, but are they going to be dealt with by Kendi? Not quite. It works out for UMD. They have the rotation. They don't quite have it unlocking. Envy, unfortunately, will send themselves to the grave, and Cole Yoppy, they come sweeping on through. Elevate get the P2 break, and that might be the game.
Oh man, it feels like hard point after hard point, P2 after P2. This is the third we've seen. Elevate have gotten progressively better at breaking the UMD setup, and now just one more wave of gunfights. It's Elevate's game.
Oh, they've managed to find it though. There was an equalizer coming in, but Puedes has found 2. UMD have found a way in. 30 seconds to play for here over towards P2, but they need to clean house. PJ, he finds 2. And is anybody else there from the side of Elevate to get something going? I'm not too sure. Noisy brought in the death machine. It's not going to matter. Elevate find a way through. It's one last roll of the dice for UMD. You're getting nowhere near. Elevate take map #1, 251.95. A slow start for our world champions, but they get the job done when needed. UMD put up a fight, not quite a good enough one.
Oh boy. Elevate, how about that towards the end of the game? It was a slow start. I mean, we said it, right? UMD, they came out swinging. It was an 80-point deficit or something to that effect. I was like, look, listen, let's just give Elevate a moment.
Try not to get too excited.
They'll get there in the end. And that is exactly what they did there in that hard point. I will say, you know, before we even talk about how much of a phenomenal hard point that was for Elevate, phenomenal start for UMD. They were outslaying, like, I don't know, I want to say like a 3-to-1 ratio of kills, something to that effect. Like, they were beaming. And the reason they were able to do that was a beautiful operator utilization. They basically slammed everything, including the kitchen sink, at P2. And as I was kind of mentioning there towards the end, that got progressively less secure as we got through the hard point. They got a full 60 off it the first time around. Second time around, more congestion coming through from Elevate. We don't see as many streaks coming through. And then the third and final time it happened, they didn't really get anything whatsoever. And then, of course, Yoppy comes through for 3 kills as well. You know, look, sometimes you have a game plan, you go with that, and if that goes awry, things just do not go your way. That is what happened for UMD.
One stage, it was a 70-point lead. Just looking back on some of the highlights there, it's one that might sting. It might sting a little bit. 70-point lead, you had a couple of EMP streaks, you kind of had them staggered on a lot of different of their operators. That you kind of got them in a really nice spot. And then to go on and lose by 50, that's a stinger. That's a stinger. I mean, look, they made it possible over towards that final P2. They had them rattled, but Elevate just every now and then when you need them to pick it up, they do so. And I don't ever want to point out on one specific moment, but Envy, killing himself.
With that hunter killer, yeah.
Aside the screen. Yeah, that's one of those moments that if that goes just even slightly differently.
Yeah, I mean, you potentially get a kill inside the lobby. You obviously stay inside that stairwell. That is ultimately where Yoppie came from, right, for the kills. So, yeah, if Envy stays alive in that situation, we're probably looking at a totally different hard point. Maybe Mythic Dream do extend it and maybe even get a 1-0 start in this series. But I think the thing for me, right, that is wild. I think if there was ever to be anything that I'll talk about for Elevate, it's probably that Fence's hard point. We'll talk about that in a second. Shisui, 49 kills to the L. Brother, that is unfortunate.
That is, that's a painful one. Shisui just once again proving what kind of player he is. We've seen it in the game up against Exclusive. We got to see a little highlight of it there up against Elevate as well, but not quite enough to get it over the line. Map number 1 goes to the current holding world champions. And now we're going to be heading into a search and destroy. And in fairness, what actually surprised me more than anything wasn't necessarily the fact that Mythic Dream had such a good start, but the fact that they were actually performing so well on hardpoint. And to do that against Elevate is no small task. I mean, look, candidly, we were kind of discussing this. We just seen what Exclusive did to Mythic Dream in hardpoint.
Right.
And I was considering that, okay, it could be a damn sight worse here, and it looked a lot better, if anything.
Yeah.
So, look, there is still positives to take away. That was the map and mode combination that you didn't win up against Exclusive. You didn't win it up against Elevate, but the Search and Destroys looked very, very solid against the Europeans.
Yeah, this is the big thing for me, though. We get into this one. UMD Search and Destroy looked absolutely phenomenal. Elevate Search and Destroy, that also looked pretty damn good. And the reason for that was Susano with the sniper rifle. Kendi was also involved in that conversation. And if there was ever to be a map where sniper rifles are going to have a whale of a time, it's Fire and Range S&D. So keep an eye out for Susano here as we get into this one, and already an immediate flag for PJ.
I mean, PJ doing this is just split the map. They know exactly where they're coming from. The fact that he's able to walk up the middle of the map and the player pushes to B, they know where they are, they know where every single one of them are, and well, it may not matter because now it's a 2 versus 4. So the info was there, and little done with it. Good shots coming in from Cole on the backside. Puertas does not have time, but still a good position here for UMD. Susano needs to hit that shot if they want to win the round. Dakota will find it. Cole left in a 1 versus 3.
I believe you could do it. 20 seconds on the clock here for him to do this one. If you get the first kill versus Dakota, this is possible.
They know where he is. They know where he is. That's the problem. But Chloe can find 1 and 2. How on earth has he managed to do this? You know where he's coming from. And who else than Shisu to pick it up? When you were saying it was possible, I thought you were just maybe sowing the seed of something that is not that possible.
Yeah, mate. Not one closer the one in the 1v3.
Nah, I don't care. That was well, ultimately, it wasn't possible to get.
Listen, I saw the vision, all right? Anyway, Elevate. Looked like they're having fun with UMD, but did not have fun in round number 1. PJ's flank amounts to very little in the end. Now we go into round number 2, though. And UMD going to slow things up just a little bit here. They want to draw that first blood before making a move forward. Elevate have reached a little bit further in towards the A side. Keep an eye on PJ. He was all the way sat in towards the corner. If they do want to go A, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Susano having a little look, getting aggressive with it as well. Chloe will find another. Out to Puertas and now Elevate, not prime position. Susano just finds the angle. And the fact that he's just been able to walk up the middle of the map there is a tough showing for the tactics of UND, I suppose. But it is a bit of a blind spot, the middle of the map on firing range, isn't it? Because it's not necessarily something the attackers can watch from their angle. They push up and they pick them apart. 5 versus 1 for Dakota. Also impossible because PJ is there. One apiece.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but it's the second round that this has happened. I mean, we're already 2 rounds into this S&D, so it doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things.
It's
but
different routes, though, right? I mean, I suppose PJ pushed straight up the sides. It's in, and then the other one kind of just came through the middle of the map. I don't know. It can just be a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it does definitely feel like Elevate are kind of poking holes in the defense of UMD, though. They're kind of poking and prodding, trying to figure out what's going on. UMD now having none of that in towards this round. Full sending straight in towards A. They will draw the first blood. Native at the top is not going to connect. So UMD should be able to get this bomb down, but post-plant, Kendi's here.
Could do with finding a pick for his team yet. Oh, there you go, Susano. Can apparently just see through walls, all bomb sites. Dakota will get taken down, and now they're starting to get picked apart. It's a little bit like fish in a barrel if you're not careful over towards this site. Yopi, are you kidding me? Spins onto Shisu. Susano will find Puertas, and now Envy left in a 1 versus 3. They've got him tracked down. He can find one, gets out, but not for long. The round will go over towards Elevate. It's always so tough. You can't get surrounded, and that's unfortunately what started to happen. You need to cover every single one of the 3 bases when you do get that bomb down, and they couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, I think the thing is that defensive setup on the retake there for UMD was so heavily predicated on the fact that Envy was watching that long line of sight. Elevate's response to that, just stick a smoke down so Elevate, Envy can't do anything, and, well, Envy just didn't have a response. There was no way he was going to snipe players through that, and he was just blindly shooting, and, well, that's not the smartest idea in the world. So, Elevate. Second round on the board now for them. Once again, getting aggressive here through the middle of the map, and it is Kendi who is going to draw that first blood. So UMD did have somebody watching it, but they're gone.
Once again, though, free route over towards A, but it does almost feel as if Elevate are happy for this to happen. If you're PJ, you're set up and ready. Shisu's ready for him as well, though. They're kind of looking for the picks. Already, of course, did find one at the Puertas, but this bomb will likely be finding its way down in a second. Trying to fake it out here if you are UMD. Not working out. Susanna will be able to find one as soon as somebody makes a move. And he's able to answer back with a kill on Kendi. But once again, the snipers of Elevate are so powerful. 4 versus 2 for the world champions.
Just the fact that UMD were waiting for Elevate to make some kind of egregious push and it didn't come. Now down to Envy, 1 versus 3. It's just not going to happen. And yeah, I mean, it's just the patient play out of Elevate. I think they're a roster that's kind of known for full sending it 24/7. I think to, you know, not do that there, I think UMD were like, come on, like, do something. But no, Elevate's just not going to give you that one. And in the end, of course, Susanna with a couple of snipes. Elevate able to retake trailer control, and UMD nada to say about it. Elevate looking just a tad better here in Search and Destroy. And I love this. Right off the bat, they're like, look, for the last couple of rounds, we've just been pushed straight through the middle of the map. So Dakota's just going to use that PKM, shoot all through what is basically, I don't even know, like paper-thin material.
It's wood.
Yeah, it's wood. I was trying to think about paper mache, but there you go.
It's definitely wood. Anyway. Kendi, trying to have a little look, just trying to poke holes once again. This time UMD a little more aware of it, but what it's doing for UMD is detracting away the fact that they want to move forward. It's becoming a little bit more difficult because you're having to cover your bases because of the curveballs that have been thrown by Elevate. You're able to bring one back though. Envy actually finds Susanna, so all of a sudden that A site becomes a little more attractive. UMD yet to roll the dice on either one of these sides though. Nice and tight from Elevate. They're sitting very pretty right now, not necessarily wanting to offer anything up to the side of UMD.
And once again, player for the middle of the map. This time, Dakota is actually going to win that engagement. So that should offer UMD a lot more breathing room. Again, the issue is, though, you look at the back timeline and Yoppie's here. Someone is always watching this cross towards the A site. And there is that smoke. It is coming from Elevate, believe it or not. So they're ready to cause carnage through said smoke, utility through. And here comes Yoppie.
What can he do with it? Does manage to find the one, but then Kendi all of a sudden gets taken down. Yoppie will find Shisu, finds another as well. And now Envy left in a 1 versus 2. Needs to keep them off it, but look at this aggression. Yoppie. That's going to be 4 kills at the minimum in the round. 4-1 to Elevate now. And they are cruising.
Man. Every time it feels like UMD have something to say, Elevate just like, yep, nah, it's just not the case. Elevate just feel a little bit better right now.
Defend the objective. The enemy has the
holding control of these sites. Once again, the smoke, something that not a lot of teams do, especially in Search and Destroy. In the way that Elevate used them in particular, I think it's a very peculiar, in a very positive way, way to use those smokes. It's worked out for Elevate. Once again now, going to see Elevate starting to get a bit aggressive here. UMD losing that first blood, and now UMD once again just stuck in that spawn.
The enemy has the bomb.
Tough nut to crack right now for UMD. There's us attack on firing range. Oh, we'll have that freebie though. Kendi, thank you very much. But as we'll find PJ though. And all of a sudden, is there some room? Well, no, because Susanna, look at the snap. I mean, that's with your thumb, mate. How on earth? It's just so easy for these guys on Elevate right now to hit these. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, it's quite easy for them to hit the snipes. As I was literally saying, Kendi and Susanna send them 5-1 to the good. This is a walk in the park right now for Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate just doing Elevate things right now. UMD doesn't really feel like there's that much variance to the strategy either, if I'm being perfectly honest. We are going to see things switch though. Elevate now on the offense. And for the moment, they're not going to go crazy. Candy goes down off the start, and now it's Elevate who actually in the weird position here of just like, all right, cool, what do we go? Where do we go with this bomb? I guess the good news is, technically speaking, there is one path that you can take, but I can't imagine it'll be long before UMD do actually plug that hole.
It's always difficult on firing range, right? You lose that onus, that ability to spearhead an attack. Get shut down immediately, and you kind of like, well, we don't want to overcommit and just lose the round like that. Elevate now, it's about trying to see if UMD are going to make a mistake. And again, they make a misstep, and there's one of them. Puedes will get taken down by Yopi.
Bomb acquired.
Very, very close. Actually, Susano, I believe it might be Shisu. He's actually found himself in a really cool spot, but is he going to be able to do anything? Will they find Yopi on the flank, but then looking on the other side of things, close, pushed over towards the B side. Kills being exchanged across the map. Shisu, they're going to get caught in no man's land. PG will find it 3 versus 1.
I think the thing that's striking to me right now is the way that UMD, I think they're kind of overcommitting to certain things when they don't have enough information to make that commitment, right? Sending a couple of players over towards B when there's not really that much noise being made is maybe a bit of a fool's errand. And it will leave Envy in a 1 versus 3. Bomb now slapped down on the A site. And this is, I mean, to be fair, if you want any weapon in this situation, it probably is the Tundra because you're going to need it for that long range retake. But still, Envy's got to get his running boots on.
He's having a look for anything but Elevate, quite literally offering up nothing but bullets from behind. Another kill from Chloe. This is 6-1 now for Elevate. And this is kind of akin to what we thought would be the case, right? This is how we thought this game would go. Map number 1 was maybe an outlier. So right now, Elevate are looking exactly like what they are. And on Mythic Dream are struggling to deal with it. Nice shot from Predators, though. He'll take down Chloe. So advantage over towards the side of UMD. But look at this aggression that already come through from Elevate. They found themselves in a good spot, even though they are a man down.
Yeah, I mean, this is the regent action from Elevate is just to push up, right? Hey, look, we'll take map control. If we can get the bomb down, that'll be basically even the odds. But you lose Yopi now. And that makes things significantly more difficult because Susano has a multitude of different angles and lanes to keep an eye on. I was going to say he might be choosing the right one, but never mind. He's going to back up here for the moment. Just keep an eye on every single point of ingress towards potential flank, and, well, he's got a lot to deal with here, Tom.
PJ has found Dakota. Well, this is 3 in favor of UMD now. Bit of a dance around the outside, and Susano's leading it. And he steps on the toes and gets smacked in the face. 3 versus 3 now. Awkward position in the map, to be honest with you, for both these two teams. Shisu's going to find PJ. And now for Elevate, what is the plan? Well, you need to kill Shisu. You do. Kenny will find him 2 versus 2.
A bit of a slow response. Kenny might actually get a regen here. He might actually get a regen. Okay, never mind. Finds one, though, before he goes down. Now to 1 versus 1.
Goes up for the child. Puedes just gets aggressive and lands the first shot. Susano can't finish his dinner, but can he? Yes, he can. Didn't even need to use the sniper rifle in the end. And Elevate find it. And just a little bit of class there being shown. Comfortable map number 2. And 1 map away from sending themselves to the knockout bracket.
It's just the way. And most players in that situation know that the Tundra is a ridiculously powerful weapon, perhaps less so now with the attachment changes coming into champs, but still, it's just the way it's like most other players would switch to a secondary weapon of some kind, you know, the pistol, yeah, in that situation, or maybe just a second weapon they picked up off the ground. Just the Tundra. That's the pure confidence there out of Elevate. And that, I think, was the name of the game here in Search and Destroy. Just pure confidence, the way in which they were playing this map over and over again. Countless times during the defensive half for Elevate there, were they pushing through the middle of the map, constantly poking and prodding at what UMD were putting down in front of them. And UMD just never really felt secure. And, you know, I mentioned it as well. I think the other thing that makes Elevate so tantalizing in Search and Destroy is the way that they utilize the smokes, right? I mean, most players, I think, will utilize smokes for kind of pushes. Elevate's retake smokes are actually exemplary. I think, again, that kind of example of using it to block off the A lane so Envy can't see anything is just, it's such a brilliant play from Elevate, excuse me. And, you know, I think it just shows how good they are at Search and Destroy. So, big map for Elevate to win. Obviously, they take it.
2-0 up now and cruising through to the playoff side of Champs here in 2025. Kind of what we expected. Map number 1 was interesting. That one was comfortable. You'll be 11-3, really leading the charge. Susano, very, very solid across the board. Everybody on Elevate chipping in when needed. We're on Mythic Dream. Look, I mean, that was your go-to in the game up against Exclusive. Just quite quietly being put to bed in that one. And now we head over towards Control, and this is where you need to turn it on. Coach of Mythic Dream there just going to have to offer some wise words, going to have to just offer anything he possibly can. And credit to them for their performance, especially at map number 1, for getting themselves to this stage, but it's feeling like Elevate might just be a game too far.
Yeah, I mean, look, as you said, the fact that Mythic Dream has been as competitive as they are, I think is a testament to how good of a team they are, right? Yeah. I mean, you know, the way that they started the hard point, granted, I think Elevate started slow, but, you know, you're seeing these kind of moments of gameplay that look top tier from Mythic Dream. And, you know, I go back towards what was a pretty consistently good B2 from Mythic Dream. Like, the setups, you can tell they put the work into that hard point, and maybe that expands to the respawn on the whole. Even in the search and destroy, right, there are moments where individually, you know, Mythic Dream seem to be pretty reactive to one of the best teams in the world in Elevate. I think, you know, obviously when it comes down to actual execution though, that's a totally different ball game, and it feels like Elevate maybe just a tad ahead. So yeah, 2-0 right now for Elevate. We go into a Control, and you know, Elevate, we talked about it, right? The veto process coming into this, it felt like maybe not the best from Mythic Dream, because Elevate are going into a takeoff Control next, and you know, that's their best map. So it's difficult.
Well, everybody having a little bit of a break now. Went for a little stretch of their legs by the looks of things, Brody. Have on Mythic Dream. And maybe just a bit of a reset to head into map number 3. But ultimately, that is what everybody is playing for. Trophy on your screens. I mean, everyone is very much here for that. Of course, the prize money does help along. $850,000. We heard what a couple of them were saying about what they would do with it. What would you do with $850,000?
Oh, mate, I would spend it on an exorbitant amount of Call of Duty skins.
That's your
video games.
Answer, in fairness.
I don't touch grass. I don't know what grass actually is. What does it feel like?
In Poland, they're not as cold as I anticipated, actually. You know, we've been here plenty of times, obviously, and it is actually abnormally warm. I was thinking, you know, jackets, layers, jumpers.
Oh, mate.
A terrible decision. You can't tell. I'm wearing a normal amount of makeup, so I am sweating now.
I brought the thickest coat imaginable to this event. I was like, yeah, I'm going to buy this coat. I'm going to really need it, because the last time we were out here, it was like blizzard snow. Yeah. And that was a really poor decision, because I wore it from like the airport back to the hotel, and I was sweating. So yeah, poor decisions. You know, just
you make
do that
consistently.
Yeah. Right now, Mythic Dream making some poor decisions in this series. 2-0 down. Certainly some poor decisions in the veto process. That's for sure. Again, I think to draw that conversation back here. Again, I think, you know, I often time and time again say, you know, when we talk about the veto process, that the vetoes are more than half the battle. Really, I think at this kind of level, because you really have to veto not for yourself, but against the team you're playing. And I think vetoing for yourself in this situation has ended up with Elevate with some of the most comfortable maps, and that's going to make it an impossible situation.
I'm going to play devil's advocate and say that I don't think that should always be the case. Okay. You shouldn't always just play for the strength of one or the strength of another. You should do it case by case scenario. But I think in this case, I do agree with you of that. Taking away their best maps probably would have been wise. But then I suppose if you're going into it, what's your mentality if you are the massive underdogs? Because that is exactly what on Mythic Dream are here. Do you go in on comfort and say to yourselves, right, okay, let's give ourselves the best position of us to be able to play our game, or do you stop them from playing their game? In this sense, what do you think's better? You would presume maybe just... but the problem is like Elevate's map pool's not exactly shallow. Like, they can play a lot of these maps pretty well. Other games going on, of course, on different streams that we do have going on. This is over in D. TLA 2-0 up. This is an elimination match going about against Bear Clan. Haven't had a chance to see them, of course, ourselves.
Yep.
Over on the A stream, but it's been interesting to see how they were going to go on to do. But TLA 2-0 up in this one, making things look easy.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with Bear just earlier on here between series, and you know, I was asking them how they were feeling. Obviously, they got 3-0'd by Stalwart to begin the day,
which is fair.
The spirits were pretty much not in high spirits, should we say? They were pretty low. So yeah, I think, you know, Bear coming in, I think it's really cool to see Africa actually compete in the competition. I think it's something that people have wanted for the longest time, and I've actually got the chance to cast Africa over again in EACS. SBS when they played European teams. Africa has promise, right? And I think Bear Clan are a phenomenal team. I think it's just getting consistent opportunities to get better, right? We talk about international teams getting better, right? You know, India and Japan, I think, being key standouts. Even Europe look like they've gotten better. I think, you know, with practice comes perfection, right? And I think, you know, if as Africa gets more chances, as we get to see more of teams like Bear Clan, this region, I think, will show more promise.
Yeah, I think it's just it's being exposed to it, right? Like that, I think that's what really does create different scenes, makes scenes thrive. I think, you know, you've seen OUG come over towards China. That's going to improve the NAC, give other people opportunities to come up to events like this, like on Mythic Dream. Would they have had the opportunity to come up had OUG still been in America? You know, well, possibly, yeah, but you know what I mean. That's a theory. I'm just theorizing here, Brody. We don't need to be so, you know, a Brody like. Irrelevant of that, Unmythic Dream are back in their seats as that game will continue over on Delta. If you want to keep an eye on who's going out in that elimination game, looking like we're going to be saying bye pretty early to our very first African team here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, but we certainly are not going to be saying bye to Elevate at this rate. And weren't going to ever be saying bye to them after this game either way, but Elevate now find themselves 2-0 up in this series. UMD backs firmly against the wall. They're going to be heading down to the loser's side of things, but we'll still have plenty more opportunity. But are they going to be able to take off control? My spider senses are tingling, and I say probably not, but you never know.
Hey, listen, you never know. Obviously, the start for UMD on Hacienda Hardpoint was pretty good. Yeah, sometimes happens when you're going up against PJ and Poides, but still, regardless, yeah, I think the key for me on this map, is getting control of red. That's exactly what Noisy's trying to do right now, right? Just making sure you push up in towards red, because if you do that, you manipulate the spawn so that the defending team, in this case Elevate, would spawn all the way back towards B. It provides so much more space on the map. So that feels like the game plan right now for UMD. I just think, unfortunately, a lot of the gunfights are not going their way.
They want to cut a couple off the break, but struggled since. Elevate just trying to get some sort of control back onto the map. See, Envy's actually backed way up. Very, very concerned about the push that's going to come on through. PJ is hunting. He smells them. He sniffs them out, but they've been ready for him. Susanna's the only one who can answer back in a flurry of gunfights. But the side of Elevate, at least anyway, finds a second. Just trying to shut it down over towards this A side. B was being worked on momentarily, but the kill's starting to fly on through from both these two teams. It was UMD who's coming out on top, though. Yopi's in a position to try and do something with the spawn, but right now his teammates are losing the fight over towards the site.
UMD now doing the right thing here, just going to stack on towards the point, get the extra 60 seconds. Yeah, why not? And yeah, that's a big snipe from Kendi. Kendi's got a lot more work to do, though. Again, you want to try and keep hold of red. Make sure that nobody pushes you as far back as humanly possible, because you're already down 5 lives here, Ton. Like, this could very easily slip away from you, man. I think that's what Elevate are trying to do right now. Just make sure you plug all those holes. Do not let anybody through, but one player has.
That player that slipped in net, is he going to be able to do anything about it? Well, answer was quickly given to us, and we got taken down. The other players now is actually slipped on through, so you can already see it's Puertas who has found himself on the flank. 13 versus 7, 7 versus 12. Elevate need to win a few gunfights here to make this a little bit more possible, because if I'm UMD, I'm just playing Slayer right now. Okay, never mind. We're not playing anything that Kendi is anywhere involved in, to be honest with you, because this man is shooting very, very straight. 8 versus 5. Elevate still with work to do.
I don't even think he was aiming for Puedes. I think he was going for Envy, and Puedes just got in the way, but still 5 versus 6 now. Now a 5 versus 5. Elevate down to the final set of lives.
Oh, no.
Feels for them, son.
No. You can't let that happen. Kendi finds one at Shisu, and it's Elevate now with the lead in the lives. 4 versus 3. And this game has time to slow down. Puertas and Dakota do have operators available. Chloe's actually called the Tempest in. Wanting to make sure to secure this defensive round. I think if you're UMD, you lose it, not the end of the world. If you win it, could be massive.
Things do feel a little bit one note here for UMD, though. They're all going through that.
Oh, damn.
Take off control center side. One player down from Yopi as well. So now your odds are definitely stacked against you, and now it's just down to 1 man.
Oh, man. I mean, this was like 13, 12 versus 7 at one stage. Elevate winning by 4. They get control, and UMD cannot fish them out. Time and time again, they seem to have their backs against the wall. That's what I will say from the side of Elevate, at least anyway. It's not looking like they're just smoking everybody in maps, right? Yeah. They are being put in positions, but is that not all the more scarier in a certain way? that they are going through the trials and tribulations when they are coming to them, maybe a little bit more often than we would expect. And maybe there's a couple of trials and tribulations to kick things off here. Puedes finds a couple to kick things off. It's the typical start of a second round with the War Machine coming in. A right pain to deal with, but Kendi has one as well.
Yeah, I should say typical start now, post-overclock ban situation. Puedes on 10 kills is the only reason he's able to have that beginning of round number 2. I will say, it hasn't really done that much by the way of sort of map control. Like, Kendi able to fire back with War Machine pellets of his own is providing Elevate a fair bit of space for the middle of the map, and of course, now the Death Machine investment as well. So, for that start for UMD, Elevate actually have a ton of map control, and now they're starting to make their way towards red. They know what they got to do.
PJ Annihilator out. Dangerous. Oh, whiffs one, not the second. Goto got taken down, and now he can start to really try and put the pressure on. He's going to spin back around and give Puedes one straight to the dome. Everybody else from the side of Elevate now jumping onto the point. They want to make sure they can secure this, but Noisy's got something to say with the claw. They're playing 22 versus 19 in favor of Elevate. Ticking over towards A, but they need to make sure they want to extend that time, and they need 2 more ticks to do so.
Elevate trying to make their way up the map now. You do have Kendi towards red, so that's going to force UMD to spawn all the way back towards B over and over again. Now you can see Elevate trying to adapt to that by sending players in towards takeoff control side. Shisui now from the middle of the map though with the equals is just clearing so much space for the squad. All of the work that Elevate have done is being undone by Shisui. This is not good. Second tick now through though. Elevate, I think they're starting to feel the heat now. They've got to get on towards A to get that extra 60 seconds.
Yeah, you can't make mistakes now. 18 seconds, the clock is frozen. Looking like A's going to go their way. UMD went to have a look and Elevate said, yeah, come on in. No problem. They've dealt with them from there. PJ now in and around behind, trying to get something going, somehow still surviving. Has a little bit of help. Eventually gets taken down, but Elevate now in a good position to potentially do something here. UMD having to bring stuff in. Envy actually managed to bring in the Annihilator. He gets taken down. Now all of a sudden Elevate in a commanding position. 55 seconds and 5 life advantage to get B done.
Low on the hunt. How much more damage can you do? Oh my god, the fact he gets away with that kill, but cannot see the player in the corner. Shisui gets dealt with. Ton, it does feel overwhelming though, doesn't it? 3 versus 9 for UMD. The players are starting to get whittled down as well.
Tough one. Got put in a really, really awkward spot. Elevate have just squeezed them all the way back towards B. Noisy now running for his life, running just to try and extend this time. Elevate 2-0 up in the series and in the control. Skipping into the playoffs right now.
Yeah, and right now I think the difference right now between Elevate and UMD is simply the fact that when UMD captured the A zone, they were not able to transition properly towards B. They got a couple of players behind enemy lines, but those players did nada. I mean, look at what Puedes on that flank did, right? Not a single kill to his name. Elevate almost immediately, PJ is getting right into the action, trying to clear some space for Elevate to make their way through towards B. They just look so much more efficient in those positions. And now in towards this round, early operator investment, pretty even to be fair. They haven't fully cleared UMD out the middle of the map.
Yeah, a bit of a 50-50 start. Puedes can find Kendi and also Clo. So all of a sudden, you get a little bit of control over towards this A side, but look where PJ is. He's just constantly going to be behind you, constantly on the flank, constantly spinning and nearly hitting every bullet. Dakota was able to eventually deal with him, stop the 3-piece coming on through, but Elevate's still here in numbers, as are UMD though. It's a bit of a fist fight in a phone booth to try and get some sort of control, but Elevate just swing that little bit harder, and now all of a sudden, if you're UMD, you're in a tough, tough spot. War Machine called in. UMD need to try and fight their way out somehow. And Kendi's looking to find a little bit more to Shisu and Co, who are trying to push on the outside, trying to get something going over on the walkway, but every single way they turn, they seem to run into Elevate, and Elevate are killing them very, very quickly.
20 seconds for Elevate to make their way in towards bracket play. UMD, can you stop them? Elevate just always seem to have some kind of operator out to do the damage. UMD should be able to stop the clock here, but it does feel so individual. It feels like you're grasping at straws.
6 life difference. Need to be able to try and push over towards A, but the time really is the issue. UMD fought valiantly and are trying to continuously, but Kendi might have just put a pin in this one. Still on the point, still trying to extend, but what is it going to cost? A lot of lives. Puedes trying to get something going. Dakota going to take himself down. 3 seconds to go. It just feels like the inevitable is coming our way. The inevitable is Elevate 3-0 in the series. UMD will be shut down in pretty convincing fashion. All day long, this looked like an Elevate win. A little bit of a question mark around map number 1, absolutely, but Elevate came to play today, and we will see them tomorrow.
I think the terrifying thing about Elevate, right, is that yeah, that map number 1 was a little bit sloppy in places, right? It wasn't as clean as they wanted it to be, but they'll fix that. They'll get into day number 2, they'll get into day number 3, realize, look, all right, Hacienda Hardpoint hasn't been the best for us. Let's just make sure that doesn't happen when it comes to facing the best of the best. When we got to play Walls, when we got to play Q9, when we got to play Stalwart, that cannot happen, and they know that. Elevate, though, will be feeling very happy. They took down OUG to kick off, and then, of course, I don't want to say they ran through on Mythic Dream. I think the Search and Destroy and the Control, it certainly felt like it, but there was some resistance in the heart.
I think the question mark for Elevate is going to be that Hacienda, because that's 2 times in a row. Of course, OUG, sorry, yeah, I know, sorry, I'm all over the place. OUG really, like, smashed them about, to be honest with you.
Yep.
And I think if you're UMD, you were in a really commanding position. 70 points up after 3 or 4 hills. You are cruising. And that scenario nearly brought it back. So I think if I'm Elevate, I'm looking at Hacienda this weekend, just seeing how we can fix that after today. But the luxury you have is that you're already through after 2 games. You have that time. Really, really nice job from the side of Elevate, though, doing exactly what they needed to do. Lauren, really good performance.
We knew that they came to win here today, and after a dominant 3-0, they are now the first team to qualify through to the next stage of the competition here out of Group A, and they're ready to chat with us again. So Ian, what do they got to say?
Yeah, not only did they make it through, they absolutely cruised through here in this series to make it into the playoffs. And I'm here with Susanoo, who put on a stellar performance there. And it must feel to you and your team a little bit like last year. You're looking very strong.
Yeah, for me, I feel very 100% compared to last year. I mean, I would say even more ready than last year. So let's see.
Well, that must fill you with confidence if you're feeling even better than last year. And speaking of a year, it's been a year since you've been up against other international teams. How much are you enjoying that and getting a flavor from different regions?
I think many teams really improve a lot. We can see right now when we scrimmed them yesterday and fighting them against now, I can see that there has been a lot of improvement compared to last year.
You can now relax for a little while, put your feet up, or prep, you know, to be specific here, going into tomorrow. Who do you think some of your biggest threats are here in this tournament this year?
I think it's still going to be the same, you know, Wolves, Q9, the Chinese teams are really great this season. So I can see them as the biggest threat in the competition.
And what is the atmosphere like amongst you and your roster? Do you feel like the confidence is sky high right now?
Yes, of course. I could say 100% still.
100%?
Yeah, of course.
All right, well, best of luck, and we can't wait to see you in action tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Back to you on the desk.
I'm convinced these interviews are getting more and more wholesome as we go on. I am so here for this, getting an opportunity to talk with multiple players on Elevate now. And I love the shout out, Chris, that clearly there has been an improvement across the board for all of the teams.
Yeah, I think we kind of alluded to that throughout. Like, I think if you said to me last year that on Mythic Dream would go up against Elevate and even give them any sort of competition, especially in a hard point, I'd be like, I mean, you've been talking to Brody too much lately. I don't know. I don't know why I sent for you. It's just my default. But it's just to see in so many different lights are out again. It's so many different scenarios where you think, okay, well, this is the way it's going to go, or it's going to go this way convincingly. It's been so different in every single game, so it's really nice to see some competitiveness.
Yeah, and now they are the first team through, Brody, out of Group A. Not a surprise, but I know that they're going to feel happy. And still 2 more matches to determine the other squad.
I mean, honestly, I was expecting them to get through. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I was not like entirely convinced when we started having the conversation against OUG at least that they were 100% going to win that matchup, right? So, look, I mean, we favored them to be the first seed out of the group without a shadow of a doubt. Of course, they are one of the best teams in the world. They are the reigning world champions. But they will feel a sigh of relief now that, look, I think especially with the OUG matchup, they are still top dogs. They are still one of the best teams in the tournament. And yeah, teams have gotten better. They've acknowledged that as well. But they themselves, I think, are still confident that they can beat those teams that have made those improvements. So yeah, this is a big confidence boost for Elevate. I think they're going to be happy.
And I kind of, again, alluded to it as well, though, in the sense that other teams are getting better and Elevate are being challenged, but they're still winning. And is that not maybe a little bit scarier, that there's a little bit of jeopardy, a little bit of trepidation, and yep, 3-0, 3-1. Yeah, cool. No problem. It's getting harder, but we're still winning.
And also, you know, we heard them calling out, obviously, Wolves, Q9 as some of the biggest potential competition that they're going to have to face off against, Brody.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that is actually
Yes,
I was
tell me.
expecting them to say Stalwart. I'm surprised that Stalwart was not part of that list because in their own region, Stalwart has been a competitive team against Elevate. So yeah, I mean, they beat them in Garena Grand Finals, but like, I don't know. I feel like maybe Stalwart, maybe underestimate a little bit.
Ooh, all right. Well, that's now officially on stream. You can't take that back. So people are going to remember that when we move forward to the next stage of the competition, Brody. But that means we are done with the upper portion of this bracket here for Group A. We still have 2 more matches left now on the lower side of the bracket to determine the second and final team that will be continuing on to the next stage of the competition out of Group A. And we're going to get into all of that and more when we return. So don't go anywhere.
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never diss on me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for what I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Yeah. Cause it's game time.
we breathe.
Both solid on the respawn, but when it comes to search and destroy, well, OUG and Exclusive need to go to the drawing board. Again, one of these teams are going home after this matchup. Let's see what happens. Come on, my dude. Let's go paint this truck.
Thank you, Beef Mommy. I'm Chris Puckett, and I am so excited to be here because this is Call of Duty Mobile. We are here for the World Championship 2025, and this is elimination time. We just sent our first team from Group A into the bracket for tomorrow, but now we find out who will be watching as we have a good matchup on our hands. Two fantastic casters joining me on the desk as Elevate Puck has powered through. Now we find out will it be OUG or Exclusive moving on to play UMD for their second life. We got Proper, we've got Shift here on the desk, and Proper, I want to start with you. We've seen these teams. I feel like OUD is the bigger surprise. What are we thinking so far?
I think OUG are going to continue to turn heads with their preparation going into the entire event. They have the least amount of experience going into this entire event out of all of the Chinese representation, but still, they showed up and played Elevate as competitive as possible.
Now, Shift, I was scratching my head, right? I don't get to do all of these mobile tournaments with you guys, but I was like, I've seen this face. This Tectonic guy is really familiar, and he seems to win whenever I'm at an event he's playing in. Does his team have a chance? How are the Americans representing China? How did this even work out?
Yeah, I mean, well, those that were not following, it is a stroke of luck in certain ways that they were able to earn their spot here. However, now that they're on the main stage again, they are showing that they can compete, and more than that, they could qualify through this group. Really tough opening draw. That just happens because you're filling in a spot. You got to go up against the defending world champions. However, they looked solid in the opener. They looked like they could compete all the way throughout the series at different moments. And now you've got to just go in and handle business like you've done before, taking on an EU team that you've beaten once before.
They're the only team to beat Elevate, and they did it convincingly in that first hard point. Unfortunately, it was 3 losses following that Game 1 victory. If they're going to bounce back, who on that stage are you looking at, Proper?
It's got to be A.O. Ralph, man. I think that Ralph has like a certain mixture of just charisma, but also explosivity that brings to the table. Attack is going to always be your anchor in towards the back, but it's always setting up for a lot of these explosive moments, and I think that Ralph's going to be the standout player, man.
Shout out to our graphics wizards keeping up to date. We have 4 pools, 4 streams all going on at once, and you can see it was XG knocked out first. Bear Clan from Group D just got sent packing, and we have our elimination matches now on B and A. Unmythic Dream waiting to play the winner of OUG and Exclusive. Let's talk about the European squad that came in with the top EU seed. I was looking at the lineup. We've got Veer from Turkey, Caesar from Spain, a man from Czechoslovakia, Philippines, and France. No one is from the same country. This is a super EU unit.
Yeah, and they're such a vibey squad, too. I mean, just seeing them eat breakfast together, like you could just tell that they are very, very close to one another. And that it's that type of synergy sticking together that has been able to help them get over the proverbial hump that is Animus within their region. They finally find themselves here at the #1 seed, but not down here in the lower bracket as early as they would hope for, I'm sure.
Yeah. Veer from Turkey to watch. What are you thinking about this lineup here?
I like that call. I think for me, I'm still keeping my eye on Caesar and Spy.
Okay.
I think that just watching them in that opening matchup versus Mythic Dream, they were tested just against that SMG front line that we saw from Shisui and Puedes. They're going to step up here and really show out. The other side of this, when we start to look at this series as a whole, not to like bite off more than we could chew right here, but this very well could be a series determined by what happens in the Search and Destroys. That was a big boon for OUG in CDM. An Exclusive just came off of getting absolutely rolled in their opening match on both of the Search and Destroys, largely because they were not winning in those long-range sniper battles.
So are we saying that OUG is considered the favorite in Search?
In between these two, it's kind of a toss-up in between the two pennies, but I would definitely give it to OUG.
And then on the other side for Hardpoint, that's going to be game 1 and 4. So are we giving that to Exclusive with the edge, or do you give it to OUG, who took one off of Elevate?
It's kind of like, how do you power rank the teams in your mind? Because for me, Exclusive did show some really strong stuff when they were playing up against Unmythic. However, OUG is probably one of the more versatile teams in terms of what they showed at CDM in their map pool, and they're also finding success versus some of the best teams in the world winning in Hardpoint. So I like OUG in it, but I also like that guy in screen, so I'm biased.
Yeah, absolutely. Tectonic, a fan favorite. Doesn't matter what team he plays for, what country he's playing from. He's going to drop the numbers. And I was actually looking at the stats from their previous meeting against Elevate. Guess who went positive every single game?
Tell me.
Tectonic.
Of course.
Guess who was right behind him? Kings. Those are my two players to watch. Kings was one of the first personalities in the venue yesterday. He did his media day. The man has been fired up. It's been nothing but good vibes. They got in with a little bit of a lucky streak to get to this tournament. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Absolutely true. I think the other thing about this, and I'll be the first one to say, I don't know where this kind of like OUG doesn't hang because like they got the spot for free. I still rate the 6th best Chinese team better than half the teams that are here.
Absolutely.
I just like the rehearsal reps. I understand like they didn't have as much success in Search and Destroy in playoffs as they would have liked, but they still had just as many reps as the rest of the Chinese teams that are out there against the same caliber of opponent. And now they're knowing what they're coming into. I like this OUG team, not just in this matchup. I think they get out of this group without any problem.
This is the cherry-picked individuals from North America at the top of their game, able to put themselves in a situation to compete with the world's best, to potentially be the best team that they possibly could envision themselves to be.
All right, let's take a look here at our map vetoes. This has a crucial impact on the best of 5. And I know you've been crunching the numbers over there, I hold shift. I look at your Excel sheet. This thing's popping off. Who's got the positive numbers across the maps that do get locked in? We're going to have Combine for map 1, Coastal for map 2, and when we go to Control, it'll be on Raid.
Yeah, it's tough to really say for sure, just due to the fact that the Search and Destroy has been so, I would say hit or miss, but largely it's just been miss for both these two teams. But for OUG, looking at the hard points, they're going to love to see the Apocalypse showed up. They're 7-1 on it overall throughout all the 3 stages of CDM. It's by far their most played hard point. The Combine is not bad for them either. I mean, they're a good hard point team, just generally speaking. The one thing that they're missing, though, is the firing range Search and Destroy. They would have loved to have had that there. So there is some question in terms of what happens in the 2 and the 5 if we get there. But I see this thing ending in a quick 3.
When OUG met up against Elevate, Susano took over the Search and Destroys with the sniper rifle. Who in this lobby has the best snipes?
I'm probably going to give it to Neil, just bar for bar, pound for pound. I mean, that first instant with Unmythic Dream, the 7-2 loss and 7-3 loss, I felt like was not a good representation of what Neil could bring to the table. I rate him highly as a sniper rifle, and he's the one that really does have to lock in when it comes down to the counter sniping on Coastal. We know what Veer was able to do on that mid area, and the same thing going into the standoff. The double sniper is a strong presence, and you do need Neil to show up in that regard.
Expectations for how our first 3 games will play out. I was looking at the group. Out of all the groups, this has been the tightest. 9 games out of the possible 10 in the opening round. This is your elimination match. Everything on the line. It's going to at least a game 4, right?
I'd imagine so. I don't see any world where like that raid control is guaranteed for either of these two teams, especially for exclusive what we saw versus on Mythic Dream. There's no way that this ends in 3.
I got 3-0. I got like a 250, 120 for OUG. I got a 7-3 and a 3-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first match is ready. Who's going home? Here from Group A, it's OUG exclusive. And on the mic, it's Proper with I Hold Shift.
Thank you, Puck. Appreciate it. We're loading on in. I will say that this is the issue with trying to load into Combine, which this is the selection of exclusive, if I'm not mistaken. It may not be the most rehearsed map overall for OUG, but when they play here, they win big.
Yep.
I mean, they play hard. And I think the thing is, like, what we know of this OUG team by roster is that they are great at putting together spawn manipulation and punishing you when you can get through choke points. So we got exclusive, we got OUG, elimination matchup. Let's get it on.
Combine fits both of these two teams' play styles ever so wonderfully. There was a massive presence that was missing in that on Mythic Dream matchup, especially in the hard points. The explosivity would probably end up coming down to Sawu. They didn't need it at that point in time, but you know OUG are not going to give them any respite. You got to come out of the gate swinging.
Yep, and already getting some high ground control. King's going to forfeit that by jumping into the hard point. Already finding a lot of early time. A little wonky with those opening shots. Cartel's the follow-up, though, as he just lives inside the smoke. Good read underneath this opening mid-tank. Trying to follow up for, that again, that extra hard point space, and this has been perfect so far for OUG. Not playing outside of their numbers, holding off, making sure they're locking down good lanes as they look to try to just manipulate the map and keep it over towards what P2 is going to be here in a minute.
You already see players trying to poke and prod over towards this area, just trying to at least play for the trade and get that nice crossfire situation. But exclusive, shutting it down immediately, like you said, Alan, just making sure that that northern lane remains intact. And it's probably going to be one of the biggest ways so you can break P2 and exclusive have a good setup, at least initially.
Yeah, OG playing through the old time tie game as we head to P2. Nades littering that front mid choke point. Here comes the follow-up, the first attempt to break this for OUG. looking to try to flip spawns first. It's taking time, but it's finding success. Everyone falling except for one. Veer doing what he can, trying to run to the back of the map to lock down or at least block spawns. He's done well to kind of put a bit of a pause on this hit, but OUG will get the control that you would have expected them to, and now it's about trying to take the fight inside the hill.
A lot of time to be fighting over here, and you know that Exclusive are more than wanting to try to play for it, but the question is, you invest any sort of resources early. Cartels starting to streak out up there towards the spree. Can he get himself towards an EMP? We have seen in the past how snowball heavy that is.
Yeah, Pred missile already called in. OUG going to turn their guns up to this northern door. Nice little opener there from Caesar, but the health pools are low, and Solo is just able to tap away and clean things up. Back 13 seconds of scrap time. Not going to be forfeited here. Exclusive committing quite a bit, still knowing that, of course, they have OUG a bit of a spawn trap on the old hill.
Yep.
So that's going to work out for a little bit of contest, a little bit of neutralization. Now it's just about who wins their gunfights here at mid-map. OUG kicking things off by finding some early success through the middle of the map.
And Solo was able to win that first one cleanly, but can't find at least the space for the second. Sawu immediately pulls out the death machine. He's just spraying and absolutely praying. It's actually going to start funneling them back through the middle of the map. Neil loses the initial, and that could be the opening for OUG, who were at 3 operators.
Really smart there. Just avoid the death machine, pop a Sparrow, spam it into the hill. Veer able to respond, though, with the death, or pardon me, the war machine of his own. But Cartels, hello? Are we even coming? He just walks right through with the Tempest. Tech going to try to lock down the outside with the war machine. Gravity Vortex will just be walked through, and OUG from the front break again.
I like seeing that adjustment coming through from OUG again. It is unique operators, but still to be able to make that choice going in towards Combine, the Gravity Vortex gun absolutely is a force to be reckoned with going around this P3. Exclusive still spawning in towards the back, so you would think that they would have numbers to try to recontest this, but OUG are just, again, not letting them have any ounce of respite. Back 10 seconds going to be conceded here for OUG, so that way they can keep them trapped on this side of the map.
On a map like Combine, to have lost both key rotations and beat up is a dangerous
statement.
Early prospect, because now they're going to win the rotation. Well, because they're going to win the rotation to 4, but it is just down to Ayo Rav. He will be found and taken care of. So Exclusive have won every rotation to this point, but quick re-hit from OUG, finding value through the middle of the map. They're going to be able to contest very quickly.
Equalizer's ready for Spy 2. He's going to rip it, immediately slides forward, but only finds one. It's enough to set up at least his teammates for at least a couple of trades, but it's just Sawu lurking around. OUG trying to recollect their numbers to contest this back 30.
Smoke littering the point. OUG finding the reward early, but Exclusive trying to recontest. Gravity Vortex gun was out for a moment. Neil Veer able to follow up, find all 3 eliminations, and that's looking good now for this middle portion of P4. Tempest out for Neil. Locking down the cut, trying to work his way around the back. He's able to make sure that there is no pinch. So now OUG have to fully hit this from the front. Not what you want to see as Exclusive are able to take their first convincing lead. And with the response of where OUG are coming from, they're looking good to lock down the scrap, and that is exactly the case. Exclusive exit the first half, up about 20 points.
Yep. And that's, again, what you were almost expecting to be a little bit more steeper, the way that Exclusive were able to play the rotation over towards 2 and 3. But some really crucial breaks coming through from OUG keep this incredibly interesting. The break there at the end of P4 gives Exclusive the lead.
Wow.
But here for P1 first, and going in towards the second one, Veer has a Predator missile, and that's going to garner a lot of time on P1.
Yeah, Neil's able to earn one as well, so you get the feel out from the Predator UAV. Now you don't know exactly where they are, so you call in another with the Death Machine. Love this patience from Neil. Just call it out for the Death Machine to focus fire. But, whoa, they don't actually find really anything with it. OUG get the shutdown, plus they survive on the hard point. Still about a 40-point game, though, as you rotate back over to focus on P2 with 25 seconds remaining. Tempest shuts down the play initially for Exclusive, but they've got numbers trying to make their way across the map.
The Spy is finding a little bit of an avenue, a little bit of a route. Everybody's focused over towards the time. He will get traded by Tectonic. And this is really massive for OUG. Yeah, they are still down, but being able to maintain this side of the map while also getting operators out and other resources could set themselves up for success. But Exclusive constantly fighting the Fed on being down in any sort of deficit. They fight their way back through the old time. They're finding avenues on the south side of the map, and they have resources to pop for this P2.
Not an even battle, though, from the front. Exclusive. Do they decide they want to try to touch anything with the operator? No, not going to happen. It's Tectonic to pull the War Machine first, and that will gain a lot of space in front of the hard point. Huge buffer of room to work with now for OUG, and Exclusive didn't make a decision on what they want to use. They want to even see this hard point.
There was a lot of respect, and the trophy system was actually used on the northern lane, thinking that that's where the War Machine was going to be focused. Just up through the middle of the map. You got the claw being popped. Gravity Vortex gun all at the same time. Solo finds 3 with it. Cartel's there for the 4th. Spawns will be secured, and there's so ample time to play for it.
Perfect timing on that Gravity Vortex because Veer is finding a lot of value in those last couple of shells from his War Machine. Sparrow desperately tossed into the mix as Exclusive are really itching for some time here on P2. OUG clawing their way back, coming off the respawn. Exclusive can't get the numbers forward. Solo's been able to lock things down, and now you're down to the last 12 seconds. And if this turns into a convincing kill feed for OUG, you might be able to stretch old to new, but Exclusive are able to kind of hold their ground mid-map, but it does come at the cost of essentially a tie game as you rotate to 3.
Bump them out. The mini-map was suggestive of it. Yeah, bump them out. Look at the spawns coming in all the way across the map for Exclusive. Can OUG catch timing off of this and push their way through the smoke in towards the face of P3? Seems they're a little unaware of it, but not too deterred, I will say that much. But Neil with the Tempest pulls it out. He's able to find himself 3, give him the 4th as well. That is as clean as a transition as you could possibly ask for Exclusive. OUG were about to be running away with it.
Yeah, that was a confident call for the Tempest to come through, but immediately in response, OUG off their second set of spawns on this break attempt, pop operators of their own. Sparrow able to find some openings on the front doors, and then you get the SMGs, machine pistols, and shotguns in the mix. OUG finding a way in for a time in the front. Death Machine used to try to hold the front line. Tectonic doesn't want to challenge, but is forced out of the play anyways. 151-21, and Salo's done a really good job of making sure Exclusive can come back in off spawn to get back into the hard point.
A Raph spawns in on the or towards the back. He gives away his red dot way too quickly, and everybody from Exclusive turn around and they completely burn him. Probably a smarter call so that he spawns in the back with his teammates, but a good turnaround from Exclusive from that first set of hard points. So they don't fall susceptible towards the spawn trap, and OUG holding that from the front. What a beautiful 40-point lead Exclusive have as they're already tempering their way across the middle of the map.
Hard point about to unlock, and Exclusive are running in a little bit stray. OUG will punish. Tectonic has already got another War Machine out. He just had it 2 hard points ago, and he's going to use that to great success. No other operators ready to go for either team. So this is going to have to be done the old-fashioned way if you're Exclusive. Not a good start there, but an 8 lands. That opens up the hard point. Now the clock's starting to tick away just a touch. OUG still trying to flood, but they don't have the numbers, and Veer has earned himself his War Machine, but it gets shut down by the Pred Missile. So now you've got Exclusive at about a 35-point lead, but these next operators are coming in favor of Exclusive.
They sure are. You got a lot of mid-map space, but it's all just individualistic, isn't it, from OUG? Just trying to find that one heroic play to work around the back flank is allowing Exclusive to enact their numbers and just really force fire their way through these narrow choke points. What a turn of events for Exclusive. They had the lead at the end of the first set, and it's growing ever more so as OUG are scrambling to try to find their footing inside of some of this time.
I would say the scramble starts before they even get to the time. It looks like they're just trying to brute force their way through a lot of these break attempts. Again, if you look at just the rotation percentage, it has been heavily in favor of Exclusive. OUG's been the team forced to break really maybe every time except for 2.
Yeah.
So that's going to have to change if they want to try to come back into this game, but you don't expect that that's going to be the case here on P1. Best case scenario would be that you can keep Exclusive from getting the 200-point threshold. Neil is on his 4th Tempest, I believe, this game. Does get shut down more quickly this time around, and the hard point stays open.
Got 2 operators ready. Solo. He's got that Gravity Vortex gun. Probably want to save that for P2.
Yeah, for sure.
Claw's going to get ripped in lieu of that to try to maybe work their way in towards P1, and Raph's going to be able to lock down 2 kills. Still stray players like Spy hanging around the joint. Needs to be dealt with somehow. And then you also got Veer. He's playing the off angle to see where everybody else is coming from.
Veer's having himself a great game to this point. Does get shut down before he can get to his 40th elimination. But Exclusive get over the 200-point threshold. 15 seconds of scrap here on P1. Exclusive working with numbers to re-clear out the middle of the map. Raph trying to hang on to the corner, has help from Kings and Cartels, but the trades are good for Exclusive. A little bit more time starting to be accrued here as OUG are trying to set up around the back, and they already deal with the early rotator. So now it's just about getting that Gravity Vortex gun up, getting Kings active, seeing what you can find. But Spy, he may have broke the timing. Oh, what a hell of a set of equalizers this is, but shut down by the Sparrow. Kings for 3. Now you've got an opportunity to try to hold this. Veer trying to just litter the back line with the War Machine. That will work for another double, and here comes the next attempt for Exclusive.
Trophy was way too late for Exclusive. The Sparrow finds its way 3. OUG didn't have one off the spawn block. It's in the back now. Trying to keep it contested. There's still so much time to fight over. And if Exclusive hold this plus the spawn trap, they could technically still close it out. OUG aware of it. They have to find the kills, and they have to somehow push forward. It forces Tectonic's War Machine out just to get this back 30.
This has been a very expensive hard point for OUG. Still 25 seconds to fight for, and Neil just runs right into the fray. Stray nade from Veer also connecting on the process of this contest from Exclusive. Numbers now starting to build for the Europeans. Last 10 seconds, and whoa, Caesar is going to pop the Sparrow just to try to zone off the exits and maybe find just a little bit more favorable time, because look at the map. You're already anchoring with Spy deep behind P3, and that's going to be possible win condition for Exclusive as the whole team pops up behind the hill.
Yeah, spawn trap is really strong here on P2. Those spawns are sticky, and like you were saying, the anchoring in the back of P3 just might be the final nail in the coffin. Neil has another Tempest. He has been electric with it all map long, up to kill number 44.
Yeah, he can just lock down this back platform. 241 to 166, and this has just not been convincing enough for OUG. Wow, stays stunned for a moment. OUG able to at least get into contest, but the numbers for Exclusive continue to come by way of Spy locking down the front door. Rotation, rotation, rotation. Exclusive put on a masterclass and take away map number 1.
And really loud, we have seen this story before on that exact same side of the stage, but remain composed here, guys, because that is a statement within its own self going in towards the hard point, setting the pace, and then being able to re-break off of being really pushed against the wall. I would say that much. Like you were saying, the rotations were never truly there in the second set, that they, as Exclusive, were forced to break just about every single hard point, and they just about did. Being able to fight back against the resource disadvantage in the first set brought them back into a resource advantage going in towards P2, thus getting them a lot of time. And by the point where you were about 70 points too far gone, you were calling for OUG to get that last bit of desperation to maybe turn that P2 into something absolutely magical. Tectonic with the War Machine couldn't convert enough space forward, and even like Caesar with that last second Sparrow, that was just a beautiful call.
Yeah, and just kind of reflecting back to when I've seen OUG in this map before, that felt really passive in terms of how they were playing the map. Very reactionary. Maybe that's the better word for it.
I like that.
It's just like you see like these plays, especially behind P2, where OUG are getting spawn control, but they're not putting anyone forward on the map. They're not having anyone watch the cross into P4. And instead you're saying, all right, once we know where they're coming from, we'll hit them with a gravity vortex, we'll hit them with sparrows, which is not a faulty strategy. It just doesn't feel like their normal identity, and Exclusive were able to punish that.
Yeah, a little bit too fundamental, I would say. You know, not being able to find the explosivity for these individualistic plays is what they have been able to get away with on a handful of times when it comes down to hardpoint, especially in CDM for the Chinese region. But like still, when you're not finding success, when your backs are against the wall, at this moment of time, hitting isolated route after isolated route, get a buddy system going or something.
Yeah.
Like, try to play for a couple trades, get a couple resources out, get your nades on point as well, and then just try to overwhelm them with numbers. That's exactly what Exclusive did going into the second set.
It just never felt like if you were to put a heat map over the middle of the map, besides when P1 is active, it just felt like Exclusive just had so much free space to work with in that particular area, whether that's them zoning P3 away from OUG by, again, trusting that Neil can use a Tempest towards platform side. You can keep a shotgun and an SMG focused on the front doors. Like, you trust that setup every day of the week and twice on Sundays. But it's just like, I don't know, it did feel a little bit more restrained from OUG.
Yeah.
I mean, even there was a moment in that replay package where I believe it was Cartels who was like by P4 side as P2 was open, and he's starting to realize his teammates are falling behind him, and instead of trying to pinch from mid to cut back into the front doors, he's backing up.
Yep.
So it just kind of felt like their full focus was spawn control, spawn control, spawn control, and that ends up losing rotations because you're stuck in that same spawn when there's only 10 seconds left in the hill.
Could be a miscommunication is why Combine is so difficult to be able to find where a lot of the numbers are actually going to be located at to be overwhelming and any sort of pinch. It could happen at a moment's notice, but you said it, man. Veer had himself a great map. 49 kills for the kid. Yeah, he's looking to do quite well for himself. Having a fun time with the 1+15, as I'm hearing all players typically are. Shout out those guys, but that's a good moment for Exclusive. Again, being able to win that map 1 versus OUG against players in you've never really taken any series off of. I think that's the momentum that you need after losing a devastating map 5 earlier today versus UMD.
Yeah. So now we got to change our focus over a bit. Exclusive continue to show us some really good stuff on hardpoint overall. But we go to the Coastal Search, which is a immediate run back from what Exclusive played in map 5 versus on Mythic Dream. And they were really struggling to win the middle of the map, find success with the snipers, I think especially from the defensive side, which of course they're starting on here. So how do you decide to play it? And look at this, Exclusive to just throw a little bit of an extra hit through A, but yeah, you've already got Raph inside the site, and that is a free B site.
Let's go ahead and bring it right back to what we were talking about during that map 5. It's just the no hesitation, stun nade forward, get in towards the B bomb side and get that rock planted.
Now, Veer's able to find one in response. We go 4v3. Still a tough retake to be sure, especially as every single one of these entryways, these points of ingress, are being challenged by spam. Veer would have wanted that one back. Good to get the reload off, but he's lost his window for a free pick. So now you got to do it the hard way. Nice shot there, takes down Kings, but Cartels able to get one before being traded. Spy has found some motion forward, but yeah, Raph with a shotgun inside the site, not going to give that up as he will convert for the first round.
You know he's going to be eating well as the HSO player here on Coastal. We typically see them on a high-scoring route, but you know, the one thing, I don't know if OUG were actually sitting there watching that 5, I imagine that they were. Like, those flanks from Shisui really did come to fight them in the rear just to bring the scope out ever so slightly. So we'll have to see if any adjustments come through for Exclusive. They're expecting maybe another aggressive B hit, but this time it's going over towards A.
Yeah, right through the cut and right on into the site. Spy, a little bit of space here. Neil rotates over. That's a beautiful response from Exclusive, reading the nades over the top. Veer also assists from that little mid-pinch, leaving Solo by his namesake, by himself. Whoa. And he has got some shotsy movement right there, but doesn't make a difference. Too many numbers to deal with. An Exclusive put together a quick response.
And that's exactly why, kids, you got to have a trophy system if you're trying to make that aggressive push. That nade from that B rotation is pretty devastating. Left about 2 players one shot and pretty easy to clean things up afterwards. So a swift response from Exclusive. OUG going to dip their toes back in towards the A side of the map, but this time instead of going underneath, they're only setting 2. The majority should be hitting the outskirts, but they do have the opportunity to pump fake it.
Yeah, just feeling things out with nades this round. Nothing seen initially. Neil, late off this, and yeah, you know there's no trophy as the nades will fade, the stun connects, and then you pick apart on the pinch. Really well done. Great execution here from OUG for a 5v3 post plan.
And that's exactly why you feel things out with the nades, to your point there. And you were able to set up the pinch from the 2 players coming through the stairs. The nades will land over the top. It's going to leave Tech half HP, but nobody's in a position to try to deal with this. The 3v5 of the retake is mostly going to come from down low.
Like the idea of trying to flood this, though. And yeah, I could hear Tech from behind me. They're all there, all there, all there. So they know. And it's just playing with shoulders, set up your crossfires, and put him into a choke point blender. And that's exactly what occurs. Clean.
Yep. Just being able to play their corners, play the information trade. It's search and destroy 101 at the end of the day here, Alan. Being able to get those info from the nades, like you said, get that stun off into the backside of the boxes where Neil was isolated. Take one big boomstick out of the way, get the bomb planted, and you know exactly where those last 2 nades are coming from. It all has to come from mid. So 2-1 lead. OUG gonna go straight up the gullet here.
Yeah, and Veer's in some major trouble.
Oh my.
Eventually gets taken out by a stray nade, but the defenders on the A are realizing, actually both sets of defenders are like, we don't know where they're going. This is just not fun. This is not good.
Yep.
And OUG just bull rush middle and have themselves another very convincing post plan today.
2v5.
Bomb has been planted.
For Caesar and Sawu, not looking likely at all.
No.
And again, like OUG, like being able to see that round, I'll dissect it here in a moment, but here comes Sawu, just as an opportunity. Stun will land, but the kill will not. Kings will clean up the last 2, but that is the definitive sole point that they absolutely watched that coastal map number 5. They know where a lot of these players in their conversation, they were taking notes, annotating the entire thing, overwhelming Veer in the middle of the map, and then just quick hitting underneath. Like you said, defenders never had a Scooby where they were.
Yeah. That's also just kind of a staple from what we've seen in CDM. Is it's like set nades to deter sniper setups. It's been kind of the staple in the region.
Yep.
And even though OUG have not shown great presence in Surge across their region, they are at least aware of how that plays. Solo, as a little bit too long for the shotty. Kings follows up though with 2. Makes this a little bit more manageable. So technically give him a 1v3. He's down to 2 more remaining. No bomb in hand, and Neil is right there to make sure there's no exit.
See, I was about to say, like, the bomb's actually in a location for him to pick it up and actually fully exit. There was a lot of time left on the clock, but just wanted to press the issue around the back. Will give Exclusive their second. Just unable to lock down all the players inside of the winery bomb site. The big difference maker comparatively to that round 1 execute that OUG did find. So bomb's gonna lurk over towards the fountain. It's gonna be a late peek in the middle of the map. Exclusive want nothing to do with it. They're throwing nades underneath and over by the A lane. But the bomb's late towards this push.
This might just be, this might be just a blind show of force, seeing if you can take your 2v1 on the outside of the site, but it doesn't fully work out. Good response, though, from Tech. Keeps this more manageable. Solo actually catches Caesar completely off guard. So the numbers advantage is no longer there. This was a 2v4 if I'm not mistaken. So now you've got Neil by himself, and the bomb with a free rotation to B will set up a post plant.
Yep. You know Neil's last alive. Haven't seen him. But you dealt with the 2B defenders that you typically see over here. So, yeah, get the bomb planted. Neil going to look for the wallbang spot potentially to be able to find the entry. But this would have to be a highlight moment with the Tundra.
Sure would. Tech not going to give him a chance to see anything. Neil will reveal his position. Still has a nade to work with.
That's helpful.
It's a good spot. Tries ISO, but Solo's right there to make sure his teammate stays safe. 4-2 half. OUG. Pretty solid lead, tell you what. Tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
Haven't seen that in a while.
Cool whip. But yeah, I think that OUG coming in towards this one, being the more aggressive team, being able to recognize all of that and quickly dissect the defense of Exclusive. Going to put Exclusive in a really tough bind here as the immediate rush to the middle of the map. They want that B-bomb side.
Yeah, that was Solo saying, we're going to give away mid, but I'm just going to play this cut and with the shotgun hopefully win that out. But now that the awareness is there as far as where Exclusive has gone to, you can rush us down mid, but trying to follow that immediately with momentum into B is not easy, tell you that much. Kings having a little bit of trouble until the last two shots. Center and lock, and OUG are up 5-2.
Nice little snap there for the second. Now 2 rounds away from tying up this best of 5. Tech is making some play calls. You know, he's going to try to adjust for whatever could potentially come their way. Exclusive really loved the B execute on offense when they were playing up against UMD. But they're way more passive this time around, mostly because they need to go get the buck.
Oh, what a push down. Solo, I don't know where that smoke came from, but OUG give him some frequency to play forward, and Neil will respond. A little overstep there from Solo. So we'll go 4v4, but a lot of the map had been taken away by OUG. We'll recall some clearance from Exclusive, and they've got nades set up for B, but there's no trophy here, so Raph is just playing at a distance where he can still blow away anyone who comes through that front door.
They're not taking that bait either. The nade's not connecting, like you said, no trophy system, but playing in a 1-for-1 position regardless. 4v4, you got mid-map covered, at least from an off angle being held there by Kings, and space being taken away by Tech off of this angle.
Bold, dude. This is a moment where Tech is just saying, I know I can hang this spot. Doesn't work out this time. And now you've got full nades to burst onto B. There is a trophy system here to keep the defenders safe, and that's enough for Cartels to at least get one. Quick transition here from Kings. Secondary nade from Raph lands. And now you can kind of back off and play this a little bit more slowly, but Neil's quick scope beats the shotgun of Raph, leaving Kings into 1v2.
With a Type 6-3 no less, and they should be more than aware where this potentially could be coming from. The only other timing would be on the backside of the site. I mean, he just might catch good timing the stun, but still finds the kill 1v1.
Sawo still holding the heady. Oh! Are we joking? That is filthy. He had no business with that one. Two tap to the forehead.
Oh my gosh. That was dirty. Oh, any sort of momentum Exclusive might have started to feel immediately snuffed out if the 4-2 half wasn't anything. That is a dagger. 1v2. Full stun found the first kill, by the way. Now up to map point for OUG. For Exclusive, gonna try to throw the wrench. They're gonna back over towards A. They found success with this in their last best of 5.
Oh, but look at the difference here for Tech. Tosses an early nade and then rotates back through tunnel, watched by Neil. Easy peasy, no problems. Now you gotta get the defense back into the site, if you at all can. And honestly, you may not be able to. You gotta wait for some counter nades to come through. This is gonna be a very quick 5v4 post plan.
Yeah, sure is. Player number 2, though, it is Kings. Very quickly on that flank here, Alan. Might be able to take one down 4-3, and yeah, he's gonna be able to find one. Here comes the pinch on the other side.
What? That's too easy. And now they've cleared out outer sidewalk. Everything has to be on the interior of the site. Little slide across does not bait the shot for Veer. Raph is waiting to get contact from his teammate, and then he's gonna be the first one in. He will be punished. Follow-up from Veer is good. Neil is still holding an angle. Cartel's in some trouble, but is able to deal with the first. Has the last in the corner! And a 1v2 for Cartels to get OUG back to level terms after a 7-2.
Oh, I just spilled my water.
Woo! Kings 1v2, and then we got another one to end the map. Wow. OUG really putting to rest a lot of the S&D woes, coming away from the strongest S&D region. Keep in mind, you almost feels like a hyperbolic time chamber for these fellas coming in towards this event. Lost the Search and Destroy versus Elevate, though we expect that to be a very difficult matchup for them. But wow, that offense, I'm going to have to go back and have a real fun time fully dissecting that one, just how quickly they were able to take the map away. Solo was constantly getting activated even on the offense and the defense through the middle of the map. Like you said, like that smoke that continuously comes through as deep as it was or as short as it can be, always activated Solo to cut down so many different avenues for Exclusive to fight their way back. And then when it came down to these clutch moments, we've been seeing these guys do this for way too long, man. Like it's just one of those things that I'm not fully surprised, but it is crazy to see that Exclusive threw away so many 2v4s.
Yes. I still think generally, though, like what we saw from OUG, and I know that the statistics and the feelings after watching them come short in CDM where they didn't win a single search map, is just all looking at maps 2 and 5 of like, all right, what do you got? But holy cow.
Yep.
Kings with that with that fat 1v2. Yeah. I mean, he peeled that heady like it was no problem. Yep. I'll tell you, that was not an easy gunfight, and he finishes double positive to get OUG back into the series.
Yeah, when we say the word head glitch, we mean like barely the top of the operator's cap was sticking over that half wall. And with the Type 6-3, as powerful as it is, the 2-shot, not easy to land, but man, Kings absolutely locking in and layering down the shots keeps this really, really interesting going forward. Tied up one apiece going in towards the raid control. And this is where things are going to get a little bit more questionable for Exclusive. Some would argue, myself specifically, that probably should have gone towards round 5 off of the gambit that they threw away all the operators at the end of that round number 4 for Exclusive. It's an immediate turnaround going up against a team that we have seen, even in the first 2 maps, are ready to set pace.
Yeah. Just gotta have it, right? I mean,
plainly put,
it's just like our ability to kind of scout out and figure out how deep the pool for the EU, NA, and LATAM regions is just so much more limited than what we see from teams in India and China and even Diavolos from Japan because of their participation in CDM. Yeah. It's just the numbers are in a spot to where you can actually use them as a narrative builder. But when you look at a team that has only have 4 matches that were on broadcast, so you only can really reflect on those 4. Exclusive played raid in every single one of the controls.
Correct.
First series today, raid in the control. So it's just like they're sticking to their guns, man. I will say this too. We talked about this a little bit. Maybe I'm jumping the gun here a touch. Teams that are like the advantage are always picking Team A. I'm so surprised by that.
Yeah, me too.
It is the complete opposite in the CDL because if you were Team B, you essentially get to pick between the 2 remaining maps of what do you want to play for control. That's so much more of an advantage in my mind than playing the 1-3, the 1 and the 5 off your side.
Being able to have the guaranteed map 5, yeah. I don't know. It's certainly interesting, but I mean, that guarantees the Apocalypse map 4, and if there's anything that we know for certainty when it comes to OUG, golly, do they love that map mode combination.
Yeah, for sure, bud.
Raid control, though, takeoff Crossfire being taken away, went round 5 versus Elevate in the opening series of the entire escapade of this tournament. And honestly, from that round 5, could have came down to a couple of different Annihilator shots potentially, but we even saw OUG kind of bite off more than they can chew. The overextensions, random operator pulls in that series kind of came back to bite them in the rear ever so slightly.
Yeah, indeed. Trying to get updates in terms of what's happening on the other broadcasts here just to kind of keep you guys in the loop. Taking a quick peek and a gander. Amigos took the first map of Hacienda over Animus, so the other European team in some trouble right now in terms of how they started off their elimination series. Gallerus has cleaned up Diavolos, so they will move on. Diavolos will unfortunately be eliminated. That is the end of the C group right there.
Darn.
That was a tough one, man. I mean, like, it's just like we put a team that finished 4th last year in the mix with Q9, who just did Q9 things. Like, that's tough scenes. But here's the interesting story. TLE, your number 1 seed from North America, who lost their opening matchup to technically the 4th seed in their group, that's Street Gaming. They lost the opening hardpoint and are in a tie game right now on the Kurohana Metropolis. The Metropolis.
Kurohana City map.
Sure, the Kurohana downtown. Yeah. Metropolis. The Metropolitan Metropolis.
This is the first time that I've actually been seeing this on the screen again. The other 3 streams have been absolutely roaring on, but yeah, shout out Street Gaming. Came out of absolutely nowhere to be able to win that best of 5 series. The only map that they lost in that best of 5, Alan, was the raid control. And you know, going throughout the Kurahana was not in that best of 5 series, but you could tell very, very close affair here so far into round 12. And Saucy is able to find himself too, and a nice little bunch of cleanup down for the 2v2. Able to take any advantage on the Kurahana Metropolis, I guess would be feeling quite dandy for yourself. But Group D is an interesting one because we talked about Bear coming into it. This is the first time that we've been able to see them in the representation on an international stage, and they get eliminated by TLE in a 3-0 fashion.
Pause. Saucy 1v2 situation. No, misses the first shot. So that'll be 7-6. Got to win by 2 if you're just joining us. I know at least one person who's joining us may not be fully familiar with the rules of Search and Destroy in COD Mobile compared to CDL. You know who you are.
Defend the objectives.
It's not me. I watched it before and you pointed to me.
I don't know. I like you're like...
Here's me reaffirming the rules of the game to myself.
Yeah. I wake up every single morning just staring into the mirror and just make sure I remember the rule book. It's a big moment now for Street Gaming. Take a 2-0 lead here in this series.
Brother, I don't think anyone, I mean, I'll be honest. I think we're all looking at Group D like this is the snowball group for sure. But for Street Gaming, who had no expectations largely coming into this tournament,
sure,
you got Bob Zera on your team. That guy's got some experience, brother. Tell you what.
Yeah, that guy's got the gunnies.
Yeah, he does. He really does, though. Like, legitimately, like when we were back in the old school one-tap meta, when like Lucas didn't really popped off, the SKS meta, that was like, dude, Bob Zera's got it too. Like, don't sleep on that boy.
Yeah, like it's just tough, like when you're talking about it, like from South America perspective, just all together. Like when it comes down to single tap gunnies, you know who we talking about, man.
Hey, we know,
you know who we talking about.
We in there.
Raid control about to get underway. Big spring map mode combination between these two. Again, not a good look for Exclusive, losing 1-3 to 1 Mythic Dream, as it is the only control map that they played in playoffs in their region. Comparatively to OUG, they played Crossfire earlier. It went round 5. They lost it. But a big momentum swing here to be able to see what they can convert on their opening offense for OUG.
Yeah, and for OUG, just to, again, get you caught up, Respawn is how they beat the top Chinese teams in CDM.
Yes.
It wasn't just Hardpoint. They also did a really nice job in control as well. In particular against teams like, for instance, Godlike. That was a big one for them. Even splitting the difference with teams like Wolves and also finding advantages versus teams like X-Rock, who are solid. Here we go. On to the B point with an extension here for OUG through A. How about this position for Tectonic?
The interesting off angle is going to at least have an opportunity to go for one, but doesn't like the timing behind it. Are they aware that he's even over here?
They should, because of where he's spawning. I mean, he's forcing the exclusive spawns back laundry, so...
Just gonna hop A because of it.
And now you've got to look at this. I love this. This crossfire setup from cutout and that back basketball position means that if you're exclusive, you have to play through kitchen. Veer does catch a nice double. Solo in some trouble, has to back away, but it's the war on 2 fronts right now. OUG really stretching exclusive's defense, but they're hanging.
A big 4-kill start out of Veer. Again, he had himself a whale of map #1 back on Combine. Dropped 49 eliminations on OUG's forehead. Third segment being worked on over by B. Should be getting depleted here. The segment over at A was locked, but there's no more space to be provided. Now just sub 60 seconds, and we're back to square one trying to fight for map position.
You got plenty of time, though. And really, well, let's say really good reads. Cartels does at least pick up, and wow, nice shots topside ring. That'll get the action once again, playing on both sides of the map at the same time. And OUG are starting to build a bit of a life lead behind these plays. Cartels overwhelmed, too many to deal with. And that's one of those moments that OUG is going to look back on and be like, you know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, really shame on me. We should have made a decision to get together sooner, and now they're going to make their play onto the A point.
Should have space back basketball court, but that smoke is going to keep it concealed to maybe try to get in or out from that position from either of the two teams. But regardless, the A zone's going to get hot. Second segment's locked. Caesar's going to give away his life, who had an opportunity to play for a couple spawn traps, but 5v7, OUG in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's a mistake right there from Exclusive positionally. You got a couple of the players who are playing through Art but you push too far around towards that little waterfall. And OUG don't just stay alive in pool, they also get a spawner in solo to get over towards the B point. That's your extra 60 seconds. And now you focus on A, which is pretty much already gone. Not to mention the life's just got a little bit too out of hand, but that's a mistake from Exclusive. If you're going to chalk or try to play around the pinch, you have to commit through mid, not through the offensive spawn.
Or just hope that the rest of your teammates are able to find those eliminations being down in lives, and then you just play for the Zen trap. But even then, hindsight do be 2020. It's an offensive round conversion in the first, which means that Tech will have that War Machine. Veer was able to combine it on the other side and was able to walk away with the first blood of the round.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This is an opinion question.
Okay.
Do you think that you shouldn't be able to pull operators out until like 10 seconds have passed in the round?
No. I think that there should be a little bit of a delay coming into it.
Because like Tech just literally spawn farmed with that War Machine.
Well, that's exactly what you're saying, and that's why we put so much emphasis on the War Machine, because like you barely even get in towards the fray, that you just have to get the hard read with a trophy here at Zig or over by Ring, and just have to hope for the best at that point. But get the first segment over at B. Clean kill feeds coming through in back and forth. So the light deficit isn't too far gone here, Alan. And now Exclusive can spawn parallel over towards A and take a shot.
That's a juggle that I think Exclusive will take that trade every day. I mean, flat out, you've got all the operators spent for OUG. You're still hanging on to 4, and you're only down 2 lives with success with that first tick at B, and a really solid setup around A. Solo with the Death Machine, starting to fade away, but just wants to charge on forward, gives himself cover of smoke to work with. Follow-up, though, from Exclusive is good. They clear the zone and continue to find success, getting the second tick of progress.
Sawu now has the DM out himself. Gonna combine that with Neil and the Tempest. Was electric with it in that map number 1, but they're spread all the way across the map. Has to find value with it to break inside a basketball court, and yeah, you're just not getting through this. All the wall bangs soon after. Third segment looking good to get locked in here.
Yeah, OUG will chalk on this, but keep an eye on the minimap. The Zen trap trying to be influenced again. Exclusive able to deal with it, and now they've got a bit of a pinch surrounding of their own. Just comes down to if Spy can open up space and focus from the front. Deals with the first, does not expect players to come from behind him, though. So the trades lead to OUG still in the life lead by 1. Minute 35 on the clock, and it's a scatter fest. A lot of individual 1v1s about to come through, and OUG have won all of them to this point.
Yep. The individualistic warfare looking good for OUG, at least in this map number 3, but there's still so much time left to fight over, and the 4-life deficit doesn't feel like it's really impactful until that play comes out from Art. Now no respawns remaining for Exclusive. Backs truly against the wall.
Yeah. And OUG have really shown us their ability to convert and be efficient, even without operators, just knowing how to use your spots on the map.
Spatial awareness out of OUG in this raid control is amazing.
Yes. Little crossfire setup at Art. Solo's got a trophy system as he tries to play on an island behind Laundry. And the defender on site of Kings is the player you want to be in the pivot position to watch pillars and be able to help on either side as it comes through. Solo says SOS. Please someone help me. No Rihanna shoutouts for free here, but Solo's got an opportunity to try up a bit of a pitch. Can't find all 3. And this is, you know, an opportunity here. Exclusive with numbers. If they could stack, they could deal some damage to possibly cap here.
Yeah, but nobody was going to expect that timing coming through from Raph through the mid pillars. He's able to find himself at least 2 on this life. Leaves the last 2 players, a Spy and Neil, alive against the full-fledged force of OUG and their 6 respawns. We'll work on that second segment, but I like to imagine OUG will not allow them to lock it in. A 2-0 lead in this raid control with a hefty amount of segments to boot.
Exclusive has to win mid-map here in the break-off.
Yes.
They have to have it. Especially considering how OUG played their first offense where they're hitting either zone no matter what they spawn closest to. You have to win mid-map. And there we go again. Veer, War Machine out, able to find one. Tech trying to respond by contesting mid. Trophy system to keep him safe, but does get spammed out. Exclusive, do what's asked of them. Find their opening break-off win through mid. Now it's just down to can they clear the player up top at Art, and yes, they will. OUG now forced to play down towards A.
That's really good information from Veer and his War Machine being able to at least find the 1 kill over by...
Oh, no.
Nope. Doesn't mean that you're going to get home scot-free here. Big 3 kills come through for OUG, just completely catching Exclusive off guard. They don't have any basketball control. They might not need it. Spy's the only one here. Nades come over the top, but they just completely get out of it. I mean, like, a couple kills do come through, but the first segment might as well be good enough to then repivot over towards B.
Yeah, Raph, claw out, bouncing it through kitchen. Mercy. 4 in a row for Raph. Now trying to play off the spawns, but a little bit of trouble manipulating through the cutout window, and Cartels will drop at kitchen. This first tick at A is the only thing that's been accrued as OUG continue to not commit to playing into Kitchen and on to the point. That looks like they're just trying to keep the clock stalled. A bit puzzling.
It is.
But they're going to get the respawn down towards bedroom and work their way back over to try to finish this zone.
They know that they did clean up that last round with lives, and even if Exclusive do win this defensively, could actually put themselves in a position to maybe a round 5 defense. But we got to get there first. Second segment locked over at A. 45 seconds remain, and finally we'll be coming through. Annihilator out for Kings. Nobody's watching top bed, and it's Neil. He's right up top there with the Tempest on the back side, able to work the pinch. Can they stop the zone capture?
Yeah, Neil's been really good with the Tempest.
Really has been.
Really, really good. So now we're tied 11-11. Make a wish. As we have the break-off happening once again. Under 30 to play. OUG still spreading the map here. Just straight fodder coming out of the death machine saying, don't peek me, please. Cartel's on towards B. Still trying to take fights through mid. And this hasn't been as clean as we've seen from OUG in the past. That now they need to make a desperate play, and they're going to go to the scaling deep play of Raph, who's already through laundry to see if they can finish B.
DM's going to be pulled here now. And then maybe try to help their way get over towards one of these two zones. A lot of mid-map control. You got one player over by B, just trying to bait them out into the backside of laundry, but they don't have that space being provided for them. Raph, he's got his USS-9. He's already inside a kitchen. No respawns remaining for Exclusive, though OUG only have one.
Yeah, and if you're Exclusive, it doesn't matter about the lives. It's just about defending the zone. 3v5 situation. Extra 60 seconds going to be confirmed with that capture on B. The last 3 defenders have to play kind of in and around the site. Spy already has the Annihilator out. No one giving him a peek, though. Good patience from OUG. First shot lands for Spy. Can't get the second as the window player is able to shut that down. And it's just down to Neil, and he's found 1, 2, but nothing more. OUG 3-0, the control.
A big objective time now for OUG, flipping the S&D map to, and then the raid control. 3-0 nonetheless. And again, this is the bread and butter for Exclusive when it comes down towards their control play. They don't really like playing too many other control maps, but still, this now puts OUG firmly in the driver's seat. Explosivity, their individual prowess as well, everything that they did not find success with in that Combine map number 1 surely came through in that raid control. Exclusive had a handful of moments where they could potentially try to close out a couple of rounds and get themselves a lot more space to be provided forward, but it just felt like the way that we are seeing OUG manipulate the map, it's just always together, the nades to set themselves going forward until that third round. That was probably the weirdest one.
Yeah, it's still like, and I don't know, maybe we'll have some time to chat. Tech has no idea either, apparently, as he's just giving us the shrugs. He's praising the War Machine gods, something of the nature.
For real.
But there is a question, I think, just about like what is the mentality surrounding that mid-rounding on the offense for OUG, where we're putting members off spawn to just go wherever they're closest to. I would figure and that their idea is if we show force on both zones, it gives us an opportunity to group together at mid with numbers.
And then pivot.
Yeah, then wherever you find success, like that last round, like, kitchen. Raph gets behind laundry.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's probably the idea behind it, but it definitely felt like Exclusive were maybe getting a handle or winning the 1v1s they needed to make that less convincing. We'll have to go back and relook.
I mean, it felt like a little bit of like anxiety riddled. Like it was like, okay, well, let's play to see if anybody overextends, and then we'll make the decision. Okay, well, now we just need to make a move forward, and we'll just get down over towards A zone. 21-12 for Veer is the only player that went positive for Exclusive, but Kings 22-16 led the way for his team. 8-11 out of Tech. What happened, man?
I was just about that'd be why he was emoting towards us for a second there, just like I'm just laying it up for my teammates. I don't really know what that was, but
all right.
Yeah.
88 impact, by the way.
88 impact, probably. I still don't really know how the math of that.
I don't know.
Figure.
I'm not a scientist or a mathematician.
No scientists.
These
parts.
No.
Brothers.
I can talk about dogs and cats, though. I got you covered there.
Yeah, that's more sciencey than I got.
Biology.
Yeah. I ain't got that.
OUG looking pretty primed to close this thing out in 4.
Unless Hardpoint's been solid for Exclusive, man. I got to eat my own words here.
Yeah, but
I will say.
It's OUG's map pick, though, and this even...
And it is APOC, yeah.
When a lot of these players were still playing in North America and when they were still playing on the international stage against other teams of higher caliber, they were still taking Apocalypse off of a lot of different teams. Yeah. And the way that we're seeing, like, Kings flip and being able to turn disadvantages into 2 pieces out of thin air, that could be the difference in between breaking P2, let alone holding it.
You know what's been interesting this tournament so far?
Tell me.
This is across all 4 streams.
It's first APOC, isn't it?
I don't think this is the first APOC. It might be, actually.
Oh, who cares?
But we have seen pretty much nothing but Combine, Hacienda, and Slums. we've seen, I don't think, any Summit, which is so odd because Summit was like the map the last
It was the gun runner.
Yeah, the gun runner is crazy. Oh, man. Blessings if you played 2019 Modern Warfare. Holy. Here we go, Apox. Down low. Through the smoke we go. Exclusive first couple eliminations, but OUG are looking for an early map flip. And they've got it.
Nice, W comms.
Dude,
all right.
Just like run through the balconies. All right, cool. Sick.
And then deal with like the map's position soon afterwards. Spies trying to rectify this opening mishap, but comes up ever so short. But you know, this is the play now for OUG. Look, like you wanted to play for the spawns. Now you gotta have to reap the benefits that Exclusive are gonna garner a lot of time here on one.
And look, if you're out there and you want to lock in to see how good this Exclusive team is, lean a little bit forward into your monitor here and really keep an extra eye on the mini-map, because this map by far the largest hardpoint map we have in the pool, and it's all about understanding spawn manipulation and how things flip, how you block, how you lock, and what you spend numbers on. OUG better at the macro game here than what we saw in Combine. They will have a rotation win by the look of it to P2. Can't say that with certainty yet because Exclusive are finding some wins from the front, but the spawns will stabilize, OUG will neutralize, but I'll tell you what, if you're Exclusive, you don't get the P2 spawns, but you get 45 on P1. You're happy about that.
Opening hardpoint, by the way. Now OUG, again, this was their gambit. Like, play for the P2 spawns, and now you kind of have to answer with a full 60. The first wave of gunfights will be good. One player slips the net. It will be Neil. He's one shot and now taken care of, but still off of the space being provided forward. Now Exclusive are just going to funnel numbers forward.
Yeah, with the numbers advantage, they can keep trying to jump the wall, make their way through cave by way of this smoke, and they're finding the wins that they need to. So contest from the front. This has been great from Exclusive. OUG can no longer worry about the overextension. You got to get into the hard point, my guys, and Raph will make sure of that until Neil gets two with a nade, leaving Kings essentially by himself to finesse against the last couple members of Exclusive, which he's not able to win, and Exclusive continue to stay in the tie.
Yeah, holding from the front here on P2 is no easy feat, and well, they're able to do that plus a little bit of extra. With all the excess score that they were able to get off of P1 themselves, look at all the operators that did not need to be pulled because the gunnies were keeping them well and truly contesting P2, and now they have just about a full slate going into P3.
And these are good nades to the middle of the map to make sure the rotators through P2 cannot find free long-range angles, but Tectonic War Machine out will win the day initially over towards barrels. Claw to follow. Great stun on top of that to isolate this play.
Oh my god.
And Raph is on one.
Yep.
Holy cow. Not done yet. Not done yet. Get out of his way. Now he's got the AR up. This could be trouble. Pardon me, USS-9 in his hand, which may as well be an AR in previous modes. And
Last
he's
year
able to turn that into some great success to get OUG back in the game.
Hey, my player to watch, man. AORAF is up to 15 eliminations now. Kings has the Sparrow on this rotation. You do end up having the 100-killer drone moving their way forward. Pred missile as well from that previous spree. Raph getting a lot of good information, but Veer now has the War Machine. Getting them space forward. Equalizers are out now for Spy.
Really well done by Spy. Finds a route, takes advantage of it, and Exclusive re-break the hard point to grow back to about 40 points as we rotate over to Ruins. OUG trying to lock things down on the left side of the minimap. Predator Missile being called in by Kings to try to lock down this rotation. They will find one to slow down Exclusive on the overextension, forcing them to have to try to play from the front.
Still think about that 45 points off of P1 right now?
Yeah.
I'm still looking at it as well as we go over towards the Stonehead P number 4. Is the final hard point in our rotation. If you're new to Call of Duty Mobile, we do not go over towards P5. But Chicken Coop, Chicken Coop, Chicken Coop. It's such a powerful position. Cartels is playing in it. He's able to find himself 2 with the Tempest. Solo for the 3rd, and that should be the break fully forward.
Yeah, should be good for it. You also have, keep an eye number 5. Raph is watching the rotation through Coop, so everyone else can just keep their focus forward. And OUG are ripping it apart. Still 28 seconds to fight for. Sawo has found himself somehow behind enemy lines, but does get dealt with. Watch the pinch. Spawn flip coming through. OUG is aware of this. Do they find the kills in time? Yes, they do, at least initially. Last effort here with the final 14 seconds. Spam coming through the smoke. But Exclusive have reinforced from cave side, and they're going to get a pretty significant amount of scrap time here.
Yeah, back 5 seconds should be secured here for Exclusive. Now we're just back literally for square one. OUG on the useless building side of the map, Exclusive on the P2 side of the map. You take away those 45 seconds, even if you split it in between the two teams like it should have been for OUG, this would be a dead tie game, but it just isn't. Another good wave of gunfights do come through for OUG, but can they convert that into time? They flip out the spawns at the very least, but they're not giving up time here on P1 this time.
Kings waiting waiting for his moment to hit the pinch from top TV. Works out great, trying to find members to the smoke. That will not connect. Follow up from Solo, good as he finds the final two. Meanwhile, all throughout this, OUG, nice little passing of the baton of who's locking down the P2 side of the map, and they will continue to win from the front. So, again, rotation, the name of the game. OUG still winning on that macro battle. Just comes down to can they stop Exclusive from finding the same kind of value they did last time we were here from the front.
Good space being held in the middle of the map. You have the ruined spawns being anchored, map control. They're starting to push a little bit further forward underneath the down chopper. That can get a little bit scary as far as the spawns are concerned, but still holding it down towards the time. Getting things back towards an even slate before P2 even pops. Much different.
Cartel's not able to find the early exiter of this P1 time from Exclusive. King's also falling from the front. A little bit of panic maybe starting to instill in this OUG setup, but from the middle, that is enough clearance to get the respawners up, keep the focus to the front, toss your nades, pop your war machine, and stop Exclusive from making their way through cave. No entry whatsoever when those explosive operators come into play.
Trophy system was immediately taken down. The trophy system on the opposite side for OUG was placed right in front of the temple where the war machine was maybe trying to find a little bit of an entrance, but it gets shut down instantaneously. OUG, 121 points and counting on up. It should get past that threshold, especially with Cartels pulling out the Tempest.
Yeah, and a Pred missile just to make sure that they have the information that no one's playing from the bottom side of the map. Cartels now trying to zone a little bit extra forward, but oversteps his welcome. Trophy system to keep King safe on the heady. Shut down though. Exclusive, do you see an opportunity to jump on in? They're going to pop the Sparrow. Bold call, but Caesar's able to connect for one. Second does come through on top of that, but it's not enough to actually get much time here. So I'll let you at home decide if that was worthwhile or not.
It wasn't.
Oh.
Hey, it might have been. Hey, they could turn the tides, potentially. But they're still trailing by 22 now. 150 to 128. Death Machine's going to be pulled here for Exclusive on the rotation. It's a very powerful one to be able to get all the way through these paper mache buildings, potentially, but it's not connecting. But it still sets up the rest of Exclusive for success to be able to find the wave of gunfights required to hold the initial time.
And that timing is perfect as Sawo catches one of the mantle from the heli. And then you've got Neil once more just ripping it apart with the Tempest.
The real problem, actually.
He's really, I think, on this mainstream, been top 2 Tempest players, which is top 2 out of 4. I made that sound way sexier than it was. It's still good.
Yeah.
He's still doing really well.
Still batting 500. We good. Kings able to find 2 there off of the re-entry, but Exclusive still have a tight hold around the backside of these spawns, and OUG going to be spawning all the way to the backside of ruins. You're hoping for a player to move forward and find value. Would be Solo to try to do so here with the Death Machine, but they're just continuously running away. They know exactly where he could potentially be located at, and by the time he works his way all the way through the long magazine, it's only going to turn it into about like 10 seconds. We'll flip the lead, but still Exclusive setup at 4th.
Yeah, we're getting 40-20s right now. It kind of feels like in favor of OUG since that little folly in P1 to P2 on our first opening hills. Veer trying to connect with the war machine, doesn't find much, but OUG, like you mentioned, do not have the benefit of the close spawn. Sparrow dominating this cross in through cave, but nades over the top shut that down. Now you got a Sparrow on the other side. Wrath could potentially go into an op of his own, but is not needed. Kings has found 2, and now he's got the tappy way of the Type 63. Tech also getting the left hook involved as Exclusive are able to reinforce quickly thanks to those spawns, and they have convincingly re-wiped the floor. What a re-break from Exclusive, and there's still 23 seconds to fight.
Big wake-up moment there from Sawo. He's leading his team right now in eliminations. Gets kill number 30. War Machine now out for Tectonic up to kill number 37. There's no trophy system to stop it. Direct impact into Sawo's forehead, and that's 3 now for Tech. Still 10 seconds to fight over here at the bottom of the second set. And Exclusive are holding strong.
You need to understand win condition right now if you're Exclusive. You're at 206 to 171. You win on P2.
Yes, you do.
You just have to hold this side of the map.
They haven't been able to do all map.
Haven't even had time to even look at Temple this part of the map. Nice moment there from Veer. Slows down OUG from stretching across the map. These next wave of gunfights, super important for Exclusive. Nice crossing angle for Neil, who has, guess what? Another Tempest shut down this time. OUG with numbers, trying to work their way across P1 to the other side of the map, but they're shut down, and now you've got the War Machine, Death Machine, all the machines in play for Exclusive to try to put this one out of reach.
Yeah, Death Machine, their top maps, is just going to absolutely rip everybody to smithereens, and should be the immediate information that you need. Still, enough time time for Exclusive to close things out on P1. One player of Kings spawns all in the backside of the temple. He's not there alone, but you gotta stop this time from being earned.
Oh no! And they lose spawns for a moment. Exclusive, correct their mistake though. Quickly, get the spawns back. Neil's Tempest gets re-earned off of the early elimination before he could really pull it out, but only finds one with it this time. Sawa from the top ropes, almost able to get a double. 4 seconds remain. OUG holding for now. The setup for Exclusive is trying to call game. Is this victory formation? Can they take a knee on P2 and put this to a map 5?
The first time that they're able to stay here for the rotation. They got so much time on the first set from the front, but look at the spawns being attacked. Raph able to find 2. Neil still towards the back. Exclusive still hold the spawns.
Raph is trying to hang on towards front side temple. Not going to work out. Spy. Oh, shut down by Cartels. War Machine for Veer. You need the last 5 seconds to come through. OUG can only hit from the front. Caesar gets a couple with the Sparrow. Cartels was still kicking for a time, but he cannot stay alive, and Exclusive continue to be flawless at hardpoint.
Oh, Veer stands up. That's a demonic look I saw come out of his eye. There were a lot of wide in his eyes right there. 250 to 185 is a statement, completely and utterly nullifying that 45-second fumble from OUG at the beginning of the map. They gave away 45 free seconds to play for spawns, and they didn't even walk away with the majority of the time on P2 either. By that point, when you make such a fundamental mistake, and you're still able to keep it as competitive as it was, you really do feel like that OUG was that one big mistake away from potentially closing it out in 4. But that's not going to be the case at all here, Alan. It's going to a map number 5. As we're going through a lot of these replays, there were so many heroic moments from so many different individual players. Operator usage was fantastic as far as the warfare was concerned in between the two teams, being able to answer tit for tat. But I got to say, man, that Tempest being in play constantly was a boon of success for Exclusive.
Absolutely. You know, the other side, now that we've gotten 2 maps between these two teams on Hardpoint, we kind of threw out like that little insinuation that OUG were playing maybe too macro focused on Combine. Again, big map, you could afford to do that largely when it comes to Apocalypse. But where my mind is wanting to pull me to are all of the teams that we've seen across either COD Mobile history or CDL history or Challengers history that play for spawn control, Money Hill control. Sometimes the team that just gets in the hard point, it can just be Mixy. You're like your Bostons who just like jump on the hard point and say, come fight us. We don't care about spawns.
Look, it's a respawn game mode, but like you still have to play around the objective. Go figure to make it as black and white as possible that you can find all the space being provided forward. But when you lose the returning 3 gunfights, just because you have the spawns does not mean that you're going to secure any semblance of majority time. Sawu had himself a fantastic performance. He's been really quiet all day long. 37, dead even. Nobody went positive.
No, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Look at the time.
Yeah.
We said the exact same things when we saw Exclusive play earlier versus on Mythic, where it's just like on Mythic had one player trying to soak time, whereas Exclusive's like, I'm closest to the hard point, I'll get on it.
A Solo being a route man, trying to always push over by broken down chopper.
With Raph.
Maps, yeah, Raph was that guy inside a chicken coop, like I was talking about. Same thing for Cartels, was playing a lot of different off angles, but it just never felt like we had a guaranteed moment to sit down, play the time.
You know who did that really well last year?
Tell me.
Elevate.
Oh. What happened to them?
They won the World Championship.
Of course.
They swept the World Championship.
They did. What was that Grand Finals versus Q9, though? Hardpoint then wasn't exactly their strong suit.
Yeah. But still, like...
Yeah, but still. It's the entire idea of just like, you know, fundamentally the game mode. You literally spawn into a ranked game and it's just like, oh, Hardpoint. Get to 250 points. You win the map. Like,
correct.
Just, it seems so simplistic, and yet it can be so... I don't know what the right phrasing would be, but it just feels like that it's such an easy mistake to make at the highest level for it to get away from you. And now we're going in towards a map 5, a standoff, and I mean this is where the Wild Wild West truly does come out to play, because there's not a whole lot of tape, I will say that much, for Exclusive when it comes down towards this map. But I like Sawu on it. I have seen him, especially on Animus, play on standoff in the previous stage, and if he's able to feel the hot hand coming away from that previous map, Alan, he could get active.
Yeah, this was not a regular playground for OUG and CDM either. They played it a bit in stage 1, but didn't touch it much afterwards. They did beat Wolves on this map in stage 3, but
it's a pretty big deal.
Wolves was, I would say, like, in terms of how search went throughout CDM, like, as good as Wolves is, that was not the mode that they won CDM on. They won it on their respawns. I mean, Q9 was the Surge Gods from CDM. So
you're always such a lovely guy, always having a good time, keeping the vibes and the spirits up. Look, this is not at least in playoffs regionally, that Exclusive have played, but it is a map mode combination that has been in the game for ever. So you feel like that this should be playing right into their wheelhouse, right? They love double sniper, and like when Chris was back up here and we were breaking down the best of 5 maps, if this goes to this map 5, with Neil hitting the shots that he's hitting, we also saw some insane quick scopes as well from him in that map number 2, and the 7-2 loss nonetheless. I think that standoff is not going to get as zany as Coastal could possibly be. The rush down that OUG were trying to play, not always going to garner the same success when it comes down to standoff.
Agreed.
Thanks.
It's just wild though, like, and I know it's early in this tournament, but it does kind of feel, by watching really outside the one map that Elevate dropped here on this A stream, seeing Exclusive be perfect in hardpoint so far. Like, people are not playing patiently off of the one taps, the shotguns. They're running. Like, they're running and trying to just beat you by playing through the hill. And that was as simple as it got last year when we watched Elevate. How did they beat teams? They played Hacienda, they ran actual ARs, and they beat people to hills. Exclusive so far has done a nice job of either winning rotation or very quickly being able to contest when they don't have rotation. So
that P2 hold from the front was legendary.
Absolutely legendary. Legend, wait for it. Dairy.
Missed times. Search and Destroy standoff, the final destination here for one of these two teams. Remember, loser of this goes home. OUG, the team that didn't even think they were going to be here until, what, about 5 days ago. Going up against Exclusive as the #1 seed from Europe. Felt like they had playoff berth within their grasp, or fighting for their lives.
See what we get, as OUG will be on the offensive half first. Holding off any A hits and trying to play through Brown. Whoa, got a little mixy. Solo's able to win out 2. Kings will be traded back. We'll get to the early 3v2. Numbers now in favor convincingly for Exclusive as Tech is by himself. Should have a freebie there. And we'll have tons of time to play the 1v2 up from here.
XM4 in play here for Tech, instead of the usual Odin or Type 63. So he has a little bit more like versatility with the weapon, of course, but completely played like a fiddle here. With the map being flipped now, Caesar, Veer, getting closer towards Bakery.
Tech does have the bomb to work with, though. And wow, if he can get Grandma control, this would be massive for him being able to kind of pick and choose what he wants to do, knowing that he's going up against Veer and Caesar.
He has a range deficit, though, especially with Veer being in the play.
But he's got options. So you're telling me there's a chance?
I'm telling you there's a chance. We got options, boys. We got
What was all that 1 in a million talk?
Still so much time left. 45 seconds, and he's going to slow clear Grandma's. But look at the back-to-back that we got going right now.
Yeah, they're just going to wait for the plant and just play 2v1.
Absolutely. But if he gets his bomb planted at B and he could play timing for the backside of Hostile.
Correct. Or he could play Cafe, too, honestly.
Yeah.
With the jump up, it just keeps you away from Veer completely.
We got options.
So many options. And that is a great position to plant for everything. Does he get a read on where Exclusive comes from, though?
Oh, that's a weird. Well, be trying to play the 1-for-1. They don't give him that opportunity, but the play's coming around the back. Tech has to hard read this.
No. He's in a good spot for now.
So smart.
Does he get a sound cue? Made it. Oh, does he get the second? No, not quite. Caesar right there. Not the tool for the job, unfortunately, for Tech and Exclusive. Take the opener.
Needed some Shisui levels of trigger discipline, right?
Yeah.
Potentially, but yeah, putting himself in the best position when we talk about it and fully break down in Search and Destroy, when the bomb is playing in such a situation, like for Tech, like he put himself in a one tradable position, like immediately inside of that corner. But that's what we were talking, like the timing inside of Hostile, not enough time to clear all the way to the back. Completely understand why the hairs on his neck were probably standing up to only play around Delhi. Played what she cleared. First round for Exclusive.
Frag out.
Trophy down on the broken wall corner for OUG. And yeah, you could see the focus for both teams is all about what's happening in Brown. Spy up top on the balcony, good for the opener. Smoke to block the cross, and yeah, really good read here from OUG adaptation-wise. If you're going to send 3 players to focus on Cafe or over towards Brown, we're just going to run to A and plant.
Artels is playing a delayed flank potentially, or just the cross over by Statue. The majority of this retake, I would feel, has to either take a route or it's just going to have to be straight up the gut. This is not an easy one to try to re-break if you're exclusive.
Yeah, Tech's just playing contact from the barrel. Kings is doing the same thing underneath the truck. Oh, but hey, how are you? New haircut, huh? Caesar's able to find one more, and exclusive have broken down this post plant like a wet paper towel.
Yeah, my bad. Did I say it wasn't an easy one to break? I meant it was systematically simple. My bad. But like, I just to be able to find Tech over peak, I guess he probably did not assume that that angle was not going to be covered. But for Veer to be able to get in that position, to be able to get that elimination, just immediately sent for the snowball. You saw like all the arrows in the mini-map try to turn for that trade where Veer was located at, and then just the collapse soon after. A 2-0 lead here for exclusive.
And this is the right adjustment from OUG. Keep someone interested at mid, but don't get first blooded anymore at Brown. You just cannot have that happen.
Yep.
So they're going to instead take the ground given to them by playing front side at A, trophy system, allowing the bomb to get planted safely. How do you set up the post plant? A lot of it's actually focused on mid in particular. So if you're OUG, you better hope that the DPMs and VMPs and the X4s are able to find some kills, and it only gets a couple of trades. Pinstripe kill feed. Exclusive moving with some tempo. Trouble for Kings. Needs to keep his life. Not able to. Pinch from Solo finds one. Needs to get more than that, though. Not the case. Now back over to one. That's going to be down to what Raph can do, and a 1v2 comes through to get OUG on the board.
Oh, a lot of heroics. That smoke to try to get Solo over towards the B-bomb side with HSO. If they try to retake that, it would have played right into their hands. Gave away a lot of audio that he was trying to retake into the backside of Cube. Still somehow walking away with that elimination, but the hairs on their tinny chin for OUG to finally get themselves on the board, and now they're hitting the hard pivot. They're leaving Kings to lurk over by the hay bales while the rest, they're trying to execute on the backside of Delhi.
Different look here for OUG, trying to stretch out this exclusive defense, which, as we've mentioned, loves to play through mid. Different look here, though, as Neil is going to jump a little bit further up into the mix with the scope, trying to watch that 1-for-1 corner, gets the opener, and now has a chance to reset. Did he see the peek underneath the doorway? We're looking right at him because he's in yellow, but I don't know if Neil saw that.
No, that'd be the tiniest of pixels here. But still, you feel like that anything could happen, especially with the isolated play like Tectonic. He's still vibing over by the A bomb side. He's just going to plant the bomb. All of exclusive thought it was still a play over towards this side of the map. Not the case. 2v4.
Tough rotation from Grandma's house. And Raph, yep, we'll see both of it. Veer the first one to drop. Tech no problem over the bomb. Heady gets us level at 2.
Yep. Big shouts there for Tech. Again, he was the secondary player to try to get over towards the hay bales, and once he got the nade over towards the top side of tracker, I mean, the bomb was just lurking past the statue side, and all of the rest of the focus for OUG was going to the backside of the gas station. So really caused considerable doubt for exclusive. Ties things up into round number 5 as we get a lot of nades going over to the top side of statue. Exclusive want this space. OUG recognize it, and they back down.
Again, the adjustments, love them. And I think it's just the order of operations of how they've done it. If you're having issues at mid, give them some space. Put pressure on the outsides of the map, then go back to mid.
Yep.
Working out well for them. OUG continue to put together the absolute right reads. Caesar trying to hang, but here comes the full flood from OUG. And now they've got to lead 3-2 up.
Not over yet.
Adjustments, adaptations, always on top for OUG. Again, they're coming away from the hyperbolic time chamber that is the strongest search and destroy region on the planet. Now it comes down to exclusive to try to make some alterations towards some of these nades and try to react a little bit cleaner. Look at how much space immediately comes from Solo. He's all the way to the backside of the gas station, pulls 2 members away, and still goes 1-for-1.
Yeah, 1-for-1's fine. Oh, even more so that Kings finds another elimination through mid. Trades are fine, but the bomb does get planted. Nade, very slowly moving.
No, right?
Is it just like rolling on the ground?
That's what it looked like.
Or it was like one of those big old loopy lappy lades that comes over the top.
That's a phrase.
Indeed. Scope up now for Neil, trying to re-clear tractor. Raph close. And they will know that the sniper is watching the angle here.
Not enough time.
Being held. You got to make a move.
Are we saving for next, or like?
I don't know.
Yeah, so here comes the push over by Cube, and it's just a moment's too late. That you really were hoping for that route to come through to the backside of Bakery a whole lot sooner. Sawu almost able to walk away with a 3-piece there at the end, but wouldn't have enough time for the defuse regardless. But you were hoping for maybe that flank play to come back on the backside of Bakery to try to clear away the hay bales.
You got to throw some attention, right?
If you don't have any late util whatsoever, like you become the util, and you have to catch timing somewhere somehow. So 4-2 for OUG, firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that is one of those like, okay, we're watching the sniper, but like we need to pull focus.
Yes.
Now Veer, as they swap the sides, will connect onto Raph. First blood as the smoke did not really cover the cross. And Neil's going to follow up with another one to hit. So early 3v5 opportunity for Exclusive to get this thing back to within 1.
Tech is still lurking with the XM4 super close. They're trying to hit a rewrap over towards Bakery for Exclusive. But OUG are just struggling to try to find where a lot of these players are still lurking at post plant.
Caesar's able to find the freebie. And this post plant breakdown is hard stretch to even see the bomb site. You do catch info on one towards Tractor, but the problem is the player on the backside of boxes or not. Do we find a way to pull this if your cartel's 1v2? Not a lot of time, and the shot for Sawo connects. Exclusive back to within 1.
That was a post plan we didn't really see coming through from OUG's offense, getting the HSO inside of the cube. We saw a lot of that with the Fennec last year. The HSO shotgun being in that clutch situation, being able to pay for the post plant, keeps things within 1. There was so much space that was immediately taken away over by A, but Exclusive are getting in towards the playbook. It's a fast execute into B.
Or at least at the front doors of B.
Yeah.
OUG have some defenders that can watch this. The long cross in particular from cartels. And then, of course, the 2 defenders most nearby at Cafe. Trophy systems are still in play for the defense as well. So those are other obstacles that Exclusive need to find a way to hurdle.
Attack playing on the backside here on this head glitch off the top side oven. And you also got Kings. He's watching inside of Deli for the execute to come through over by B. Any late util to try to unearth these players around a Deli is the only answer to get in towards this side out.
Yeah, and the defenders at Fridge are still holding this position on top of that. But the threat is well and truly established for Exclusive. Yes. And OUG, you're in the setup that it's, you know, you've made your bed, and now you've just got to kind of lie in it and see what you can find a way to hold while executes are surely going to happen here in a moment.
Now just sub 60 seconds. They're going to try to late dip over towards A. All 10 players are still left alive inside the lobby. The difference is, look at the space that Tech now is taken away. He's on the backside of the hostile as the execute's coming over towards A. That should be the alarm bell for him to try to work that pinch.
Yeah. And yeah, you even see on the minimap, Kings is throwing shoulders through that front Cafe Deli position. Aware of it is Solo, the pinch from Tech, but Exclusive. Yeah, fighting back just a touch. Blast member at mid. And there's not much space for Spy to work with here. He's trying to red dot chase Tech, but he is out of there.
He just his full sprint, hit the same exact route. Spy last alive, 1v3, hope and a prayer put to rest. Now just 2 rounds away, ROUG from eliminating Europe's #1 team here in groups.
Defend the objective.
What do you call here if you're Exclusive? You have found success with the scope for first blood through mid. I think you need to trust that as your pivot point. And they will set up one on statue, full nade flood towards the cube and at the back barrels of A. So quick post plant. And OUG have voluntarily given this away. So this is what they essentially have designed for. How do you retake?
The nades just a little bit too late, starting to catch them on the exit, but this is the same round 1 offense that they want. Get the HSO of Sawu in a power position.
Look at the smoke. It blocks this 3-man hit through Brown right now if you're OUG.
And resmoke.
Caesar will drop. Stuns now starting to land as Kings has gotten clearance from the front. That's that split focus, but Exclusive have put themselves in good corners and deal with all of it simultaneously.
Nervy. Real nervy. Those late smokes, that's what I was wondering about. There was nothing thrown early as far as smoke grenades to watch that mid-cross, but if they go back towards their opening round of offense, does Exclusive to be able to quick hit over towards A, get Sawu with the shotgun in towards Cube, and then pay for the post. So now they're going to try to play for a little bit of a bait play. It's a PKM spam coming through from Sawu, so no shotgun in his hands. Just seeing how many defenders or tags he can pull away. And a lot of the defense for OUG are actually over at A this time.
Cartels has to stay alive here. He drops, this whole defense falls apart because everyone has to rotate away, and not only does he stay alive for a moment, he finds a first blood. That does have to pull one player back. That's going to be King, so he's going to play Grandma's, try to keep Delhi safe. Tectonic is extremely vulnerable here, but does have at least a wall behind him to kind of set his Alamo.
No. Nobody in a position to try to play for that trade. You can see that's exactly what Kings is trying to rectify. Maybe get himself on the backside of Delhi. He's just going to play this head glitch on the turned over oven. So, what do you do now if you're exclusive? Do you try to hard hit your win in the backside of Delhi? That stun's actually going to reveal Tectonic. You need to act on that.
That's insane. So now you've got B pretty much open with certain considerations. That back cafe position's the tough one. How does King,
I don't know,
get that one? And look at Solo, you dirty dog.
Late smoke to get himself inside. No, he's actually not inside L. He's playing outside of it. He would have a range disadvantage if he was peeked from that angle, but not going to be the case.
He just needs to watch for the cross.
Getting active.
Oh, he whiffs. And Neil connects in the same breath. And it's all down to Kings. And it's just, this is such a tough position from Gas to try to play a 1v3.
Well, you don't have the shotgun to worry about. Sawa already showed his hand with the PKM, but still 1v3, pick a corner, any corner. You already got Grandma control coming through from Neil, so you know it's not on the flank. But he has time to work this, and they're all isolating themselves.
Ninja? No, too many
audio cues.
yeah.
Chill.
That would have been sick.
That would have been nasty. But still, exclusive fighting, bringing themselves back from the 4-2 deficit, now tied up into round 11.
Defend the objective.
Again, first to 7, win by 2 here for Call of Duty Mobile. An exclusive really enjoying these A executes. It was late last time. This time it's back towards the fast.
Different look. Early defensive smoke and numbers through bottom brown. Takes care of Neil. Exclusive find themselves on the A site with enough freedom to plant. And now OUG trying to tap away as they try to break this post plant. And honestly, Exclusive are a little bottlenecked here at A.
Got a couple span shots coming through there from Kings on the opposite.
Had to hit one.
Setting up a pinch, and yeah, Solo's going to be able to take down one. That's numbers now for the retake.
And you can see Caesar is not comfortable in this position. I love this call, though, from Exclusive.
Yeah,
take your numbers, force out the player at tank. The problem is Kings is aware of it. It says, not so fast. I know I need to keep my life. I'm going to put myself on a heady. Good luck. Have fun. Advantage over to OUG for series point.
I mean, we remember what that young man did on Coastal. That man is ripping heads, his centering, sublime. Series point for OUG. Exclusive. Made it this far as the #1 European team. Is this where the story ends?
Heavy nade play for Exclusive towards front brown, but OUG are not here this time. Late trophy is going to be placed to keep the defense very safe in and around A. Double stack over towards the backside of B as well with a stun check into front P1 where Rap takes the info and runs with it. 2-for-1 exchange. Numbers advantage OUG.
Bomb pancake here just on the inside of the courtyard. King's getting active, gives away his life, 3v3.
Too active. You've got numbers in all of the trophies you could possibly want to set up your post plant.
Yeah.
So we get a 3v3. Who is going to step up? Veer and Neil still on scopes. Tech quickly rotating as if he maybe saw something. Oh, this is some dirty timing, but Cartels doesn't actually connect for the full kill, and now he's on an island. Does Exclusive choose to isolate, or do they take their numbers to a site?
You know, at least one is trapped inside of the hostel. I don't think that they're aware that Veer's still playing over by the hay bales, trying to play for that timing on the outside of the tractor, and Neil misses the shot. 2v3.
And that's the moment of indecision. You know Cartels is separated from the team. Do you 3v1 him, or do you 3v2 the defenders towards A? They get stuck in no man's land. 38 in the clock. Bomb in hand for Sawo. Decision time as he's really trying to be comfortable in and around front side B, but OUG are comfy just letting them play this crossfire.
Veer has to watch inside of Delhi. He has to now watch the Grandma's crossbow. The bomb gets planted. They both clear it together, 2v2.
Oh, Tech almost missed an opportunity, but not going to make a difference. 2 rounds in a row. OUG survive a map 5 affair. and have a chance to go have what was an interregional battle with Mythic Dream.
Yeah.
But what a showing from Exclusive.
Amazing effort for Exclusive. What a hard-fought year. Again, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Finally won their region going in towards an international event, but history, unfortunately, doomed to repeat itself as Exclusive will not make it out of groups. It was a valiant effort versus a team that honestly didn't know they were going to be here until a couple days ago. They come in off of a last-second notice, they get to work immediately, and they get the job done to at least get one more best of 5.
Just under $8,000 for our loser as they exit the tournament, but you will see OUG powering on for at least one more fight. That will be against Unreal Mythic Dream for our final match of the night. But as we take a look back at this Game 5 highlights, what a series, boys. We went the distance again here in Group A, and this may have been the best game yet. What do you think about the search on Standoff? One of my favorite maps of all time.
Chris, you asked me the player to watch out for, and it was Raph there at the end. Yes. He was getting overly active at certain points in time, but especially in the Apocalypse hardpoint, although they lost it, that's where we really got to see him come to life. In the Standoff Search and Destroy, a lot of his utility to be able to play off of his teammates to put them in even better power positions.
I want to give a big shout out to Tectonic for the final round. He was spotted by Veer's sniper rifle. He read it perfectly, the relocation. Then Cartel's on the back end. Alad, you called it. You either got to deal with it or you got to power forward knowing he is not in position. They got stuck. Do you need stronger IGL or what went down in that scenario?
It's hard to say that because you go a couple rounds prior where Exclusive also realized that, hey, the 3 of us are stuck on A. We need to decide, are we going to sit here and play against the flank or are we going to push through tank? They try to push through tank, it doesn't work. Maybe that lingers in your mind that we tried to play a 3-on-1 and it didn't work, so we're not going to do that versus Cartels. We're going to trust that Neil can hit a shot. It definitely felt a little bit too passive and they get punished for it. So it's a tough call. I mean, you're in the moment of a map 5 do or die situation and it doesn't go your way.
Here's a look at the numbers. We said Tectonic does not go negative. That story stays true for all 5 games here. Kings with a phenomenal performance, dropping 10 of his own, and Cartels with the final 2 kills is going to seal the deal for OUG to survive another round. We send it to the stage with Ian Chambers and our winners.
Thank you very much, Puck. Of course, EU's Exclusive are now out of the tournament. OUG live to fight another series, and I'm standing by with the OG himself, Tech. That was one hell of a fight.
Oh, yeah. You don't got to tell me nothing about that, dude. That was long.
It was long.
And we got one more to go.
Do you feel like you've got it? Because it was only literally a matter of days ago that you even knew that you were going to be here. This must have felt like a crazy ride to this moment.
It's definitely insane to think about. We've probably been practicing about 2 weeks as a team. We had about a month and a half off of just us not playing together, you know, people playing here and there. I was coaching Godlike before coming here, you know, it's like I wasn't playing at all. So to be here on this stage again and thinking about this might be the last one after 6 years, it's a great feeling.
You've been a professional player since you were, what, 14 years old? Is that right?
Oh, whoa.
Is that right? No, not pro. You know what I'm saying.
Oh.
You've been playing for a while.
Yeah, I've been around the block.
You've been around the block for a very long time. I'm in trouble. And listen, you know exactly what it takes to be on a big stage like this, world champion. How much do you think your teammates are going to be relying on you going into this series?
I don't think they rely on me too much. You know, they all are very intelligent, and without them, you know, it's like we're not OUG. So as long as they trust each other and trust me, I'll trust them. It's as simple as that.
Just finally, up next, UMD. Have you got them, and why?
I think we got them. I think Exclusive was one of the better hardpoint teams, and they kind of, you know, they were working UMD for the most part. I think we have to clean that up a little bit going into this. S&D, they probably have an advantage over us, so we want to try and win these respawns.
All right. Best of luck, man. Good luck and go and prepare. Back to you on the desk, Puck.
Thank you very much there, Lord Chambers, as we take a look at OUG, our winners here as they advance to the elimination match, a final fight to find out whether or not they will make it into the bracket. But this is not the only group that has been active. We've had 4 streams since the start of the day at 8:30 a.m. Let's take a look at who's been eliminated and who's moving forward. We had Proper and I hold shift with an excellent cast. Gentlemen, we take a look here as now we have just one more fight left in Group A, one more fight left in Group Group B, Gellerus and Q9 moving through, Street Gaming and STE powering through. Any surprises on this list?
I would probably say the biggest jump off the page would be that Street Gaming. I don't think that anybody knew or expected that opening best of 5 versus TLE was going to go the way that they did, but they were super prepared, and it showed in all 3 of the map modes.
TLE, North America's Hope, gone. Do we now have the new North American Hope in OUG? I was looking at the roster. We got 3 Americans, a Canadian, and a Cambodian. Are they the new team to cheer for if I'm just waking up in the USA?
Correct. Absolutely the case. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be bashful of claiming OUG as the North American team based on their roster. But huge surprise, man. Street Gaming with Pabzera able to not just once beat that TLE squad, but twice. Doing it in 3-0 fashions, I believe, both times as well. That was a huge surprise. Stalwart's going to come out as the #1 seed from that group, so they're setting themselves up for success as we move through this bracket as well.
It's an all Western Hemisphere battle when we return. Don't go anywhere. Unreal Mythic taking the stage when we come back.
So good, it can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop. Good
Welcome back. It's the 2025 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are here in the group stages, and it's time to find out who is powering into the bracket, who is going home, as we send home half the competition on our first day of action. Here is a look, though, of what has happened in Group A. If you're looking for a clean win, Elevate Puck was the only squad to do so. Everything else has been a Game 4, and most recently, Game 5s involving OUG and Unmythic Dream. So what can we expect here as we see those are the two teams remaining to fight things out? We welcome in Chris Tunn and Brody to break down all of the action. Tunn, I want to start with you. Okay. Elevate Puck, reigning champions. We're the clear favorite in this group. But who did you have before the tournament came out to advance from this group?
I would have thought them in OUG, to be honest with you. I think Exclusive were always going to have a shout, and we see that from their game. I think for Exclusive, losing to Unmythic Dream, that will be the massive disappointment. I think going out to OUG is no necessarily massive disappointment, and it's not too much of a surprise, but it would have been OUG, and they still will be favorites, I would say, to come out with this one.
Infinity, I feel like you've been growing up with these men. I see your beard in full force tonight. What do I need to know about this squad? Because Kings has set the vibe. Since I entered this venue, he has been nothing but smiles. But tell me about this team. What should the fans in America know about this squad?
I mean, OUG, this is a team full of fan favorites, right, from American Call of Duty Mobile over the course of the years, of course. Most recently, they did go out and perform in China, and I think that's the big thing for them, right? You know, they didn't want to settle for what was happening in North America, where North American COD-M, obviously sliding down from, at one point, being world champions to, all the way down to, what was it, top 8 last year. I don't think they were very happy. So they went out to China to improve, and that's exactly what they've done. And I think, just the resilience of this roster to make those improvements and to become a tour de force, I think has been really, really interesting. I want to give a lot of love, I think, specifically to Raph as a player that I think has such high energy, and the way that he played in CDM, when he plays extremely well, he is a force to be reckoned with. We haven't seen that today, though, I will say. I think just on an individual level, if he goes off, I think it's going to cause some problems for Unmythic Dream.
Raph was the man who sealed the deal. He got the first 2 picks, and every time I see him on screen, he's getting multis. He never goes 1 for 1. He's always a 2 for 1 kind of guy when he finds success. On the other side, Unmythic Dream, representing Mexico, has had some phenomenal spots in their tournament. They've also had some low points. How do they get back to the top of their game? Who is the player to watch this time around?
It has to be Shisa. I mean, we've seen consistently throughout today, he has been popping off. I think that those S&D specifically, when they were going up against Exclusive, the guy was just finding rounds on his own. He really is going to be that guy. You look at Puertas as well. I think he's been quite consistent throughout this tournament too. You're looking at those two if they want to find a chance against OUG.
Puertas was taking some incredible routes, trying to get those cutoffs in the hard points. If you're looking at Search and Destroy, I'd say that's OUG's strength. Hardpoint was not the case. Is Unreal Mythic, is their strength S&D as well? Control or Hardpoint? What's their best mode?
I mean, it's kind of difficult, right? Because they haven't won a single Hardpoint thus far, but I think that's been way of who they've faced in the competition, right? Yeah. I mean, you've played literally 2 of the best Hardpoint. To be fair, I think we were saying earlier, right? This group is just the Hardpoint group. You have OUG and Elevate, 2 renowned teams in Hardpoint and Exclusive who seem to put a lot of work in Hardpoint before the tournament. So I think from Unmythic Dream, we haven't really seen what their Hardpoint is actually like, because they've just played really good Hardpoint teams. I think their best chance of this series is probably the Search and Destroy, though, and I think that's because their Search and Destroy, as we saw earlier versus Exclusive, it's actually pretty good the way they play as a team. Their timings are really good, but also on the flip side of that, OUG's Search and Destroy is definitely the weakest of the 3 modes for sure. So for me, yeah, Unmythic Dream, if they want to weigh into this series, got to be the S&Ds.
Ton, if you're looking at this squad, is there an IGL to listen to? Is there someone we need to crank up when the Spanish gets loud?
I think Envy, the guy's been around for a very long time. He's the one that's going to be leading them, and I think I kind of agree with Brody on the S&D front from them. That's where they got to push them. I mean, you heard Tech say it. He said that S&D is where they might have us to a certain degree. So these guys will be wanting to just force that map number 5. Steal one of those respawns away. They've got a very good chance of walking away with the series, and Envy will be at the forefront.
If you are just joining us, welcome to Call of Duty Mobile's World Championship for 2025. We started with 16 teams. At the end of the night, we'll be down to 8. There's only room for one of these squads, and I have a feeling we're going to another Game 4. Do we have another Game 5 in the cards, though, Infinity?
Oh, man, that's so difficult, because it would require them taking a respawn away from OUG. I say that like OUG are definitively going to win this series, by the way, which anything is possible, especially considering how competitive OUG were versus Exclusive in the last series. But yeah, I mean, it does feel like you're going to have to take away one of the hard points. And for all we've been saying, OUG are a phenomenal hardpoint team. We saw what they were like versus Exclusive. They're not infallible. So yeah, it does feel like maybe the S&D, the hardpoint, we could get a Game 5, but I pretty am staunchly saying this is going to be done in 4.
And Ton, we look at this Unmythic Dream squad, this is 2 teams that were combined into a super roster, right? So This is not your familiar 5, but they are all on the same page when it comes to our bans and protects. Let's get into the map vetoes and find out where we are going for the best of 5. It looks like your hard points will be on Hacienda and Apocalypse. If you watch the start of the day, OUG handed Elevate a loss on Hacienda hardpoint. Do they keep it rolling? As I think they're the favorites, at least for map 1.
And as well, we've seen that on Mythic Dream. Have actually went twice on Hacienda and lost it 2 times. So I think that's another one that, I mean, straight away for OUG, you're looking at that. You're happy to get a hold of it. Apocalypse, another great map for OUG as well, Brody.
Yeah, that's the key thing for me, is that Apocalypse was a big one in CDM for OUG. It was basically their one mode. It was the #1 mode for them. They really never lost it. And to see both that and Hacienda in this series, that's a good sign if you're an OUG fan. Looking further into the series, though, that Tunisian map #2, it can be a bit of a wildcard pick for OUG. It is something that I'm looking forward to seeing them play.
Got to give a big shout out to Tectonic on the other side for OUG. He said, we are not an American team. We are a Chinese team. We've been playing in China. We've trained with the Chinese, and our Chinese fan base is here. They've got the Lucia buff. She's come all the way out to Poland. She's been doing some casting. She's going to be cheering on the squad here. And Brody, she's used to doing some winter interviews with this squad.
Yeah, for sure. You know, everyone loves it on Twitter. Every single time that Lucia was casting the games for OUG, they were winning those games. So she's here. She's in the stage. She's
absolutely
going to be supporting the squad. That must mean it's an OUG win.
We'll find out. Our official phone, the 1+15. If you guys haven't tried it out, the players are loving this thing on this stage. Nothing but good reviews as we are just moments away from this game. Chris Tunn, for everyone who is just tuning in, what have they missed? The best moments on the day, and what can top it here in this best of 5?
Oh, I mean, it has to go down to what we've seen with exclusives game. When it goes to that map #5, we go to 7-5 in round 11. You just missed that one, and we have the potential for something just like that here. On Mythic Dream have really actually turned up in this group and kind of caused a little bit of a problem, and I really didn't expect it. I think if you were telling me it was OUG against Mythic Dream to qualify into bracket play all day long, I'd be saying OUG, but I'm standing here and I'm actually not that sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild, right? Because, again, you know, it's kind of a cardinal sin to commit as a caster, but in a way, I kind of wrote on Mythic Dream off as I went into this group. I was like, yeah, they've probably got the least interesting storyline a lot. NA is kind of in the water a little bit as far as, you know, their chances here at Champs is concerned. I had more high hopes for exclusive in a way, and to be fair, to a certain extent, maybe they delivered on them in those last series. But still, you know, on Mythic Dream, they've come here, they've proved that they are definitely worthy of the competition. I think they can take out OUG, but they've got to be putting on their A game.
Our players have 1 more minute in the firing range before we get this one started, and I got to ask you, Infinity, if you're looking for snipers, who are my players to watch?
I mean, looking at OUG, I think Kings is the guy, right, for sure. That's been a conversation point, right, for OUG, I think in particular, right, OUG with their sniper rifles. You know, they've lost a Jabin and Seven coming into this event, but it feels like Kings has done a relatively good job. We saw him on, I think it was the Coastal Search and Destroy, doing pretty well. So I feel like, you know, he's definitely the guy for me. On the other side, I'm looking at Noisy. Noisy is definitely a phenomenal sniper rifle player. If he can step things up a notch, on Mythic Dream, they'll be right there in the conversation.
What about the SMGs, Ton? Who needs to get up close and personal?
I mean, we're expecting it from Shisu consistently. We've seen it all day long. If Shisu can bring his A game, then they're going to cause a lot of problems. But I think this matchup's kind of going to be him against Raph, isn't it? Right? They're the 2 pop-off potentials in both these rosters. Shisu consistently will find those multi-kills. You mentioned it yourself there, Chris, about Raph. He hasn't necessarily been putting up huge numbers.
Yeah.
But when he's finding a break, he's finding 2 or 3. We've seen it specifically in the control against Elevate. He won around on his own by punching through, getting his team in a good position for them to hold that defense. And he can bring moments like that. Both those players can bring moments like that. And that could be the defining factor. Moments make the difference when it comes down to Call of Duty. Both those players have the potential to create those moments.
Vibes are high on the right side of the stage on Mythic Dream. Vamos, baby, let's go. They are ready to take on the challengers, OUG, who fit in the final moments to get the 16th spot, trying to cause some chaos. They are just 3 map wins away from advancing to our top 8, Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the biggest storyline of the event so far. Looking over the groups, actually kind of checking who has gotten through. I think the biggest one so far, I would say, is Street beating TLE for sure. I mean, that's something that we were talking about. But yeah, this would be bigger. This would be the biggest storyline that's happened so far.
Enough yapping. It's time to go to the Hacienda. On the mic, we got Chris Tunn and Infinity. Take it away, boys.
Hacienda again. Every single series we've had a Hacienda to kick things off, and I like it. Final game of the day here on Alpha. And we have 2 very, very strong teams. OUG coming into this as favorites by some distance. And UMD have been the upstarts of Group A. What can they bring to the table? Can they defeat the big dogs from China?
Yeah, this is a big map for them. Of course, OUG and Hardpoint, they have been the big boss in a number of different situations. UMD yet to win a Hardpoint today. So I think for them to come out and start this series in this fashion, especially in the context of us talking about the fact that, hey, their way into the series is a search and destroy, well, the search and destroy, as I should say, and one other map, this would be a huge way for them to start the series, Tom.
For UMD, I mean, Hacienda's been a real bone of contention today, hasn't it? I mean, for all the games that we've seen, it's been tough. It's been extremely tough for them to manage to find the win on it. OUG, though, themselves have not necessarily lit it up in Hardpoint how we expected. We've seen Exclusive really cause them some problems. So I'm going into this, yes, okay, feeling OUG in these Hardpoints. I think their road to victory is kind of, it's permanent what Tectonic said. S&D is where UMD potentially have us. So the feeling, even in the OUG camp, is we probably need to do this in 4.
Yeah, definitely. We're looking over towards Unmythic Dream, then in towards this Hardpoint thus far. We, of course, saw them earlier on Hacienda, and we talked about their P2 setups being, well, pretty damn good, we shall say. And a lot of it kind of predicated on the idea that you would have these operators and you would basically full stack them in towards the point. Well, right now, they're not that far. Well, they're behind OUG, and so they won't have any operators to work with. They're going to have to do it with just their pure gunny, first and foremost, and it's OUG through the front.
Let's see if they can find a way through. Envy over towards the backside, making sure those spawns stay on the side of UMD. As OUG now trying to find a way through. Solo cannot get there. Kings is able to find the trades, and they're just a pinstripe kill feed across the board. The ones who are in, well, both two teams right now, but there's Raph, who can break that Tectonic, will find it, and there's the break for OUG.
And again, you just don't have any ops early on. OUG going to overwhelm you, and now we're going to see this OUG setup. They're going to try and get a player out in towards the lobby and hold the players down the driveway side. OUG could also get a War Machine into the mix for the last 20. That would be huge, but no, they're just going to do it with the gunny for the moment here. It's going to be a full yellow kill feed, and there is that push out in towards the lobby as well. UMD, 10 seconds left on this Hardpoint ton. You've got to start rotating away here. There is no point investing in towards this time because you've got to be careful of a player like Tech who's on those streaks.
Yeah, they're going to be the second ones there at this moment in time, though. OUG already on that route. You can see Solo setting himself up as we head over towards P3. Tectonic will find one. These transitional kills are always so important. Solo gets taken down. It's important that Puertas found that. If you've got really like that needle in a haystack, so to speak, you're trying to find that player, and Tin, the guy that's behind you, causing issue. Good job that they got rid of Solo as quickly as possible. UMD now have potential to try and find something here, but it's OUG inside of the point. Sparrow's out.
OUG trying to push out the hard point at every single point of ingress. Yeah, I mean, you talk about it, right? Raph also had the claw out at the same time. So OUG with the double investment here to keep UMD at bay. Now it's going to be Cartels on a potential flank with the Tempest, and he's just doing Cartel things. Oh, goodness me. One more player. Raph will take that guy down. And OUG are getting a wealth of time on a kill that you rarely see that happen. Despite all these smokes, despite the counters that UMD are trying to put together, it's just not happening.
Hardpoint has been UMD's struggle all day long, and it's starting to look at here on Hacienda. Solo, Cartels, Kings. Starting to light them up now. It feels as if OUG have come to this one hot off the back of that win up against Exclusive. And going up against the North American representation, there's going to be a little bit of extra will to get this one over the line. But I mean, a placement in the playoff bracket's pretty much all the will you need, but a little bit of extra bite. Kings and Co trying to find this rotation now over towards P4 for UMD. You need to find a clean break here somewhere. When it comes down to Hacienda, if you can find a good P2, yeah, okay, you can get yourself back into the game. You're already 70 down before we got to P4, though.
Yeah, the setups for P2 as well, or for P4, excuse me, they can be so good for any given team. And you can see OUG already trying to set themselves up for that. Look at playing the 3 minute. Cartel's trying to get behind enemy lines. Raph will also send the Predator missile down from the heavens, and I don't think that's where UMD think it's coming from. I think they feel like it's coming from hell at this point. 35 on the clock. OUG have not been contested in this time yet.
30 seconds remaining. Can you find a way through if you're UMD? You absolutely have to. A couple of operators coming on through now, and they are both dead. There's the War Machine, there's Equalizer, gone in the blink of an eye. OUG are speed running this one at the moment, 130 to 39. Crazy start from the OUG side. Raph just starting to light up. 3 full kills for Raph, and they are just all falling his way. 5 in a row from Raph. OUG running away with this one.
And just look at the kill differential right now. What is this? We're at champs, for heaven's sake. This is like a stage 3 match. OUG running through them, and UMD, the key slayers that we were talking about previously. We talked about Shisu, the guy that you want to look at to step things up for UMD. 8 kills to his name. Puedas, his longtime duo, also on 8 kills. The new addition, Envy, only on 9. OUG are shutting every single player on UMD down right now. They've got to step things up like 20 notches. We're up in the number, mate.
I mean, when we said that those particular players that could be coming in for UMD, Shisu, Puedas, we said that they could be the ones to carry some of the load. 20 kills between them. Kings has 20 kills on his own. Cartels has 20 kills on his own. And Raph is the guy we said from OUG who would light it up, leading the way in the kills department for his squad. OUG looking so solid. They picked up some phenomenal time over towards P1. P2's incoming. And this is where UMD can maybe get themselves back into the game. The potential great equalizer is the Garage Hill. We're moving there in a second. If they can find a full 60 here, it's at least not quite as bad as it looks now.
And to me, it's all about the reservation of those operators, right? You're going to run into them soon. You're going to get the cycle of operators very soon. So you have to get control of this hill and then do what you did before, which is actually use your operators to hold on to it. The problem is, Deck is doubling up on you. You're scrapping to get any control whatsoever. You're not getting those ops anytime soon either. You need to start getting these kills, and Tech isn't letting it happen.
Oh, once again, Envy manages to take himself down over towards P2. Shiseo is going to be able to find plenty, though, and 45 seconds remaining here over towards P2. It's time that is sorely needed for the side of UMD. Kings now trying to shut down the water push, cannot do so. They're investing and investing well. Puedes and Dakota doing well with their operators. The return is looking nice, and Puedes is starting to line it up now with the War Machine. They're bringing in the Equalizer as well. This 30 seconds is massively important to UMD.
Yeah, I mean, this is their strategy, right? Just get in a P2, invest every single operator you've got, and hope that you can soak up as much as time as possible. That leader's advantage, though, for OUG is dominant. UMD going to invest everything to try and get this 15 seconds of trap time. OUG actually going to kind of send a bit of reinforcements at that time to steal it away. You could, of course, do that with the leader's advantage, but it's all for naught as all four players do go down. And now the foot race is on. Towards the next hard point we go. OUG looking for the first touch. This was a beautiful hill for them last time around, Tom.
UMD get the hill that they needed, though, to put themselves back into contention. But now they need to limit the bleeding over towards P3, and that bleeding was heavy. Last time out, as you mentioned, streaks and everything that's needed coming in right now. You can see for the side of UMD, invested so much over towards P2, and now seeing it from OUG. They are answering back in turn. 40 seconds remaining here for OUG, and I mean, it's looking pretty solid over towards P3.
It's just wild how they've got so much faith in one another. The communication to watch every single point of ingress towards this hard point and make sure that you're continuing to get those kills is wild. OUG not letting UMD even look at this hard point at the moment. Couple of ops now coming out as well. UMD just cannot even get a look at the hard point here, Turn. Every single point is being watched. And UMD, I mean, you've got 15 seconds left. You can't even really give up the scrap time at this point because now you're starting to give streaks away to OUG.
It's becoming a little bit of a task for UMD to try and bring this one back. I mean, Hacienda has not been their stomping ground whatsoever so far today. And that seems to be a continued theme. OUG 25 seconds away from taking map number 1 in very, very convincing fashion. Raph has himself an EMP as well, and this has just got to spell so much trouble for UMD. The heavens are opening, Solo's finding kills. I mean, this is just so easy at this moment in time. 20 seconds away from a storming map number 1.
Oh, this is just nonsensical, isn't it? OUG, this is the OUG that we've come to know and love. Hardpoint is their game. OUG is their name. 10 seconds away from victory here, and everything, the kitchen sink, is going at that kill ton. OUG, it is but a formality at this point. They will dominate map number 1. A statement start to their qualification matchup.
Not much really needs to be said about that one. As convincing as we've seen all day. Confidence builder for OUG after not winning a hard point in their previous series. The OUG Neslo is not something I expected to see in that previous one against Exclusive. That's not going to be the case this time around. They will find the hard point as expected. A 1-0 lead for them in this final game of Group A. And a dominant one at that. For UMD, the hard point was to continue. But for UMD, I don't want to try and get too negative on them for that performance because Hardpoint has not been their game this week. Or today specifically, I should say. And that's been fine. That's okay. Because they've managed to find their way through a 2-3-5 setup. That is their route to victory in this series. We expected them to come in and probably lose this Hacienda. What I'm slightly concerned about, Brody, is the manner that it happened.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the thing. Again, I'll be perfectly honest in saying, and we were kind of hitting this towards earlier on towards UMD on this map. It did feel like the way that they were being competitive earlier on here on Hacienda Hardpoint was pretty one-note, right? I mean, it was a very one-dimensional thing of just like, hey, so the majority of our time is going to come from P2, and that got kind of less and less effective as the game went on, as they kind of fell out of favor with Elevate. You know, you can't just rely on, we're going to get into P2 and we're going to have 3 operators out and we're going to get our time from that hill. That's not going to work, especially against a team, by the way, that is kind of renowned. Again, I know there's memes behind it, guys. Kind of renowned for how good their setups on hardpoint are, especially P2 on this map. So, yeah, OUG just indomitable there on that one, and that shows in the KDs.
Incredible work from the side of OUG. Takeaway map number 1, as expected, as advertised. But how does the rest of the series go? Because it's been a real topsy-turvy day for them, to be honest with you. I think, you know, had you told me today, okay, they go down against Elevate, they'd really have to be forced all the way to a map 5 by Exclusive by way of losing 2 hard points, but then winning S&Ds. I don't know where the headspace is with the S&D. Yes, okay, they've just won 2 of them to get themselves to this stage. But how are they feeling about Tunisia? Because as far as I'm concerned, not usually that hot.
Yeah, Tunisia is a weird one, I think, for both of these teams, right? I think, you know, specifically looking at OUG on Tunisia, it's been like a 50-50 game mode. I think certainly on towards early on in CDM, excuse me, Tunisia was a bit of a cagey one for OUG. They couldn't really figure it out. They'd often find themselves kind of stuck in headlights. And then as we got kind of further and further in towards CDM, they kind of figured out that just kind of throwing something at the wall that isn't very nice and seeing what sticks is the way to go about it. So I think that's the kind of key here for OUG, is just keeping that variance and strategy that works so well towards the back half of CDM and hoping that will work out against a roster like UMD. I will say though, UMD seem pretty proficient in S&D.
So this is the route to victory for UMD though. It feels like a must-win map. OUG, it would be an absolute bonus, wouldn't it? If they can take away the search and destroy, but it's round number 1. Solo has just had a free run through the middle of the map, and it doesn't really matter because UMD are ready and waiting for them. They open a door, but they're waiting on the other side of it with the shotgun. Noisy now. Could do with holding this down, and is going to. We'll find Tectonic. Cartel's willing to back 2 versus 4 in favor of UMD.
I was surprised that angle wasn't checked there by Tectonic before he ran straight into Noisy. Nonetheless, though, he'll get traded out on the Kings for the 1v4. No way. Finds first. No shots out yet from UMD. They're letting him survive.
Keep it cooking. I mean, they're just trying to bait him out this stage. Dakota's going to get caught. Let's just not try and make this happen. 1 versus 2 now from Kings. Trying to keep himself alive. They've got the info on him, but they haven't been able to close the gap. What are we doing? What are we doing? We are giving this one away. Envy will fall 1v1.
No way. Kings is going to go for the chase as well.
Misses the shot. Goes for it again. The shotgun is out. Can he find a 1v4? Bow down to the King. My goodness, what a way to start this search. There is no way on this planet that should happen. My God.
Oh boy, that's one of those. That's one of those where it's like, yeah, fair play, Kings, but also UMD, come on.
What are we doing? 1 by 1 by 1, and Kings knocks them down.
Oh boy. I was going to say I feel like we're watching NA COD M, but we are watching NA COD M. UMD going to draw first blood in this round at the very least. OUG trying to work off the back of that height, but I feel like they might be overheating a little bit here in this one turn. Kings and Cartels now found themselves in a bit of an awkward spot.
Well, Kings is left. Run it back. Chalmy with the Type 63 will be saying right now. And if I'm UMD, I don't know if I want to. Don't line up again. Do not line up again, Kings. Smelling blood in the water once more. He seemingly cannot be gunned right now. Envy's going to take his time, though. This is a little bit more like it. We're baiting, we're switching, we're finding the kill. Better from UMD. But whoa, it's getting a little nervy.
Yeah, that was, I think, 100% one of those rounds where something crazy has just happened in the prior round, and OUG are like, well, let's just full set it. Let's just see what we can do. That's exactly what they did. Of course, UMD also kind of met them with that aggression in towards B. And they will win those fights. So that's a crucial round for UMD to stop any early momentum from OUG. And here is that aggression once again.
Solo getting aggressive, super aggressive. They're not even expecting this, but Puertas will find the first kill. Trade comes through. Oh, this is for Solo. Hit him with a quick 1-2. Puertas will fall. OUG are feeling it now, though.
That's just not the way you clear out the back of the site normally. Normally it's like you till over the top and then take them out with a sniper rifle. And Solo said, yeah, I'll just do it with the prize fighters. It'll be all right on the night. OUG now numbers in their favor. UMD have to find a way back into the site. And, well, there's 35 seconds. That time will disappear before your very eyes.
It's going to be a hit towards the back, which is going to be the catalyst for them, but OUG, they're dug in deep. Solo holding this for the HS, and this is just never a fun push. Envy will fall as well. Dakota Noisy dealt with. What is this beast that OUG brought to search and destroy? They're bringing the flare right now. They're 2-1 up.
Yeah, you know what? That is the closest I think I've seen anybody play like Clove from Stalwart. I mean, that is the closest I think I've ever seen any player play like Clove, where Solo's just like, yeah, I'm just going to full ram straight in towards the B site with not a care in the world. Yeah, that's pace that we don't normally see from NA, I'll tell you that for free. So this is definitely a Chinese team. OUG, right back at it towards A. Again, variance and strategies. There isn't a variance as you're sending a shotgun player straight for the middle map, and they successfully got through.
I mean, Raph has not stopped running forward. And that's just going to open things up. It will be panic in the camp as Raph will find one, Raph will find two, and it's just opening up like a tin of sardines over towards A. Shisu will find two, though, to answer this one back. 3 versus 2. UMD have a chance. But OUG have just found themselves inside of the point and have the opportunity to get this bomb down.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a second. OUG, 3 versus 2 now. We're going to get this bomb down on site. They should be able to do so without much of a stress here. UMD, of course, only really have a couple of options because Tunisia is a pretty big map, and I don't know if you would have time to make a really long flank around. So I will say, on the other side, though, there is one player, Solo, who is watching said flank. For the moment, this is effectively a 2 versus 2 if UMD are fast with it.
Just felt like Raph ran through the middle of the map, survived, and just caused absolute chaos. Envy will fall. UMD, this feels disjointed. It feels like we're not all quite on the same page. Quedes now left in a 1 versus 3. OUG about to go 3-1 up. He cannot look in 3 directions at once. Kings will find another.
Yeah, and it's just like, how do you let Raph get through behind enemy lines like that and not realize it? Because the thing is, he got tagged, right? So they saw him, they knew that he was there, and yet still he's able to walk away with 2 kills. Your immediate kind of priority there if you're UMD is like, right, we got to get deal with him. Like, don't worry about the A site. We can retake that. Let's not lose more players.
I can sympathize because he kind of ran past and didn't even look for the gunfight. So immediately he's behind, yes, okay. And that happens so fast that I think UMD are struggling to then reposition themselves. And get pushed from the other side, right? Tough one. Well played from Raph. Envy will find Kings, though. Feels like the first blood that UMD have managed to have in quite some time. Second kill probably going to come through here. Oh, that's lines 2 up. 3 with the pistol. My God, the machine pistol absolutely ringing for Dakota. UMD find a round back very, very quickly.
I never had to criticize OUG about anything thus far in the search and destroy, is that this gung-ho attitude can sometimes come back to bite them. That is a situation where that exactly happens. That's not the first time that's happened as well, where OUG have kind of full sent it towards archers and hope for the best and not really done their due diligence in checking for any players. That time, even worse. Cataclysmic. So UMD, a couple of rounds on the board now. OUG trying again. Shisu close.
Shisu should be able to find 1. Finds 2. And he's so good at fighting these corners. He nearly finds a 4th. Cartels and Kings were falling. Tectonic Nelly joined them. And that's what UMD do well in Search and Destroy. It feels like OUG, it's been their game ever since that 1 versus 4 from Kings. They've been riding that momentum. All of a sudden, UMD have tied this one up by the looks of things, unless Tectonic can find the second 1 versus 4 of this entire Search and Destroy. But I think OUG, I know it's kind of not been as defensive heavy as time has gone on, but 3 apiece after an attacking side for OUG, you take that.
Yeah, it's not a defensive sided map anymore.
It used to be.
It used to be, I think, when strats were not very variant, but I think the way to get in a site now is just, it's so much easier to do so now with all the right utility and such, so yeah. I think that's kind of fallen by the wayside. Tech, though, trying a 1 versus 4, and impossible is the way we go about that, as there's no chance. I will say, I think from the half so far, this is that kind of... it almost feels like a randomizer for OUG with what strategy they pull out at the start of these rounds. I think the only consistent thing for all those offensive rounds from OUG was the fact that they were super duper aggressive. So we'll see whether UMD can match that pace as we get into their offensive efforts. This is much more normal. Utility over the top, and hope you can take the player out.
UMD finding their way through, but Kings finding Dakota. Kings finding another. 11 to his name. Envy looking to try and answer back. Great shot from him. Raffle fall, but 3 of his teammates are already dead. That's Kings on for the ace. Shisu and Envy are the next ones on the chopping block. Envy getting the hell out of dodge here. Heel turn for that. Solo will find him. This is aggression from OUG on the defensive side, and they'll take that one at a canter.
And that's kind of the issue, right, with that kind of normal play, per se, right, where you're just reliant on getting utility over the top and clearing out the B site and hoping that you can get control of it. If that doesn't happen, rarely is there a backup plan for that, unless you are simply just going to outgun. And against OUG, I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the case unless Shisu is the one doing the gunning. So OUG starting strong on the defense to kick things off. UMD now going to be a little bit more passive in towards the next offensive effort, and I do not blame them. Just wait for OUG to get twitchy. That felt like the exclusive strategy early on a little bit. Just wait for OUG to come your way, and it worked for most rounds, but obviously, as we know, it didn't in the end. Now looking for that first snipe hit, Puedes. Could he be the man of the hour?
It's all quiet on Tunisia right now. I think you're right. Like, it does work against OUG, but at this stage in the tournament, they seem less enthused to be the ones to make the move. They're on the defensive side. They're in the lead. They don't need to do a goddamn thing. So instead, he seems to be, well, the hope to win the race for UMD right now. A minute on the clock. Still formulating a plan. Still trying to put the feelers out. Figure out where OUG are. If we can find a pick. That's a little bit of a tag on the Raph. He'll continue to survive, but they may try to isolate him now. He's going to try and find his way out, but that might just kick UMD into gear over towards it.
Yeah, the thing is here, as you said, OUG now potential flanking play from them. UMD are taking their time, and they might well regret that, because there's a player right behind you, and Solo's being patient with it as well. He's going to find one, but actually gets traded up by Dakota. That's huge, but now time is starting to drain off the clock.
Envy finds one. Can he find another? Yes, he can. Does so well. They've just walked into this site. Eventually, it took their time, but Cartel's now left in a 1 versus 2. 18 seconds to go, and that time is on his side. Expecting the push to come around, but the bomb's going down, and he knows he can chall it. He knows he has to chall it, but here comes the other player. Well played from Dakota to get off it. Patience seems to be the aim of the game for UMD, and they walk away with that one.
Imagine if Solo had found a little bit more value out of that flank, man. That would definitely have been an OUG round. Got to say fair play, though, to the last couple of players. I believe it was Dakota and Puedes there in that 2 versus 1. Just play that together. Don't do anything too silly. No reason to individually solo challenge like you did the earlier 4 versus 1. By the way, OUG, early utility going out. Tech with a beautiful nade over the top will take Puedes out of the play. And now OUG just going to pay patient again.
And they're happy to. No need to get twitchy now, as things will find to. UMD, now this is the position where it's hard to be twitchy. You can't necessarily take your time here, can you? 3 versus 5. OUG got so much covered. With a minute and 10 to go. It's difficult because we're saying you can't take your time, but if you just fly in, you don't have the numbers advantage. I just don't think OUG are going to make a misstep in this position, surely.
You would think so, but obviously if UMD were to play kind of numbers, just try and hit something in a 3v1 or 3v2 maybe, you could still win this round. I think the key thing to me is just getting Kings out of the B site, right? Just getting a player away, getting control of a site. Trophy system down there, it's going to stop any util.
Well, the info's there for Kings. He may well not land some of the bullets. Doesn't land really a great deal, but Dakota will find him. Well, he slowed them down enough that OUG are here. Shisu. He has to be so big for his team here. This is the kind of position that he just seems to thrive in. Now he's going to press go, and he's going to get caught out. They know they was going to make the push. Dakota's going to be able to find one for UMD, but OUG sweep the site. Those extra numbers help out this time. 5-4 lead now for OUG.
Dakota had the right idea there in that situation, right? You know, get in towards the archway and hope for the best. What they didn't predict was the fact that Solo was just sat peek in the corner. The call had already been made for OUG. Look, let's make a bit of noise. Let's hope that they get over aggressive, and that is exactly what happened. So, OUG winning the game of nerves at the moment. I will say a good play, I think, from UMD to actually make the transition towards B successfully, right? And you read that you're not going to get in towards A. There's no point wasting time because you've done that in previous rounds. Just rotate away as a squad and hope you can take a 3 versus 2 or a 3v1 on another site. And you win that one. And you're gaining information every time you do that as well. You now know that Kings is probably going to preferably play towards that B site. Until over the top, though, to start this round once again. Survival training galore.
Oh, look at this. Oh, he's read them like a book. Oh, but only finds one. Solo snaps so quickly. Was a potential disaster for the side of OUG, but it's turned into a nightmare for UMD, if anything. Envy's tagged up, but it's only him and Puedes left in the 2 versus 3. Doable from this position, but tough to say the least. Solo gonna have to back on down, has a little bit of help from the rest of his team, and it seems as if UMD are gonna run away with their tail between their legs. Good play from OUG, and crucially, that bomb's down over towards A.
That's the big issue here, isn't it?
Yeah, they see it. They're chilling.
Yeah, double sniper set up here against players on A. I mean, to be fair, the Tundra is probably a weapon that you want in this situation, right? To kind of snap on players. But as we've already had a discussion, sometimes you see players not the snappiest with the Tundra, despite the fact that it's hella OP. Now looking for it. 2v3. Slow and steady wins the race. 45 seconds on the clock. Envy probably going to be first point of contact.
You'll have a good idea. Oh, you can see the hair on his chinny chin chin. Cartels, though. Ready for the push that will come through, and now Puedes is left. And a 1 versus 3. Has to get the bomb, has 30 seconds to do so. Get it down, kill 3 of them, 1 of the 2. Both seem quite impossible. But we did see a 1 versus 4 from Kings in the very first round of this map, so I don't actually want to call anything impossible at this stage. That was wild, but OUG looking likely to go at the map point.
Puedes just looking for it now. Again, you've got to move. 10 seconds on the clock. He will snap on towards 1. OUG say no more. Absolutely not. And that's one of those situations where, as you already said, mate, the bomb was down. OUG knew exactly what to do. And UMD in that situation just tried to pick off angles, but I think it was also a little bit individual. I think Envy just went a little too early for his teammate there. Left him in a 1v3.
UMD, no more lives left. This has to work. And they're sending so much utility over towards this side of the map. And it ain't a fake. Kings just done well to survive. The rest of the team, or at least Tectonic, are on their way. Kings now just trying to survive. Tectonic can find 1 under Dakota. It's going to be answered back by Envy. 4 versus 4.
And you still haven't dealt with everybody towards the back of the site as well. That's the big issue here. Now flanking play from Solo.
You can hear them. You can hear them. Puedes. Oh, he doesn't land the shots, and Solo will find it. Does he have the backup? Yes, he does. Shisu finds 2 in Hatsu. Now a 2 versus 3. Envy falls, 2 versus 2. Shisu inside of the side, Tectonic towards the back. Cartel's just looking for potential angle here. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. Shisu and Noisy need to find this round, but they only have Shisu. Noisy will fall, 1v2.
I'm curious if they thought they'd cleared out the back of the site or not, because Tech was chilling there for a real long time. Nonetheless, it's not going to matter. Tech finds that kill, brings us down, as you said, to a 2v1 for OUG. You win this, you win the S&D, you go 2-0 up. I mean, winning the S&D feels like an unthinkable thing for OUG at times, so this would be a big confidence booster for them.
It'd be a massive bonus for OUG to find this search. But they're going to have their work cut out. Shisu has the bomb down, and how many times have we seen Shisu positioning as the name of the game? And he's so good at finding those moments. He's so good at finding those picks. He needs to find 2 of them here to keep UMD in this search and destroy. He's played the flank, and he's played it perfectly. Did he see him? OUG, do they have any idea? No, they don't at this moment in time. Shisu, is he going to find the play? Yes, he is. Shisu for the 1 versus 2. Positioning, positioning, positioning. And the timing gets a tick as well. Shisu with a huge moment for UMD.
Defend the objectives. They have the bomb.
Man, that was a big round. That is a huge clutch to get them back into the game. Now they're looking to force overtime. They've got it B on a multitude of occasions. They have not been able to crack A. Last time they did, the bomb got slapped down in a 2 versus 3, and we know how that went. Only still going out. A couple of tags, but nobody out of the round just yet. And this is, I think, the big issue here for a lot of teams, right? Unless you've got a sniper looking to play so kind of over-aggressive, as it were, getting first picks on towards A is extremely difficult. You've got to have some confident sniper rifle players.
Noisy trying to find something. OUG. I don't think they would have expected Kings over here. Never mind channeling that angle up towards Winery. I mean, for Noisy, you're just never ever expecting it. Kings, oh, he got himself out. Just about. Now with them thinking that Kings is over at A. Oh, is B free? Absolutely not. Solo, he'll find 1. But we answer back from Puedes. Shisu will find another one over on the transition towards B. So a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, you're still not sure, though. You know that Solo is close. You don't know about the back of the site. Smoke down. I don't think it's helped either team.
It's big.
Tech takes Shisu out, though. Now, not too sure how the rest of this round's going to go. Cartels for another one.
Here we go. Cartels on the flank. He will find it. And that will be map number 2 going OUG's way. The search and destroy was not one they expected to find. And they are now firmly in the driving seat of this series.
They've done what they once thought was impossible. Hey, they won an S&D, folks. They did it.
They won 2 in the last series, in fairness. Specifically from what UMD have been doing, you didn't think that would be possible. But the catalyst, and one that will be played on socials over and over again, was that round number 1, 1v4 from Kings. I mean, there is no chance in hell he should have had this opportunity. It just has to be a miscommunication coming through from UMD. That's one that you would love to rewatch back slowly and hear the comms, because there is no way that should happen. And to lose 7-5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this much. UMD did make a recovery, right? We literally talked about that in the next round where OUG, I think, felt themselves just a little too much off the back of that 1 versus 4 and then immediately ended up kind of being punished for it. But I will say, I think, you know, OUG for that S&D, that was very reminiscent of what we saw from them in CDM, right? Where just like on the offense, they had a variety of different strategies. The only thing in common with every single one of them is the fact that it was just, let's just full send it with at least one of our guys. Just be proper nuisances. You know, having a variance in strategy, it just makes you totally unreadable. This is just a map, I think, in general, that I don't think it's possible even to VOD OUG on, because they've just got so many different strategies on this one. There's literally no point doing it beyond, okay, if they are going to have players on me, you know, that's when they're going to have players on the site and stuff. On the flip side of that conversation, though, I will say UMD probably could have done a little bit better at checking certain positions when they were on the offense, because there were multiple occasions where they would maybe get a kill on towards B, for example, and then they wouldn't follow it up by, all right, can we actually make sure we've cleared the site? Because the amount of times that another player would be left on the B site, that's not something you want to be doing at this kind of level of COD Mobile.
I think the real difference maker for me in that final round we got to see was Kings with the switch up over towards A, finds that kill over towards Winery, and UMD are like, wait, that's the guy that plays over a B, right? It's wrong this time. Solo was there, finds the trade, and that's all he needed to do, just one. Finds that trade, slows them down, gets that info, and OUG are on their way over it, and are nearly on their way to playoffs over the next 2 days. Well, hopefully for them for the next 2 days, at least for tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the key thing for me. Obviously, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit, but, you know, whoever OUG play in their first round of matchup, if they do now conclude this series, even in 3, 4, 5, however, if they get through this series, I am curious to see what happens when OUG play another top team, because we got a taste for that earlier today, right? You and I got to cast Elevate versus OUG this morning, an absolute banger of a matchup. And I will say, I think OUG, really outside of the Search and Destroy, hyper-competitive team. Like, it really doesn't feel like they've skipped a beat in the respawns. It's just, you know, very difficult to tell that against a roster that is literally renowned for being the best hardpoint team in the world over the course of the last year. So, you know, I'll say, I think OUG's chances in this tournament are still pretty high. Again, I know that their Search and Destroy needs improvement. We've seen that time and time again. But, you know, they know that. Again, like, that's the thing they're going to be working on over and over again, is just making sure that if they need it, they can rely on their S&D.
All right. They should be ready in a second.
Well, the hard point, it's kind of been a bit of a mixed bag for them, but I say that it feels like Exclusive just looked really good at hard point. Like, ridiculous. I think the maps that we've seen from they'd be pretty much anybody in that mode. I would have fancied them, to be honest with you, but their problem was every other mode, which is usually what OUG's problem is, but OUG just pipping them into the odds.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that is that we were having like a conversation in the green room about this, and it's just like Exclusive on hardpoint. I've been seeing a lot of screenshots, you know, a lot of scrims. Exclusive, like, oh, they've been looking so good, man. They've been winning games in hardpoint. And then I thought, why have I only seen hardpoint scoreboards? And then we realized, oh, that's why we've only seen hardpoint scoreboards.
They're sitting behind you, by the way. I can see you getting some eyes here, Brody. No, they're not pitting.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys.
They heard you talking. They heard you talking and tuned out. And to be honest, I do the same quite often.
It's fine. I totally understand that, to be perfectly honest. Anyway, look, this could be the final map of Group A. OUG, they just got to win the control, and they are through to the championship bracket. UMD, I want to see him put up a fight.
We see him raid control already today from UMD. Looking fairly solid. But OUG will be looking to get this one done and dusted. Keep those energy levels up. Riders will be there to find the very first kill of this control. But Solo can find 2 inside the kitchen, and that is where he can just cause absolute havoc. Finds 3, Envy will take him down. But the tip of the spear has well and truly pierced through the heart of UMD, and A may well already be gone. Raf trying to stay alive. The pressure's starting to come in here from UMD because it needs to, because A is gone if you don't do something about it. Just like that in the blink of an eye, OUG, massive advantage.
They did that without kitchen control as well, by the way. Like, they were just full sent on, like, let's just full sprint towards pool. Let's get A out of the way. Let's not even worry about mid-map pressure. And that is exactly what they did. To do that without money control is wild. Now they're looking to transition here. A whole 2 minutes on the clock to get this one done. Shisu at the very least is providing some kind of resistance, but OUG players, they're still rooted behind UMD, and that's going to get worse.
Predators are going to be able to find one here on the flank. Shisu still surviving. If you are OUG, you need to get rid of this guy behind you because he is causing a lot of problems. Cartels is waiting from Shisu. Once again, he's still going. That's like 4 or 5 in a row from Shisu. Eventually does get taken down. 15 versus 15. The battle lines are being drawn a little bit more now, though. UMD do have this control. OUG are going to have to come from this spawn. UMD in a bit of a better spot now.
OUG going to have to retry for map control once again. And look at this play coming out from OUG here. It is going to be a full effort behind enemy lines. Looking for the spawn kill now. Oh, God, the machine pistol doesn't do that anymore, Tech. You will get shut down for it. But OUG's efforts, they are far from done. They've still got players behind.
They really did focus on the flank, but they haven't been able to find the kills. Raf can find one. They start to get things going, and now they broke it wide open. Really, if you are Dakota, you need to continue to survive. Tectonic will get taken down, but they find Dakota. One more player potentially coming through on the flank, but UMD need to get themselves back in a good position. OUG are starting to get things ticking over towards B. They've got the life advantage. OUG's round to lose this now.
Yeah, now you've cleared space around the front as well, so it just feels like a kind of thing of just jumping on the point, getting UMD out and taking them out of the play as well, and that is exactly what's happened here, Ton. One last player, and it's going to be all she wrote, unless we see one of the most phenomenal plays we've ever seen in Call of Duty Mobile, which would be Shisu. Of course, you don't want to give that tick away, so he's just going to run in and make as much noise as possible to make sure that kill goes OUG's way. Phenomenal round from OUG, right? You get A done early on, and then you basically hyper-focus in on flanking over and over and over again. Never really just slapping the front on the hard point. Just constantly being a nuisance, constantly making UMD second guess about where they want to watch. And now here is that box standard play. If Tech had a really good round, so here's War Machine.
Sensational work from Tech just to slow down this attack immediately, but Solo. Death Machine was out, finds absolutely nothing with it. But we've seen any single fire guns in the hands of Kings so far today. The Annihilator may well just be the best one, of course. And he's got it out, and he's playing with them over towards this B side. But the push coming in over towards A from UMD. 22 lives remaining. OUG have had a good start. And Kings, yep, now he's starting to fly. Can he find another onto Envy? Not quite going to be able to get it done. But is the damage done, potentially? UMD trying to find a way through. OUG just about dealing with it.
Predator missile inbound.
Good operators coming out, though, from OUG to try and clear some of that pressure. Cartels always reliable with the Tempest, finds a couple of kills. Good read on the flank, I will say, from Shisui to take Cartels down. So UMD are dealing with it. They're not that far down right now, Tun. Now Envy's going to start to push forward with the Annihilator as well. B slowly being captured here in this instance, and they are reading that OUG are trying to make these flanks happen.
Shisu's game sense is wild. Like, so many times he finds himself in those positions, and like, he's got the gunny, absolutely, but honestly, he's one of the players that if I'm trying to get into this game, trying to be good, I'm studying his play of how he does it, but right now I'd be studying OUG and how they're playing control, because they have blown them wide open, and into the spawn trap you go if you're UMD.
Yeah, I love that from your OUG as well, right? They give them control of B, but then they immediately follow up, no, you're not getting past the laundry, we're going to take you out, so that transition isn't even really a concern for us. And now we're back to where we were at the end of round number 1, where it's a 14v4, and look, it would be phenomenal to see this happen. Dakota's going to bring out the Sparrow to the kills, but this is one of those ones where it's just like, why are we investing the Sparrow in this situation? You could use that at the start of the next round to try and give you something to talk about, right? But, you know, just put OUG in their spawn at the beginning of the round with Sparrow. Now you don't have that operator, and also it's worth saying he used it. He didn't just pop it and die. He's not cycling that back. He used it. It's gone.
The only reason that would be really excusable is, well, realistically, because he might have had it out for a little while and survived, but I don't think he did. Seems as if he pulled it, but Puertas answering back to Tech with what he did in the previous round, and we'll find that War Machine through the middle of the map. Shisu and Coaston actually cook a little bit here. They're finding the kills. They are looking better here on the defensive side, but I say that may well have just cursed them. Tectonic and Kings working that well. They're on to B. They're getting some progress. OUG need one round to see themselves into tomorrow.
First tick already through on B. And mid-map pressure, oh, it's so easy for Solo. It's so easy for OUG, isn't it? They haven't fully cleared space, I will say that much. You know, UMD, they've still got some presence around the backline that could be a nuisance. OUG, though, second tick through, they're not pressed about it.
3 kills comes through for Cartels with a little bit of help from Solo. And now, okay, well, that's a completely wasted Tempest. Finds absolutely nothing over towards B, was obviously feeling himself, and there's so many moments that OUG do that. Have a couple of good players, and it's like, yeah, bringing the Tempest out, I'm looking for it. Looking to take that momentum, and they, well, rotate it over towards A now. The lives belong to OUG. 2 ticks over towards the OUG alongside of the 2 rounds they've already found. It's their game to lose right now, Brady.
You're on a 15v15. This is manageable. 40 seconds on the clock here. As long as OUG don't invest, UMD should be able to brace for this one. I want to see them try to get players out of the kill-free money window, but now they've actually lost control of that area of the map as well. So it feels like OUG now starting to commit towards one of the points. They want to go for A, but I think they're actually looking for kills before they do so. Those kills are not being given right now. Finally, there is one from Kings, and now they can start to get this A capture going.
Yeah, I think they were just maybe looking for where ever these next kills are going to come from. They've set themselves up over towards this A side, but it's a slow tick. That's maybe going to give UMD an opportunity to try and find a flank. Well, it would have if Raf wasn't here. 3 kills, just like that. B's wide open. A's being captured. OUG mere seconds away from sending themselves into the playoff bracket.
And now you got to fight a war on 2 fronts. If you're UMD, it doesn't look like you're going to win either of those battles.
Kings will find 2, and OUG have just been that little bit better in every single turn. 2 players remain, 1 remains, but OUG weren't even supposed to be here. We'll see you on Saturday.
Wow. What a series from OUG. Phenomenal from them in the hard point. I think that's the most confident they've looked all day. And albeit, you know, look, that's not the most difficult opponent they'll face all tournament long for sure. Things are definitely going to ratchet up a little bit tomorrow when they get in a championship bracket. I think that was a necessary performance from them, not just to win the hard point in the way that they did, but to absolutely dominate. They looked phenomenal. And I think that Search and Destroy is probably the biggest thing for me, right, Tan? It's just how well they played in that S&D. Just making sure they got that on the board. It needed to be a 3-0 for me, I think, going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll give them some confidence, but shout out to UMD. I think they were probably the surprise of this group in a certain way, finding themselves in this position, pushing teams as far as they did. We kind of cast them aside as fodder to a certain degree. We had it as a 3-horse race, but they put themselves into that conversation. Ultimately, they will come up short, but they did themselves pride, I want to say, that by facing teams like OUG and actually shoving them at certain points. They didn't look too bad against Elevate on occasion either. So VMD back to the drawing board, but OUG will get it done and they will advance on through to the bracket play.
Yeah, I mean, just really good play, I think, from OUG. I think in that control in particular as well. I love the way that they were kind of just completely swarming the map over and over again. You know, just not settling for the map control they did have. I think particularly in that round number 2, right, we know where they managed to get the first wave of gunfights in their favor. All right, cool. You know, we've got control of A. Let's just full sprint down the middle of the map to try and make sure we get behind enemy lines and cause some problems for UMD. It's that kind of control play that made them a proper nuisance. Some of the best of the best over in CDM. And albeit Raid wasn't their best map, I think, you know, they just generally speaking on control, that is what made them a problem. They look absolutely tantalizing.
Is Kings hacking? 25 and 8, and he seals the deal with some bombs from above. Let's talk to the man live with Ian Chambers.
OUG send home UMD, and I am with the man himself, Kings, who's been putting up numbers himself as well. You guys are cooking out here.
Yeah, man.
Did you expect, like, to be putting up numbers like this, performing on such a level, 3-0, and putting yourselves in the playoffs?
Of course, man. Practice. I know I practice a lot, VOD a lot, so yeah.
Because do you think that that gave you a little bit of an advantage coming out here, knowing that people were going to underestimate you? Everyone was saying, you know, you're the underdogs, the outsiders. Do you think that being slept on has given you maybe a little bit of an advantage here in the groups?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably so.
What's the vibe like in the team now? Have you got faith and self-belief going into the next stage of this tournament? And I guess, I mean, look, it's right here. You can see the trophy just to the left of us. You've got to be eyeing that up quite a lot, right?
Yeah, of course, man. And yeah. You know, we're aiming for the trophy, so.
You got it.
And the vibes are really good on the team. Really good.
You can see that.
Yeah. Really good.
Yeah. So Q9 looks like will be your next opponent in the playoffs. What do you make of them as a team, and how big of a threat are they to you?
Oh, big threat. And they're a great team. I think they're one of the best team here. So, yeah, we got to prep for that. And, yeah, we'll be good.
What do you think the next 24 hours looks like for you? What are you going to do tonight? Are you just going to get straight into scrims?
Oh, yeah, I'm practicing, man. I'm practicing, I'm VODing, studying everything I can, and, to make the best of, what's next.
Well, I think everybody loves an underdog story. You've got a lot of fans out here. I think you guys are super cool. So best of luck going into tomorrow, and congratulations on your performance.
Thank you.
Cheers, Kings. Back to you, Puckett, to wrap it up.
Thank you, Ian. And we're going to have some bonus coverage of our Bravo stream here in just a moment. But first, let's focus in on the win from OUG. It was their cleanest victory of the entire night with a 3-0 and a stomping there in control. But now, Ton, Brody, I got to get your thoughts. Knowing they're playing against Q9, if they upset Q9 in the opening round, how far could this team go?
Very far. I think, again, this is the key thing for me about OUG that I absolutely love watching is just the fact that, OUG in their respawns are phenomenal. If they just continue to perfect those, I think they'll be one of the biggest teams in the tournament. The big thing for me is Search and Destroy, and that's going to be really tested tomorrow versus Q9, who are the best S&D team in the world. If they can do that, they can do anything.
Here's a look at your bracket. OUG will join Elevate Puck as they will now advance to the tournament bracket. You'll wonder what the prize pool starts to look like, though, as we say goodbye to our bottom 8 teams. If you finished at the bottom 13-16, you're walking away with 72.50. You got 17,000 though if you are on Mythic Dream. Congratulations on finishing in the top 12. That was a hell of an opening round performance. But you see, OUG and the rest of the 8 that power into our Saturday Sunday will make at least 24,000 in the running for the 350K.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big bump just for finishing 3rd to 4th, right?
Yes,
I mean, so
huge.
just finding that one win in that game, massively important.
Big stuff for our team from Mexico, but we, of course, have more action going on here in Poland. Let's take a look at what's going on over on Bravo. It is the final match of the night, and why is this one important? We need the result so we can place the rest of the bracket. We got Ton and Brody to check in on the action. Who are we watching? What's going on, Brody? Because that score is so tight.
Jeez Louise. Amigos, of course, a team I don't think anybody was really talking about that much now. Could potentially be able to force a Game 5 versus New Gen Ninjas, the representatives for India.
Well, here we go, though. New Gen Ninjas only need 20 seconds away as we move over towards the hill. And they need to find a way through, but AMG have actually managed to find that 25 seconds. Tight game to come into, Brody. We need to get up to speed.
Yeah, Amigos, they got to get this time. New Gen Ninjas, they've got the rotation towards New to fall back on if they need to. They've also got to try and contest. There's still 30 seconds left to fight before a couple of kills do come through, though. Amigos trying to get in towards a hard point. This is a dogged fight.
It's tooth and nail between these two squads. You can still win it here if you're New Gen Ninjas. 20 seconds to go on this hill. They've got a little bit of control. Crozen can find 2 though. Borden, this is just the best time to pull out the equalizers. He finds multiple. 10 seconds to go on this hill though. AMG find a way in.
Gotta find their way in now. Couple more kills and you can do this one. Still 8 seconds on board, but there's gotta be a contest from New Gen Ninjas.
New Gen Ninjas gotta find a way through or go into a map number 5 with the contest there. It doesn't look like it. They get the touch. 249. Who's on the rotation? It's New Gen Ninjas. AMG need one away. They need to touch the hill in 4 seconds. They need to get in, but they find the kills on the outside. New Gen Ninjas can still get this job done. And what a time to bring in the Tempest. What a time to join this game. AMG, you need one more break.
Viper.
What is that from Viper? 6 in a row. 250, 249. Yeah! Oh my God.
The super team coming together and pulling it out in the final moment. 250, 249. It's so good to see Jez, one of the longtime players here in COD M, finding success once again. I don't think they were expecting this one to be as tight as it was. What a massive win.
I mean, that's some way to come in, right? It's like 230, 230. Oh my word. I mean, what a way to finish it. The Tempest play to come out there. The fact that they just managed to find that contest towards the end of P4.
Yeah, literally 1 second.
1 second was the difference to go to a map number 5 to maybe send yourself to tomorrow.
Let's take a look at Viper's numbers here, Brody. 45 and 45. He played the most COD M in the lobby.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Viper is just one of those guys, right? You know, if Godlike were here, we'd have given so much love to Viper and Warden as the players that kind of rejuvenated those squad over the last year. They are the young guns. They are are the players that had made that squad way better than they were in 2024 champs, and they've done exactly the same thing here for New Gen Ninjas. So I'm not surprised in the slightest that Viper's putting up.
I know there's some people in the chat asking, who the hell is New Gen Ninjas? Can you catch us up, Ton, in case you haven't been following the storylines?
I mean, obviously, a couple of issues for some of the teams getting over, but some of the Indian players who were able to secure visas then just kind of matched together, get themselves at this stage. And I think we've kind of not counted them in the conversation too much because we're like, okay, well, they haven't had much time.
We don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly, but they have a lot of talent on that roster. I think they'll get better as time goes on as well. More practice, more actual competitive reps together. It's going to help them a lot.
Let's take a look at where our bracket landed after all 8 teams are locked in. New Gen Ninjas are the most recent to join the board, and here it is. Elevate will start off against the big surprise from Group D. That was Street Gaming, who walks away with the W. Wolves. We'll take on Galorus. We have Q9 taking on New Gen Ninjas, which means OUG plays STE. That's why this match was so important. With New Gen Ninjas being a lower seed, that means they match up against Q9. What do we think about that opening fight, Brody?
Man, this is going to be crazy. I think New Gen Ninjas have got their work cut out of them for Q9 for sure. That's going to be a toughie. OUG, I don't know if they're a better match for Stalwart, honestly, because that's one of those hard point battles once again. ST aren't generally speaking known for their S&D. Okay. So that is a much better fight, I think, for them than Q9, other than the obvious reason that Q9 are just Q9. They are that good. But New Gen Ninjas, I think they would have had a tough time no matter what.
Oh, Wolves Galorus as well. I mean, that is a juicy one as well in that upper bracket. That'll be a really interesting game. Galorus haven't necessarily got things going, but that could be a fun one.
It's going to be a fantastic day number 2 as we went from 16 teams down to these on your screen. Who powers into the second round? Reminder, we're going back to a classic format. This is double elimination. You get 2 lives this time here at the World Championships.
Yep, you absolutely do. Of course, last year it was single elimination. We heard you guys. You wanted double elimination back. That is exactly what we've got. So if you're in a roster that maybe is going up against a Titan in your first round matchup, don't worry about it. You go down to the lower bracket. You still have a chance to get a bigger share of the prize, or perhaps a path to that World Championship.
John, while we're still prepping some of the assets, let's get into some predictions, because you guys will not be on my desk to open up the day. It'll be I Hold Shift alongside Proper. So walk me through these opening fights. Who do you have winning? Because it will be best of 5s again in this opening round of action.
I mean, I think a lot of people look at that Elevate game and be pretty confident that they will win and win that one. 3-1, probably something along those lines. But again, with Elevate, you're not too sure.
The only game they dropped was to OUG at the start of the tournament. We should remind people.
You would think it should be a 3-0, but still, Street Gaming have looked quite decent. Wolves and Galorus is a really interesting one to me. A lot of people saying Wolves are one of the best teams at this tournament. Yes, absolutely, but I picked Galorus to win the tournament.
Galorus? To win it all?
I'm a big Brasilia fan. Vamos. Let's get it going, boys.
Yeah, I think the Galorus thing is really interesting as well, because of course they made that swap before coming in the tournament. Zeus has joined that roster, and there's been questions about how much that has actually benefited them. Wolves, of course, playing with King instead of Rise for this event, so that is a really interesting matchup. I would say, though, I think Wolves are still favorites there.
If you talk to anyone in the venue, though, watching the games, they will say that Q9 is the team to beat. They have been ferocious. They fell short last year. They are on a warpath, and in their way, they will have New Gen Ninjas, then the winner of Stalwart Esports and OUG. Let's start with the New Gen Ninjas. If you're going to cause an upset against Q9, how do you get it done?
I'm looking at you because I don't know the answer to the question. That's a tough one because
searches?
Q9 are so well
do a 2-3-5?
There's no way they're winning those searches, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm too confident, but Q9 are literally the best search team in the world for a reason. They are unbeatable in that mode.
All right, I got Q9 moving into the next round. Let's talk about this final match then. Stalwart Esports was the team that I picked to win the entire tournament. Brody, you jumped on that bandwagon at the last moment after some of the team changes. How are we feeling about our pick looking at this run? It is not an easy road through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, look, I'll say this much. I still feel confident that the Stalwart are the most understated team in the tournament, right? You got to remember, they beat Elevate, the former champions, not once, not twice, but thrice in Garena. They only lost the grand finals of the Garena finals to them. And even then, there were some close games in that grand finals as well. So a lot of people not talking about Stalwart. I think they've got some serious chances. I feel confident they can beat OUG.
Enough yapping from us here on the desk. Let's send it over to the queen of culture, Beef Mommy, and her spray cans.
Back here at the Graffiti Ball 3.0, and my goodness, there's a reason why I brought high heels today, because I'm going to be crossing over all of the teams that got eliminated. And this is honestly what I call the heartbreak wall, because we're seeing half of the teams being eliminated. Of course, the boys of EU going to be eliminated as well, and I will be looking for Animus they were given a second shot in this competition. But out of the teams that got a second shot, it was OUG to get that and turn it into a day 2 presence. The Avalos from Japan out as well. And can I just say, I'm so proud of Bear Clan. Their first appearance in the stage, you guys did an amazing job and hope to see you next year perhaps. Looking down here, of course, we got Stalwart, they did an amazing job. Q9, they did well. XG. Who else am I missing here? On Mythic Dream. An amazing performance up against OUG. There you go. I believe I got every single one of them. Did I get everyone? I believe I did. And of course, over here, I'm going to double check that, of course, but we can see the bracket going on for day number 2 as we're seeing Frantic yet again. What's up, my dude? I've been hanging out with Frantic the entire day. And these are the different teams that you're going to be seeing tomorrow. We have 3 more, and do expect that this will be the brackets. All right, and as we're filling out this wall, we're of course gonna send it over to our casters to end our beautiful day number 1.
Thank you, Beef Mommy and friends, as they fill out all the artwork here in the studio. We wrap things up with a beautiful bow and remind you that the action continues tomorrow. We will be live at 9 a.m. and we have a whole slate of matches that you do not want to miss. We're starting with that winner's bracket round 1. We'll be starting into the double elimination. At the end of the night, we will be down to the top 3 teams. So wake up bright and early over here in the EU. Set your alarms if you're watching from NA. And a big shout out to everyone who tuned in for day number 1. Final thoughts here, Chris Tunn. What did you learn about COD Mobile on day 1?
Oh, I learned that the good teams are extremely good. There is definitely a level here. We kind of got what we expected. Not too many surprises. I think we're saving them for tomorrow.
Infinity?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this much. There have been some surprises. I think, again, when I came into this tournament saying that I think there's going to be some mixy teams, there's going to be some teams that have made some serious improvements. I think we saw that today. I know Exclusive dropped out top 16. They look so good in Hardpoint. I think we've got to take some positives away for the teams that wanted to make those improvements.
Big shout out to everyone who tuned in. If you missed any of the matches, reminder, we are on YouTube. Hit that rewind button, start from the beginning, and watch it all over again. In the meantime, enjoy these highlights. We'll catch you for Saturday.
Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Pick a number, any number you like. Now forget it, you won't need that tonight. Know my reputation, ain't got it tight. Let me show you this trick I like. Yeah, baby, I'm the best. That's why I ain't taking no less. I'm like the Royals, don't sweat. The haters look little from the jet. Woo. Little to the left. You always hit the spot, yes. Think I'm just blessed. Red souls with that new couture dress. Yeah. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said they got us a little loose. I roll up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? Welcome to another world, one where they let out all the girls. Them boys, they don't know where to look now. We're stripping cause it's when it's hot work. Yeah, little to the right, just so I hit the spotlight. I want everyone to see now. This is how you do the thing right. Yeah. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic.
guess you heard they call me good luck. Cause with me you'll be on the good stuff. Cause we go harder than the bedrock. Shine like the neighbor when the bed rocks. All you need to know is I'll be back.
We breathe without thinking. It's automatic, like a pendulum swinging. But I feel myself slipping. Everything's static. My body can't map it. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. We move with intention. It's automatic. Don't need no direction. But I all too slow motion. When you're around me, it's like holding up the ocean. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me.
Like we gotta go, super bad, baby, and we outside. This the game everybody waiting for. Pick 'em up, off the floor. It's on the house and we about to blow. It's dynamite and who gon' stop it? Get the key and like it, baby, cause we Here we breaking the news, making the promise, not in it's to lose.